Chapter 113. 17. Good Kung Fu. Haha, that was a wonderful shot. Yang Fan kicked a good ball, and Big Brother Hong, he felt very proud. He patted Yang Fan's shoulder and laughed exaggeratedly. He purposely made his voice louder so that more palace maids and beauties could hear him. Sister Xiaoman, where did these monks come from? A little palace maid came to Xiemuin's side and asked in a low voice. Xiemuin looked at the monks and said, "Other than Master Shui, who else could bring so many monks to the palace?" The little palace maid was surprised and said, "What are they doing here? Are they going to perform a big ceremony?" Xiemuin laughed in spite of herself and said, "You are indulging in fantasy. If you want to know, just ask them." Okay. The little palace maid agreed and ran to Hong Yi and Yang Fan's group. "Hey, you monks, what are you doing here?" The little palace maid put her hands on her slender waist and asked fiercely. This little girl was not very old, about 14 or 15 years old. She was very pretty and had a natural baby face. Although her almond-shaped eyes were wide open and she looked unhappy, she still looked sweet and cute. This was what it meant to be happy and angry at the same time. Hong Lu puffed out his chest, put his hands on his waist, and said with his nose in the air, "I have long heard that there are many martial arts masters in the palace. The White Horse Temple came to the palace today to compete with you in martial arts." As soon as Hong Lu said this, it immediately caused an uproar. The palace maids whispered to each other excitedly. From the looks of it, they were usually trapped in the palace and bored to death. Having a little fun was more joyous than anything else. Of course, this also stemmed from their strong self-confidence. Every year at the Lantern Festival, they would always be the champions. The monks of the White Horse Temple came to the palace to be tortured. More and more palace maids and beauties heard the news, and they all gathered around, asking the others. Once they knew the news was true, they immediately became excited. At this time, Shui Huai had already seen Wu Zetian and presented the Great Cloud Scripture in his sleeve. Those highly virtuous monks were usually good at specious gathas. This time, for this commentary on the Great Cloud Sutra, they were far-fetched and produced a large number of gathas and prophecies. They gave full play to their imagination and made use of every sentence in the Great Cloud Sutra that could be used. Wu Zetian looked at the Great Cloud Scripture seriously. She saw that they used the Great Cloud Scripture as a basis and continuously analyzed and researched it. They actually came to the conclusion that the Maitreya Buddha was the reincarnated female and became the master of this world. They even directly pointed out that the Maitreya Buddha's reincarnated female surname was Wu. She couldn't help but feel delighted. Usher really did not disappoint my expectations. Wu Zetian smiled as she put down the Great Cloud Scripture and said to Wanner, who was standing to the side, "Keep it first and choose an auspicious time to distribute the Great Cloud Scripture and Great Cloud Scripture to the world. When the time comes, all the major temples in each province must collect a copy and invite all the monks to preach." Wanner agreed. Wu Zetian said to Shui Huai, "This move, Usher's contribution cannot go unnoticed. How many people are there to translate this Great Cloud Scripture?" Shui Huai said, "There are Sanjia, Santhin, Sanshan, Fa Ming, Yuan Qi, and the other 9 monks." Wu Zhe said, "Good. Including Usher, there are 10 people. I will give each of you a purple kasaya and a silver fish pouch as a reward." Because the Tang dynasty used color as part of the official uniform, there were restrictions on the color of the kasaya for monks. Purple was a color that only officials of the 3rd rank and above could wear. So no matter which temple the monks were, they could not wear a purple kasaya. Now, Wu Zetian gave each of them a purple kasaya. This was an unprecedented treatment. Shui Huai was overjoyed and quickly thanked her. Wu Zetian smiled and said, "Ashur is considerate. I am giving you a purple kasaya, but I think it is too little." Shui Huai hurriedly said, "Huai is a boorish person. I don't have any other thoughts. I only think about how to make the Heavenly Empress happy. Huai's heart is happy. Since this sutra can satisfy the Heavenly Empress wishes, that's the best. I'm not afraid that Heavenly Empress will laugh at me. On the way here, Xiao Bao was afraid that this scripture would not be accepted by Heavenly Empress and was very nervous. Wu Ziqian looked at him with a smile and said, I'm a little tired and want to go back to my bedroom to rest. Sure, come with me. Tell us about the great cloud scripture to calm our minds. Shui Huai quickly said, Yes, Huai will obey. Oh, the day before yesterday, Huai told Heavenly Empress that he will bring the monks of White Horse Temple to compete with the palace's martial arts masters. Now they're waiting in the martial arts field under the observation platform. Heavenly Empress, what do you think? Wu Ziqian said, Wanner, the Lantern Festival is approaching. Have the palace's martial arts masters started to practice? Shang Wanwan bowed and said, Yes. I've also tried my best to get some of the people who have official positions to work with so that they could take some time out to participate in the practice. I'm looking forward to the Spring Lantern Festival to win the championship of the Kuju Championship for the palace. Now, the Kuju players are basically all gathered. Wu Ziqian smiled and said, Sure ordered the monks of White Horse Temple to practice martial arts to make me happy. It must have been hard on him. Go and tell the people in the palace to compete with the monks of White Horse Temple. Wanner will obey. Shanghai Wanner bowed and answered, then quietly left. Shui Huai had been standing there with one hand clasped together. When Shanghai Wanner left, he quickly stepped forward and gently held Wu Ziqian's arm. He called out anxiously, Heavenly Empress. Wu Ziqian coquettishly rolled her eyes at him and accompanied him to the bedroom. On the court, the palace maids who had gathered around ridiculed the monks of White Horse Temple. The baby-faced girl raised her chin and said disdainfully, You want to compete with us? What a joke. Every year in the Lantern Festival, we, the palace martial arts masters, want to win the championship. You don't even have the qualifications to enter the palace to compete, yet you have the nerve to compete with us. Hong Lu blushed and said, That's because a good man doesn't fight with a woman. Everyone gave way to you. Otherwise, do you think you can win with your flowery fists and impractical kicks? Who would believe that? The girl said angrily. Who said someone let us win? Sister Xiaoman, come. Let's teach them a lesson and let them know how powerful we are. Hong Lu rolled his eyes and said, You little girl, what a big tone. Who are you? How dare you talk to us like this? The girl said proudly, I dare to say this because I have the ability. I am Lan Yiqing, a female guard of the palace. Remember this well. In a while, we will talk under our feet. See if I don't beat you up. Ma Qiao said to Yang Fan, Lan Yiqing, this name is really nice. The name is nice, and the person is also beautiful. Yang Fan rolled her eyes at him and said, Master Hong Shiba, she is a female guard of the palace. You have no hope. It's better to put away your mortal heart. Ma Qiao snorted and didn't say anything. He also knew that it was impossible for him to pursue such a girl. However, everyone loved beauty. This girl called Lan Yiqing was fresh and pleasant, pure and sweet. She was like an apricot that had just released its fragrance. It suited his taste very well, so he couldn't help but admire her. While Hong Lu and Lan Yiqing were quarreling, Shanghai Wanner had already left Jixin Palace Hall and rushed to the backyard. As soon as she came out of Jixin Palace Hall, she saw a young man who looked like scribes coming slowly. This person wore a turban on his head and wore a stone blue silk robe with a leather belt around his waist. He had red eyebrows and white teeth. He had an elegant demeanor. When she looked carefully, it was Princess Taiping who was disguised as a man. Shanghai Wanner stopped and bowed slightly. She said with a smile, Princess, how come you have time to come to the palace today? As soon as Princess Taiping saw her, she couldn't help but chuckle. She greeted her with a smile and asked, Wanner, you are here. Is Anyang in the hall? Shanghai Wanner said, The Empress is a little tired. She has returned to her bedroom to rest. She is listening to some scriptures to calm her mind. Princess Taiping knew what was going on. Oh, she said, if that's the case, I'll go back. Shanghai Wanner quickly stopped her and said with a smile, Since Princess has come, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Teacher Shui has brought a group of disciples into the palace. He said that he has been practicing Kuju hard. He wants to participate in the Yuan Dynasty tournament and compete with us for the championship. Now he wants to compete with our forbidden sex Kuja masters. Wanner is going to arrange some people to compete with them. If Princess has nothing else to do, why don't you come with us? Princess Taiping heard this and said with disdain, Shui Huaiyi subordinates are just a bunch of ruffians. What kind of Kuja masters do they have? Even though she said that, she still followed Shanghai Wanner to the backyard. In the backyard, the two sides were still bickering. A group of palace maids were chattering nonstop. The ruffians and monks were speechless. Suddenly, one of the palace maids ran over and shouted, Xiaoman Jiejia, Yiqing Mimi, don't quarrel anymore. Shangwan Daizhao is here. Daizhao said that he wants us to compete with White Horse Temple. Xie Xiaoman was surprised. Shangwan Daizhao also knows about this? The palace maid said, this matter has been approved by the Empress. Shangwan Daizhao is here for this matter. Look, the palace maid pointed behind her. Everyone followed her gaze and saw two men in white robes standing shoulder to shoulder on one side of the field. Someone called out, Princess Taiping is also here. Yang Fan listened attentively and saw two people standing shoulder to shoulder on the other side of the field. Both were wearing Confucian robes. Their lips were painted red, their noses were greasy, their skin was delicate, and their skin was white with a hint of red. Standing there, they looked like a pair of lovers. If these two were to change into women's clothes, perhaps even Shi Zifian would not be able to compare. Carefully looking at their appearance, he remembered that the one on the left was the Princess Taiping whom he met by chance at the Luo River. As for the other one, she was as beautiful as a jade. Yang Fan vaguely remembered that he had seen her at the Luo River. At that time, she was standing next to Princess Taiping, so she was Shangwan Wanner. Yang Fan did not expect that the person he had tried so hard to meet was someone he had already met at the Luo River that day. It was just that he did not know who she was. Only today did he see her true face. Chapter 114. Shangwan Wanner did not approach. Although she was respectful to Shui Huai on the surface, she was very disdainful or even disgusted with him. At the moment, Shui Huai was not here, so Shangwan Wan did not need to show any respect to his subordinates. Shangwan Wan was said to Xie Muan from afar, Xiaoman, you and the others have a match. The princess and I will watch the match from here. Pay attention. Don't let the reputation of the palace weaken. While speaking, a group of eunuchs carrying all kinds of things came over. The screen was pulled down, and in the blink of an eye, a place that looked like a tent was set up, and then two rope beds were put in. These rope beds were the same as Hu beds. Both came from the western regions. Although there was a word bed in its name, it was actually a chair. This kind of chair with high legs and armrests was somewhat similar to the armchairs and armchairs. It had been introduced to the Central Plains since the Han Dynasty, but it had never become the mainstream of household furniture. But outside, the nobles had to agree that this kind of furniture was more suitable than the traditional furniture of the Central Plains. At least in the army, Hu beds, stools, had become very popular. There were also rope beds in the palace. Generally, when the members of the royal family held some grand events outside the palace hall, the traditional seat was too low, so they would use this kind of furniture from the western regions. After the rope beds were put in place, a few tables were placed between the two rope beds. Then hot tea, fresh fruits, cold dishes, and snacks were placed on the tables one by one. Princess Taiping and Shangwan Wan sat on the left and right. They first took a wet towel to wipe their hands and face, then took a hot cheese, picked up some raisins, and put on a look as if they were watching the fun. In the palace, apart from the Empress, only these two people could put on such a show. Even the Empress was not as eye-catching. Seeing that Princess Taiping and Shangwan Daizhao were sitting on the side of the field, wanting to watch the match, although Xie Xiaoman did not put the monks of the White Horse Temple in her eyes, she could not help but be excited. The palace maids and female guards were eager to participate in the match. Lan Yiqing waved his arms and said, Sisters, cheer up. Let the monks of White Horse Temple know how powerful we are. Xie Xiaoman had always been friends with them, so she had a good idea of who was better. She picked out 9 of her friends, and with her, there were 10 of them. Xie Xiaoman still didn't take the monks of the White Horse Temple seriously. In her haste, she didn't deliberately find the best football players. At least, Princess Taiping and Shangguan Daizhao were first-class Kuja masters, but the two of them did not participate. But Xie Xiaoman still picked out the best players among the female guards present. Among these 10 people, besides her, there were 3 female guards, including Lan Yiqing. The other 6 were just ordinary palace maids. The quality of one's ball skills was not directly related to one's martial arts. Those who were good at martial arts would naturally have better physical fitness, but that was only one of the basic elements of playing basketball. It did not mean that they would be able to practice superb skills and make the most accurate judgments according to the ever-changing situation on the court. Therefore, although there were a few female guards present who had superb martial arts, their ability to play with the light ball under their feet was very average. They usually did not practice seriously. Occasionally, they came to play ball to relieve boredom. Their ball skills were very average, so they were not selected by Xie Xiaoman. Xue Huai was not here, so the White Horse Temple naturally had Yang Fan as the leader. Under the arrangement of Yang Fan, a total of 9 members, including Chu Kuanga, Hong 1, Hong 6, Ma Qiao, were selected. Including him, there were a total of 10 people ready to play. There was no point in hiding their strength. In this kind of game, the deciding factor was strength. Even if one's playing style was different, how strange could it be? Once on the field, the competition was always the most basic things: ball control, dribbling, passing, shooting, and so on. Letting those who were really good at Kuju stand on the sidelines and watch was absolutely not as good as letting them go on the field and fight with their opponents. Although Yang Fan had never practiced Kuju before, he understood this principle. So he did not hide anything and sent all the best players on the field. Because this was a competition, it was no longer a performance of free play, so the palace maids and eunuchs had already cleared the field. They did not use a single goal, but a double goal. This kind of play was the most intense kind of play. The monks had already put on short martial arts clothes under their monk robes. Now that their monk robes were loosened, they all walked onto the field one by one and moved their hands and feet. Lan Yiqing stood on the opposite side and proudly raised his chin, looking at the monks' movements with disdain. Xie Xiaoman moved her hands and feet and whispered to her, "Those who come have bad intentions. Those who are kind don't come. If they dare to come to Kuju, they must have something to rely on. Don't be careless." Lan Yiqing looked back and smiled. "Sister Xiaoman, don't worry. We won't let these stinky monks take advantage of us." Xie Xiaoman nodded and said to Gaoing, "Keep an eye on the monk in the red robe. Among these people, I'm afraid he is the most skilled." Gaoing nodded and stared at Yang Fan with her pair of limpid eyes. Kuju began. It was 10 months on the field. The fragrant wind blew down 2 beautiful women. Sweat stained their faces in dew. Dust brushed their eyebrows. Their green sleeves hung low and covered the jade bamboo shoots. Their red skirts swayed with dew. Their children would kick away their delicate and beautiful chong in youth. Competitions with girls participating were always particularly pleasing to the eye. If these girls were young and beautiful, watching their vigorous and beautiful figures running on the field and listening to their melodious shouts like silver bells, it was really a very pleasant enjoyment. However, the 10 Buddhist team members didn't feel the same way. As soon as the game began, they felt the power of these palace maids. Each of them moved like the wind and were agile, catching them off guard. Kuju at that time was actually much more barbaric than modern football. Some reasonable collision movements were even more skillful than these monks. As soon as the game began, these closed-door monks were beaten to a pulp by these tigresses. Who would have thought that each of these delicate girls would be so powerful? Steady, retreat, and defend. Get used to their style of play first. Yang Fan shouted. He and Chu Kuanga took the position of 2 vanguards, one on the left and the other on the right. They forcibly intercepted the opponent's offensive. Only then did the other team members retreat to their own half of the field. The disrupted formation was slightly restored. Damn it, we are a group of men. How can we be defeated by a group of little girls? Brothers, let's fight back. Hongi, who had calmed down, shouted in exasperation. Unfortunately, only his subordinates responded to him. The monks who were standing on the sidelines waving their fists and cheering had long been drowned out by the cheers of the palace maids and eunuchs. They had no choice but to fight in an away game. Yang Fan intercepted the ball and stepped on it. He glanced at Chu Kuanga on the left and said in a deep voice, "Brother Chu, let's fight side by side. Let's show them how powerful we are." Chu Kuanga laughed. "I have only left the Imperial Army for a few years. I didn't expect that Kuju would change. Good. The two of us, let's show off the might of men. Kill." Lan Yiqing wrinkled her little nose and said, "Don't brag. Bring it on." Yang Fan laughed, and with a push of his toes, his body turned with the ball. He moved left and right like a ghost. Lan Yiqing's kick missed, and Yang Fan had already flashed past her. Just as he was about to run, a figure flashed in front of him. A beautiful figure stood in front of him and sneered, "If you want to pass, you have to get through me first." The person who came was the female guard, Gowing. Yang Fan dribbled the ball and rushed left and right. He used 5 feints in a row, but none of them fooled her. Gao Ying's lower body was extremely stable. She followed him like a shadow and always blocked in front of him. At this time, Lan Yiqing also jumped to grab the ball and formed a pincer attack. When Yang Fan saw this, he immediately shouted, "Catch!" Yang Fan kicked the ball, and the ball suddenly swept past Gao Ying's left shoulder and fell straight in front of Chu Kuanga. Chu Kuanga ran with all his strength, faster than a galloping horse. He rushed with all his strength to grab the landing point of the ball. When he was just a step away, a figure flew in the air, and with a spin kick, the ball was kicked back before it landed at Lan Yiqing's feet. The person floated down, and 2 bright and heroic eyebrows raised provocatively at Chu Kuanga. It was Xie Xiaoman. Lan Yiqing took advantage of the fact that the monk team's 2 main players, Yang Fan and Chu Kuanga, were in her own half of the court. She rushed forward with the ball, passing Hong 1 and Hong 9 in a row, getting closer and closer to the goal. At this time, because she had passed 2 people in a row, she could not control the strength of the ball well. She used her foot, but she did not control the angle well, and the ball bounced forward 2 feet. Lan Yiqing was anxious, and just as she was about to jump to get the ball back, a big foot circled the ball at her feet. Lan Yiqing looked up angrily and saw a person in front of her. Because her ball had been broken, his face was nervous and excited. It was Ma Qiao. "Pass the ball. Pass the ball. 18, pass the ball." A few monks saw the opponent's General Gao Ying rushing out like an arrow and was about to pounce on him, so they hurriedly shouted at Ma Qiao. Ma Qiao ignored them and smiled at the little beauty opposite him. "Hello, Miss Lan." The little girl's willowy eyebrows were raised, and she fiercely said, "Hello, my ass. Give me the ball." Oh, the beauty's coquettish voice was unique, and Ma Qiao's heart skipped a beat. Without thinking, he subconsciously kicked the ball, and the ball was at Miss Lan's feet. Aya! When the ball was kicked, only then did Ma Qiao realize that something was wrong. He wanted to snatch the ball back, but it was too late. Gao Ying was originally rushing towards Ma Qiao, but when she saw the ball at Lan Yiqing's feet, she immediately changed her direction and rushed towards the monk's goal. At this time, she used the lightness skill of 8 steps, overtaking Cicada. Her figure rose and fell as if she was flying, and at the same time, she shouted, "Xiao Qing, pass the ball." This was a rare opportunity, so how could she not take advantage of it? If it wasn't for this good opportunity, she wouldn't have used the lightness skill so easily. Martial arts could strengthen a person's physique, but it couldn't turn a person into a god. This kind of thing that relied on explosive force couldn't be used more than a few times, or else the arena would really become a paradise for martial arts experts. For example, a person could use explosive force to lift up a boulder that weighed 700 or 800 caddies, or even 1,000 caddies, and throw it more than 10 feet away. However, if you gave him a sword that weighed 3 caddies and asked him to lift it for 4 hours, he wouldn't be able to do it. This lightness skill could also suddenly increase a person's speed in a short period of time. In that instant, it wasn't impossible to catch up to a galloping horse. However, if you asked him to run at this speed for an hour, he wouldn't be able to finish it even if you chopped his head off. Therefore, if it wasn't for the fact that this opportunity was hard to come by, Miss Gowing would also conserve her strength and not waste it easily. Lan Yiqing didn't expect this idiot to be so slow-witted. The ball passed to her feet, and she was stunned for a moment. Then, she heard Gao Ying shout, and she came to her senses. She hurriedly dribbled the ball past Ma Qiao. Hong Yi and the others rushed over angrily, but before they could form an encirclement, Lan Yiqing had already passed the ball to Gao Ying. Chapter 115. Gao Ying's figure paused for a moment, then she volleyed the ball into the net and into the eye of the wind. Thunderous cheers immediately broke out on and off the field. The Inner Palace team had taken the lead. Hong Yi was so angry that his mouth and eyes were crooked. He glared at Ma Qiao and said, "Which side are you on? Why did you pass the ball to that little girl?" Ma Qiao had just passed the ball to her unconsciously when the little beauty glared at him. At this moment, he was filled with regret and couldn't say anything. Hong Lu rushed over and scolded, "You bastard! Add 3 more levels and beat him up." A group of big monks swarmed over and held Ma Qiao down, punching and kicking him. Ma Qiao hugged his head and squatted on the ground, crying out, "Isn't it just a ball? What's so great about giving it to her?" Hong Yi was also furious when he heard this. He immediately rolled up his sleeves and joined in the fight. When the palace maids and guards saw this, they all covered their mouths and laughed. On the sidelines, Princess Taiping couldn't help but smile when she saw this scene. She said to Shanghai Wan, "Shui Huai is used to making trouble. Now he wants to participate in the Upper Yuan Kuju competition. Does he really think he can do it with this group of people?" She couldn't help but shake her head as she said this. Shanghai Wanner said, "Ling Yue, they may not all be masters, but there are many masters among them. Look at that burly man. Even though his Kuju skills are slightly inferior to yours and mine, they're not far off. As for the other one," Shanghai Wanner's gaze was fixed on Yang Fan. She said softly, "I'm afraid that little monk is a bit more brilliant than you and me." Oh. Originally, Princess Taiping was in a bad mood and did not pay much attention to the process of the game until Ma Qiao voluntarily gave up the ball and was beaten by his own team members, which aroused her attention. At this time, hearing the words of Shanghai Wanner, she followed her gaze and her eyes fell on Yang Fan. Yang Fan had shaved his head and was wearing a monk's robe. His appearance was very different from that day when he was wearing embroidered clothes and a small hat, but his facial features were the same. Shanghai Wan'er was the first to notice his superb skills, but she did not recognize that this monk was the man wearing embroidered clothes and a small hat that day. But Princess Taiping was different. Because Yang Fan's temperament and charm had left a deep impression on her, she only needed a glance to recognize this person. It was him. Why did he become a monk? Princess Taiping cried out in surprise. Shanghai Wan'er looked at her in surprise and asked, "What's wrong?" Princess Taiping shook her head and stared at Yang Fan without blinking. Shanghai Wan'er felt a bit strange. She could not help but look at Yang Fan a few times. Vaguely, she also felt that he looked familiar. The game continued. Princess Taiping was no longer casually watching the game like before. She watched very seriously. After watching for a long time, she could not help but say to Shanghai Wan'er, "His Kuju skill is indeed better than you and me." Shanghai Wan'er said, "What do you think? How is he compared to Xiaoman?" Princess Taiping looked seriously for a while and slowly said, "Now, he is on par with Xiaoman. If he really participates in the Lantern Festival, his skill will be better than Xiaoman's." Shanghai Wan'er frowned and said, "How can it be? After practicing Kuju to this level, it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to go further. How can you be sure that he can surpass Xiaoman in such a short time?" Princess Taiping smiled and said, "It's very simple. Because this person is not familiar with Kuju, he has not fully displayed his strength." Shanghai Wan'er was surprised and said, "Such a wonderful polo skill. You actually said that he does not know Kuju?" Princess Taiping did not answer her question. She slightly frowned and doubtfully said, "Strange, his polo skill is superb, but he does not know how to ride a horse. The ball under his feet seems to be alive, but he does not seem to be very proficient in Kuju. So where did he practice his polo skill? This person is really interesting." The Kuju game was over. The palace maids and female guards scored 7 goals. The monks of White Horse Temple were tired like grandchildren, but they only lost 1 goal and got 6 points. Of course, this was just an ordinary contest, only 1 round of the game. Looking at the appearance of the monks, if they played another round, most people would not be able to run at all. In addition, the inner palace team didn't send out all their masters. Princess Taiping and Shangwan didn't participate, so Xiemuan was the #1 master of the inner palace team. She used the strategy of using a mediocre force against a superior force. She let Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing keep a close eye on Yang Fan while she fought against Chu Kuanga. Out of 7 goals, she scored 5. In this game, Yang Fan met a real master. His skills and Kuju skills became more and more proficient and flexible. In the end, Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing could not stop him at all. Yang Fan scored 1 goal after another, and the score was close to that of Xie Xiaoman. Although there were not many opportunities for the two to formally confront each other, the whole field actually became a contest between the two of them. In the end, Xiemuan had no choice but to personally deal with him. Chu Kuanga, Hong 1, Hong 6, and a few others who were good at Kuju scored another goal when the opponent's main force was pinned down by Yang Fan. In the end, they lost by only 1 goal. The palace maids felt that they did not surpass the White Horse Temple team by a large margin, so they were very dissatisfied. Originally, they still had many first-class Kuju masters who had not entered the field, such as Princess Taiping and Shangwan Daizhao. Otherwise, they believed that they could at least surpass this group of bald donkeys by 10 goals. But the monks of White Horse Temple were also very dissatisfied. They only lost by 1 goal. If Ma Qiao did not lose his mind and took the initiative to give the ball to the pouting little beauty, wouldn't it be a draw? Therefore, as soon as the game ended, the palace maids jumped in joy, and the eunuchs also shouted and cheered at the top of their lungs. All the participating monks and the spectating monks swarmed Ma Qiao and punched and kicked him again. Poor Ma Qiao, in order to atone for his sins, ran around like a donkey. He ran until he was out of breath and did not even have the strength to escape. Fortunately, although these ruffians did not know how to control their strength, they still knew to be merciful to their own people. In addition, they knew that Ma Qiao had a good relationship with the chief monk, so they did not hit him too hard. Yang Fan saw that they did not hit him too hard, so he did not pay attention to them. Ma Qiao was a glutton who could not move when he saw a beautiful woman. Previously, he almost lost his life because of women. Now, he still did not repent. He was so muddle-headed during the game. It was time for him to be taught a lesson. Although the game was over, Princess Taiping still stared at Yang Fan. She saw Yang Fan walk leisurely to the side of the field, talking and laughing with the tattooed strong man next to him. He lifted his clothes to wipe the sweat on his forehead. When he smiled, he revealed a mouthful of white teeth. Princess Taiping was in a trance. Suddenly, the figure of another handsome man appeared in her mind and quietly overlapped with the Yang Fan in front of her. That man at that time was also so young. He wore a set of arrow sleeves that was similar to Yang Fan's martial clothes. He laughed heartily, picked up his clothes to wipe the sweat, and walked in front of the stand with a few friends, talking and laughing. His face was full of sunshine, and his smile was so bright. Compared to many youths who secretly glanced at the emperor and empress on the stage and deliberately made a mighty posture, his steps seemed so calm, so casual, but in the casual, there was a sense of freedom and elegance. At that time, Father Emperor's headache came back, and he was in a dull pain. He held his head and used his index finger to gently rub the space between his eyebrows. Mother Empress was sweeping her eyes over all the noble sons who had just finished their game. That day, Mother Empress specially held a Kuju competition to find a good husband for her. She was still very young, very lively, very straightforward, and very bold. When she saw his smile, the young girl's heart went into a trance, as if the sun in the sky dazzled her eyes. She almost didn't think and reached out her hand, pointing at the youth who leisurely walked in front of the stage. Her heart was beating wildly in her chest like a fawn, and her voice trembled with shyness. But her voice was so loud that when she spoke, she startled herself. "That's him," she cried. "It's him," she cried. "Anyang. Daughter wants him to be my son-in-law." This shout, like the morning bell on the gate of heaven, suddenly spread out from the stage, rippling in the top of her heart, making it tremble. A layer of tears floated in Princess Taiping's eyes. She blinked her eyes, blinked away the mist in her eyes, and said in a low voice, "Call that youth for me." Her slender jade finger pointed at Yongfan, who had just taken the kasaya from someone's hand and was talking and laughing with others while putting on the kasaya. Shanghai was slightly surprised and glanced at her. Her eyes glittered, but she didn't say anything. Yongfan was led to Princess Taiping by a palace maid. Princess Taiping didn't just sit there and wait for him to come. She had already walked out of the screen before Yongfan and stood at the edge of the competition ground. That kind of hesitant and urgent look was like a young girl meeting her lover for the first time. Shanghai Wan'er was even more surprised at her forgetfulness. Yongfan knew that if Princess Taiping saw him, she might have some doubts and even call him in front of her to ask clearly, but he was not worried in his heart. Although Princess Taiping was the princess of the princesses and the most favored woman by the empress in the Tang dynasty, he had never heard that she had any domineering behavior. Moreover, Shui Huai was the most favored man in the Tang dynasty. Based on Shui Huai's character of being protective, if this princess really wanted to find trouble with him, Shui Huai could also help her. Therefore, Yongfan was very calm in his heart. He walked in front of Princess Taiping, calmly bowed, and respectfully said, "Little monk Hong Shichi greets the princess." After saying that, Yongfan quickly glanced at Shanghai Wan'er and deeply engraved her appearance in his heart. Shanghai was looking at him curiously. Being looked at by him, her heart unexpectedly trembled. That kind of look seemed to be just a casual glance, but Shanghai Wan'er felt completely different. Being looked at by him, Shanghai Wan'er actually felt like a little white rabbit being stared at by a big bad wolf. It was very dangerous and very scary. She was Shangwan Dai Zhao, the first person under the empress. When had she ever been afraid of anyone? Shanghai Wan'er thought that it was just a psychological effect, and was a little annoyed that she was a little afraid of a little monk's look. So she straightened her chest and bravely looked back. But Yongfan had already stopped looking at her, so her counterattack fell on the air. Chapter 116. Hong Shichi. Princess Taiping stared at Yongfan for a while and said slowly, "I've seen you before, right?" Yongfan smiled calmly and said, "Yes. I had the honor to meet you by the Luo River." Princess Taiping's eyes flashed and said, "You weren't a monk at that time." Yongfan touched his bald head and said with a wry smile, "Princess is still a princess, but the shopkeeper has become a monk. The affairs of the world are hard to predict. Back then, I never thought that this day would come." Princess Taiping glanced at his clothes and asked, "What's your position in the White Horse Temple?" Yongfan put his hands together and said seriously, "I'm the head monk in the White Horse Temple." Princess Taiping raised her eyebrows and said, "I didn't expect you to become a monk quickly and get promoted even faster. Others might not have the chance to become the head monk of a temple, even if they read scriptures and hit wooden fish for a lifetime. But you, in the blink of an eye, became the head monk of the largest temple in Luoyang." Yongfan smiled shyly and said, "Princess, you don't know. It was Master Shui's idea to become a monk and be promoted to the head monk. I think you also know that Master Shui is used to creating miracles, just like the Ming Tang and Heaven in Front." Princess Taiping snorted and pondered over the meaning of Yongfan's words. She was slightly moved and said, "Could it be Shui Huai forced you to become a monk?" Her guess was half right, but Yongfan said seriously, "Princess, you are wrong. When I was a layman, I met with some trouble. Fortunately, I was enlightened by Master Shui and sought shelter from Buddhism. Only then was I able to save my life. I am very grateful to Master Shui." When Yongfan said this, he suddenly saw Shui Huai walking lightly from the back of the palace. Hong Yi's disciple went up and said something to him. Shui Huai hurried over and was standing behind a group of palace maids, listening to their conversation. Yongfan saw his movement for the corner of his eye. He pretended not to know, but his words were extremely respectful and loyal. Princess Taiping revealed a faint smile on her face and said, "Is it better to be a monk than an ordinary person? Since you became a monk just to avoid calamity and not because you have a heart for Buddhism, then not to mention being a chief monk. Even if you were to become an abbot, I'm afraid you would be unwilling, right? That day, I had the intention to recruit you, but you refused. Today, there's no harm in me saying it again. If you're willing to become my disciple, I'll help you deal with whatever troubles you have. What do you think? Working in my residence might not be as awe-inspiring as the White Horse Temple's first seat, but at your age, I'm afraid you might not like it." As soon as Shui Huai came out of the back of the palace, Hong Yi and the others rushed to him to show off their bravery and brilliance. They said that if it wasn't for Ma Qiao's lust, with their months of hard work, they would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Tang Dynasty's #1 martial arts team. Shui Huai was overjoyed to hear this. Now, as soon as he arrived at the side of the arena, he heard that Princess Taiping was trying to poach his disciple. Princess Taiping wanted to poach the #1 main force of the White Horse Temple. It was really intolerable. He suppressed his anger and wanted to see how Yang Fan would answer. Yang Fan had already seen him standing at the back of the crowd. This Shui Huai, he was like a donkey. If he angered him, he would not dare to do anything to Princess Taiping. But if he killed him in front of everybody, it would be a piece of cake. Yang Fan looked at his nose, looked at his heart, and replied in all seriousness, "Amit Ba, Your Highness, your words are wrong. I was able to escape from disaster because of Master Shui's kindness. I was also recognized by Master Shui, who put me in an important position. As the saying goes, a scholar will die for his bosom friend. How can I find another master?" Shui Huai was very happy to hear this. Princess Taiping didn't know that he had arrived and was still a little reluctant. In her opinion, recruiting Yang Fan was only because she cherished his talent. This Yang Fan, whether it was Kuju or bow striking, was a promising talent. If he could enter Princess Taiping's residence, it would be of great help to her. She liked sports since she was a child and loved Kuju and bow striking. If it wasn't for this, her parents wouldn't have deliberately held a Kuju competition to choose a husband for her. Later, because her husband Shui Xiao also loved Kuju and bow striking, the couple complemented each other. They even set up a Kuju team and bow striking team in their residence and became super fans. Unfortunately, she was obsessed with Kuju and bow striking. But every year during the Lantern Festival, the palace held a competition. She didn't win either of these two. On the contrary, sumo wrestling, which she didn't like, always won first place. Today, after seeing Yang Fan, Princess Taiping really cherished his talent. Otherwise, with her proud and arrogant personality, why would she condescend to recruit him again and again? Of course, she saw that Yang Fan looked like her deceased husband. Maybe it was because of empathy, but she didn't realize this subconscious effect. After hearing Yang Fan's words, Princess Taiping sneered and said mockingly, "Look at you. Do you really want to be a monk for the rest of your life? I don't know if you have any brothers in your family. If not, when you become a monk, your family line will end. Is it because repaying a favor that you are unfilial? If you are really devoted to Buddhism." The corner of Princess Taiping's mouth curled up slightly. She said mockingly, "I don't believe it at all. Don't think that after entering my residence, you will only be a Kuju player for the rest of your life. If you really have the ability, I will recommend you to be an official. There are also a lot of people who have been recommended by me to be an official." Although Princess Taiping was the most beloved daughter of Wu Zetian, she rarely involved herself in political affairs. Until the end of Empress Wu's reign, she was very clever. She never appeared to be interested in politics in front of her mother. In fact, until Shui Xiao's death, she was a little woman immersed in love and happiness. She never thought of participating in political affairs. However, not participating in political affairs did not mean that she was completely isolated. Princess Taiping's pair of discerning eyes completely inherited her mother's characteristics. She was very knowledgeable and had recommended many talented people to the imperial court. After these people were put in an important position by the imperial court, they indeed showed their extraordinary talents. Afterwards, because she was interested in politics, she recommended more and more talented people. Because of this, there were some scandals. The rumors in the streets said that the people she recommended were all her gigolos. Just like how Shanghai Wanner presided over the Zhao Wenguan and evaluated the world's poetry, many of the world's poets gathered under her. As a result, there were many different opinions among the people, saying that many of these people were her gigolos. Working as a woman, the more men she came into contact with, all kinds of unbearable rumors naturally came one after another. This kind of atmosphere was still the same in modern times. As long as a young and beautiful woman was put in an important position or became a secretary, even if you were innocent, you would still be looked at with colored glasses. At this time, Xue Huaiyi's thoughts went astray. In his view, this coquettish young widow most likely took a fancy to Yang Fan's handsomeness. This princess was incomparably beautiful. Even he often had thoughts of her. At this time, he was afraid that Yang Fan would not be able to resist the temptation of Princess Taiping's beauty. Once he agreed, even if he did not nod his head, Princess Taiping might not have the ability to snatch him away from his hands. As a result, Xue Huai let out a long laugh, walked out from the crowd, and loudly said, "Everyone in the world knows that the princess loves talents. The talents recommended by the princess are all put in an important position by the imperial court. This is not false. However, I already have the heart to plan for 17's future. There is no need to trouble your highness with this matter." Princess Taiping did not expect Xue Huai to arrive at this time, and could not help but be surprised. She was startled for a moment, then smiled and said, "Teacher Xue is here. Although the head of your temple is skilled, it is a pity that your other disciples are not promising talents. With just him alone, it will be difficult for Teacher Xue to show his skills during the Lantern Festival. In my residence, there are many experts in Kuju and Koju. If I can get your disciples' help, I may not be unable to take first place." Xue Huai sneered and said, "This, your highness does not need to worry about. My White Horse Temple did not have the fate to participate in the Lantern Festival in the past. If I can rank in the top 3 this time, I will be satisfied. Speaking of which, I and your highness are rivals. How is it possible for me to give away my Kuju expert?" Princess Taiping smiled lightly and said, "Since Teacher Xue cherishes talent so much, it is not appropriate for me to take away your beloved disciple. Wanner, let's go." Princess Taiping finished speaking, flicked her sleeves, and left. Xue Huai was seething with anger as he loudly said, "Princess was wrong just now. Not only do I want to fight for the title of Kuju and Jiju, I also want to fight for the title of sumo wrestling, which has always been dominated by your Taiping princess residence. This is a one-on-one competition. I will rely on my disciple Hong Shiqi." Princess Taiping paused and slowly turned around. The sullen expression on her face had disappeared and was replaced with a faint smile. She said, "I did not know that this disciple of Teacher Xue is an all-rounder. Good. Very good. Then during the Lantern Festival, I want to see Teacher Xue's skills." Princess Taiping raised her eyebrows and reached out to hold Wanner's arm. She said in a deep voice, "At that time, I will also participate with Wanner. I want to see the real martial arts of your disciple." Xue Huai laughed and said, "Wonderful. I want you to participate. If not, how can I show the prestige of my White Horse Temple?" Princess Taiping heard Xue Huai's presumptuous words and was extremely angry. But she really did not dare to contradict Xue Huai. Even though she was the most favored princess, she was still quite afraid of Xue Huai. The royal family did not have family ties. It was not only because of the power struggle and deception. Even in the era of Chongping, where the position of crown prince was determined at birth, the relationship between the imperial sons and daughters was very cold, and the relationship between them and their parents was the same. Why? Because the environment they grew up in was different. Whether a family was close or not, it was not based on blood. Kinship and friendship were the same. They were both nurtured together. In the royal family, whether it was brothers, sisters, father and son, mother and daughter, they did not spend much time together. The royal children had their own palace, and each had a group of eunuchs and nannies to take care of them. Brothers and sisters did not have many opportunities to spend time with each other. Even when they greeted their father and mother, they only greeted them out of courtesy. Naturally, the family ties between them were very indifferent. Princess Taiping could not guarantee that she, as a biological daughter, was more important in her mother's heart than Feng Xiaobao, who was her mother's favorite. This brat does not know how to appreciate favors. He made me be humiliated in front of everyone. For a moment, Princess Taiping hated Yongfan. Chapter 117. Shui Huai saw Princess Taiping in Shanghai, won her leave, and snorted heavily. He turned to look at Yongfan and smiled. He had heard everything Yongfan had said. Shui Huai was a common man in the marketplace and was very particular about loyalty. Yongfan's loyal reply was especially to his taste. Shui Huai patted Yongfan's shoulder and said loudly, "Don't listen to that foxy woman's coaxing. You just need to do your job well. In the future, I will give you a great future." There were many palace maids and eunuchs present. Shui Huai openly accused Princess Taiping of being a foxy woman. He was not afraid that his words would reach Princess Taiping's ears. In fact, in Shui Huai's heart, Princess Taiping was indeed a foxy woman. Every time he saw her, he could not help but feel restless. If this kind of monster was not a foxy woman, then what was she? After Princess Taiping and Shanghai won or left, they could not continue the competition. With the current physical condition of the monks of White Horse Temple, they could not continue the competition even if they wanted to. All the monks put on their robes and prepared to leave the palace. As Shui Huai led the group of monks out, he asked about the situation of the competition just now. Although Yongfan was also annoyed that Ma Qiao had failed to live up to his expectations, if he allowed these monks to add oil to the fire and infuriate Shui Huai, Ma Qiao would inevitably suffer again. Yongfan hurriedly came over and said a few words before changing the topic. He grinned and said, "Abbot, if we can show our faces in the Upper Prime tournament, what is the abbot prepared to reward the disciples?" This sentence was also what all the disciples wanted to know. Those who originally wanted to report Ma Qiao immediately shut their mouths and pricked up their ears to listen to Shui Huai. Shui Huai waved his hand and said, "If you can fight for the prestige of our White Horse Temple, each of you will be rewarded with 100,000 coins." All the monks heard this and immediately cheered. Shui Huai glanced at Yongfan and said, "As for you, White Horse Temple is qualified to enter the palace and compete because of you. I've said before that I'll give you a great future. What do you want?" Yongfan said, "This disciple wants to join the army like 19th junior brother." Shui Huai was slightly startled. He was not lying when he said that he wanted to give Yongfan a bright future. However, his original idea was to arrange for Yongfan to be the master of a temple under the jurisdiction of the White Horse Temple. Or he could turn him into a layman disciple of the White Horse Temple. Then he could use his great general title to request for him to be a nominal general. All in all, he did not want Yongfan to leave his side. The Lantern Festival was held every year. After next year, there would be another one. Once Yongfan left, where could he find another outstanding person to lead the White Horse Temple in the competition? Shui Huai was a little displeased. "What, 17? Do you really want to leave me?" Yongfan quickly moved closer and whispered, "Abbot, if it weren't for you, this disciple in 18 would have fled to the ends of the earth. How could this disciple forget your kindness? If you say that this disciple is only interested in profit, I should also understand that I can only rely on you to enjoy the shade. Don't you think so?" Shui Huai's expression softened a little. "Then why did you?" Yongfan revealed a slightly bitter expression. "Abbot, this disciple just doesn't want to be a monk. In fact, no matter where I go, won't I still be your disciple? Moreover, if I enter the imperial army and make a name for myself, it won't do you any harm. Think about it. You have the Empress's trust. Although no one dares to disobey you, you can't always trouble the Empress for everything, right? If Abbot has his own strength in all aspects, especially in the army, Then Abbott, you're like a big tree with deep roots. No matter how the wind blows in all directions, no matter how hard it blows, Abbott will not be shaken in the slightest. The Empress is old after all. Shui Huai was enlightened. He slowly nodded and said, yes. That makes sense. Good. Since you have this intention, I will send you and Yashuang to the Imperial Army after this year's upper prime. Yang Fan hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Abbot. When Yang Fan learned that Chu Tinga's biggest wish was to return to the Imperial Army, and this request was also agreed by Shui Huai, he had the idea of joining the Imperial Army. However, he never found a chance to ask. Now that Shui Huai and Princess Taiping had separated, it unexpectedly helped him. Thinking back to the time when he had infiltrated the White Horse Temple while being hunted by the entire city, he had originally wanted to resolve the situation in front of him. He had not expected that through Shui Huai, not only would he be able to see the Great Tang's hidden Prime Minister Shangwan Wan in the Imperial Palace, but he would also have a chance to get close to Qiushenji. This monk Shui was really his lucky star. Although the White Horse Temple disciples were only defeated by one goal in a contest with the Imperial Kuja Master, they were very excited for a while. But after this battle, they still saw their shortcomings, even if they didn't admit it. Since then, they trained even harder. Originally, Yang Fan was worried that these ruffians couldn't bear hardships, but he didn't expect that once their fighting spirit was aroused, they would be able to bear hardships far better than ordinary people. It should be known that these ruffians became ruffians because their families were poor and they had no food or clothing to rely on. They had also suffered a lot in the past. Although they had become ruffians now, they still had the strength to bear hardships, but it was covered by their slippery appearance. Now that they had the fighting spirit and Shui Huai's reward, how could they not go all out? After 2 days, they went to the palace again and competed with the Imperial Kuju team again. After coming back, they continued to work hard to improve their skills. Yang Fan was the main force of the team every time. He had fought with Xie Xiaoman from the Imperial Kuju team more than once. Both of them had a deep impression of each other. Every time they met, they would fight like roosters, wanting to suppress each other. Qiushenji had already sent a message that the Kuju masters selected from the Imperial Guards would be assembled tomorrow. At that time, they would rush over and compete with the White Horse Temple disciples. So today, Yang Fan didn't give them too many training tasks. He simply moved their bodies so as not to consume too much of their physical strength. Ma Qiao had been sitting on the bench these days. Of course, he didn't participate in the competition. In all the daily activities of the White Horse Temple, he was naturally excluded. Imagine if you were in a group, but everyone treated you like air. No one would sit with you when you were eating. What would it feel like? It wasn't easy to integrate into a circle, but it was easy to be excluded and isolated by a circle. One mistake was enough to get you beaten up by everyone. From a small family and a workshop to a large city and a country, it was the same. Ma Qiao sat alone under the shade of the locust tree. His chin rested on his knees. He looked at his companions on the court with a lonely face. That's it. Brother Chu, you should go back and rest. Tomorrow, it doesn't matter if we win or lose the game against the Imperial Guards. The key is to familiarize yourself with their playing style and learn their strengths. Only by competing with such a strong team can we improve ourselves. Well, okay. You should also rest early. Don't practice horsemanship tonight. Chu Kuanga wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, he just nodded and said what Yang Fan wanted him to say. He then turned around and walked to the meditation room. Chu Kuanga was naturally confident in his riding skills. After this period of hard training, Yang Fan's horsemanship had also improved by leaps and bounds. Coupled with his superb horsemanship skills, it was enough to make up for his inferior horsemanship compared to the top experts. Chu Kuanga believed that if there were 2 or 3 experts like him and Yang Fan in their team, they would be able to compete with the Imperial Guards. However, such experts could only be found by chance. It was very difficult to win the intense polo game with just the 2 of them as the main force. Chu Kuanga was not confident in this. Moreover, this matter was related to whether he could return to the Imperial Guards, so he was under great psychological pressure. However, even if he told Yang Fan about this, Yang Fan could do nothing about it. It would only add to his worries, so it was better not to say it. In fact, Yang Fan was also aware of Chu Kuanga's psychological pressure. To Shui Huai, this game was just a matter of face. To the ruffians, it was just 100,000 yuan of wealth. To him and Chu Qinga, it was actually of great significance. However, he also felt that there was no need to say this out loud. Therefore, he only silently looked at Chu Kuanga's heavy footsteps and did not say anything. Seeing that Yang Fan was idle, Ma Qiao unconsciously straightened his body, as if he was afraid that Yang Fan would not see him. Due to the cold shoulder from everyone these days, he had been so embarrassed that he was depressed and did not dare to speak. He was even a little afraid to come into contact with Yang Fan. However, among everyone, he was the most friendly with Yang Fan. At this time, he was even more eager to get close to Yang Fan. "Brother Qiao, come with me." As expected, Yang Fan walked over, but he only said one sentence before walking towards the backyard. Ma Qiao hurriedly got up, patted the dust off his butt, and followed behind him. In a late autumn dusk, the pagoda forest was very quiet. First-level pagoda, third-level pagoda, fifth-level pagoda, and seventh-level pagoda, from 1 to 7, they were built for the dead monks according to their status. It was as if pagoda after pagoda stood there quietly, forming a quiet forest of pagodas. Yang Fan walked slowly through the pagoda forest. After walking for a while, he sat down on a 7-story pagoda pedestal covered in moss. He turned his head to look at Ma Qiao and patted the stone pedestal beside him. Ma Qiao understood and walked over, carefully sitting down next to him. Yang Fan raised his face and looked at the dusky sky. After a while, he suddenly asked, "Brother Qiao, what do you think people live for?" Ma Qiao was perturbed and did not know what topic to use to break this cold situation. Suddenly hearing him say this, he could not help but laugh. "No way, Xiao Fan. You've only been a monk for a few days, and you're already learning from those old monks. Don't tell me you still want to be a real monk?" Yang Fan stared at him seriously and said word by word, "This is not a trick. I just want to know, what do you live for?" Ma Qiao was at a loss. After thinking carefully for a while, he mumbled, "Live. My parents gave birth to me. Of course I have to live. If I live, then live well, be filial to my parents, marry a wife, and have children, continue the family line. It should be like this. Otherwise, what else do you think I live for?" Chapter 118. Yang Fan calmly sat there. After a long time, he slowly said, "When I was a child, I lived in a small mountain village, carefree and without worries. I never thought about how big the world outside the mountain village was. Had it not been for the murder which followed, I think I should have grown up in peace there, married a mountain girl, and might have had children of my own by now. Many years later, my descendants would bury me in a graveyard among the weeds on the hillside, facing the sun. Every year on the Qingming festival, they would come to my grave and put a few fresh fruits on it. On the Chongyang festival, they would come to my grave and burn a stack of paper money for me. From birth to death, I would stay there. Other than Shaozhou, I would never go to any other place, and I would never get to know other people. Perhaps this kind of life would be very boring in other people's eyes, but people live. Sooner or later they will die. Sooner or later they will turn into the earth. It doesn't matter if you're an emperor, a general, or a commoner. It's all the same. Whether the grave is magnificent or not, it's other people who see it. What does it have to do with you? The tranquility of small village is not necessarily a kind of happiness." Ma Qiao didn't know why he suddenly said these things. He looked at him with a puzzled expression. Yang Fan continued, "But the heavens don't follow my wishes. My village was destroyed, my relatives all died. I had no choice but to leave and look for a new life. At the same time, I have to bear the injustice of my relatives, the debt of my relatives. But this is only my responsibility. It's not the whole of my future life. When I finish all this, I will have to find my own path and start my own life. Do you know what I plan to do?" Ma Qiao couldn't help but ask, "What do you plan to do?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "I plan to, after I clear my debt, I will first find my Nyonyo." Ma Qiao said, "In terms of age, she is already grown up. She is working as a maid in some rich and powerful family. In another 2 years, maybe she will be betrothed to some steward or a capable servant. The sea of people is boundless. Where will you find her? She saved you, but you save her as well. You don't have to take so much responsibility for yourself. Yang Fan said seriously, I don't know if she's my responsibility, but she is my concern. Worries? Yes, worry. Although we are not related by blood, we are closer than biological siblings. If I can't find her and confirm whether she's alive or not, I won't be at ease, so I have to find her. If she's already married and her man treats her well, I can leave without worry and live my own life. If she hasn't married yet and her master doesn't treat her well, if she's willing to come with me, then I'll take her away and treat her as my own sister. I'll be responsible for finding her a satisfactory husband, preparing her dowry, and marrying her off in style. What about you? What are your plans? Maybe I'll go back to Nanyang. My master is now the ruler of a country, and my senior is the young master. I can live well there. Of course, if I meet a girl and fall in love with her, and she likes to live in the Tang dynasty, I'll also stay with her. No matter where, as long as I have land and a house, I have my own things to do, and I can let my wife and children live a stable life. It's very simple, isn't it? Yang Fan looked at Ma Qiao with a smile and said, Every man has to marry and have children when he grows up. He has to have his own family and produce his own descendants. Nobles, gentry, merchants, peddlers, all of them are born as humans, born as adults, married and had children, and turned to dust. The same path, there's no difference. Even if you have the whole world, the path you've taken is no different from living in a small mountain village, like I said. The whole world is just a slightly bigger village. However, if you have the chance to become a nobleman, then there's no harm in fighting for it. Because this way, your hut will be more spacious, your courtyard will be bigger, and your fence will be stronger. You can sleep more soundly at night, and you won't have to worry about weasels sneaking into your fence to steal chickens. Yang Fan smiled and said, If you don't have the ability to become a nobleman, then take a step back and become a nobleman, a gentry, or a merchant. In short, no matter how much ability you have to fight for what you can get with your ability. Because this way, your parents, wife, and children will live a better life. Yang Fan turned to Ma Qiao and sat face to face with him. He asked seriously, I'm 17 this year, and you're 19. You're 2 years older than me. It's time for you to be crowned. Have you ever thought about how you'll look after your mother in the future? How you'll marry a wife and have children? What kind of mountain village do you plan to give them? What kind of fenced courtyard? Ma Qiao was stunned. Yang Fan stared at him and asked again, You've never thought about these things, right? Ma Qiao's face was a bit red, and he was speechless. Yang Fan said, Annie worked hard to do business, to save money for you to marry a wife. Even though she didn't know how to do things and lost money every time she did business, she at least knew what she wanted to do and why she wanted to do it. But what about you? Everyone praised you for being filial. You are filial, but have you ever thought about how you and your family will live a year from now? How you and your family will live 10 years from now? Have you ever thought about how your mother is already old? If she suddenly falls seriously ill with a few copper coins in your pocket, how are you going to find a doctor to treat her? Have you ever thought about how you're going to arrange your life in the future? Ma Qiao's face was red to the ears, and he already felt a bit ashamed to show his face. Yang Fan was not polite at all and said in a mocking tone, You haven't. You're just living in a muddle. Every day you open your eyes, fill your stomach, and muddle-headedly deal with the errands in the workshop, and then you've muddled through the day. When you get home at night, you fill your stomach again, and then you sleep soundly. You've probably only considered what's going to happen 3 days from now, right? Ma Qiao's face was red to the ears. Yang Fan said, About the matter between you and Bao Yining, let's not talk about right or wrong for the time being. Later on, you bravely stepped forward and didn't let the innocent die for you. Not only did others praise you for being loyal and responsible, but you must also be very proud of yourself and think that you're a hero, right? I'm not going to criticize you about this matter. Even the smartest person can be muddled at times. But about the matter of football, what do you think? Back then, Chu Kuanga was kicked out of the Imperial Army. Returning to the Imperial Army was his biggest dream, and it was related to his life's fate. You tell me, is this just a matter of playing football? And for you, Isn't this also an opportunity? Brother Chu wanted to use this matter to make a contribution and have the abbot help him return to the imperial army. Why didn't you think of it? Are you planning to go back to being a workshop attendant after things have calmed down, or are you planning to be a monk for the rest of your life? I think you've never thought about how you're going to live in the future. You still have an old mother at home waiting for you to take care of, and you still have dozens of years to live. Such a good opportunity is right in front of you, yet you're still muddle-headed and don't even think about it. Ma Qiao was scolded until his whole body heated up and he was drenched in sweat. Yang Fan said, I asked you just now, what is the point of living? There's no meaning to a person's life in itself. There's no difference between a pig, a dog, or a mosquito. What's important is what you give it, what you fight for it. This is the root of the spirit of all living things. It doesn't matter if you throw a goal to others. What I want to know is, when will you be able to find your own destiny? The sound of Yang Fan's footsteps became more and more distant, gradually disappearing into the pagoda forest. Ma Qiao sat there alone for a long time, not moving at all. The sky gradually darkened, but Ma Qiao was still sitting there, the same color as the stone pagoda that had stood for thousands of years. The next morning, when Yang Fan led a group of players to the court, he saw Ma Qiao seriously cleaning the court. The spacious court was almost completely cleaned, and no one knew when he woke up. The monks were very surprised, but they did not say anything. Yang Fan also did not say anything. Of course, he hoped to scold Ma Qiao to wake up. However, the same words may have the effect of a severe warning to some people, but to others, it was just a 3-day enthusiasm. Whether Ma Qiao would really repent or not, they would have to wait and see. Today, they still had to wait for the Imperial Guard archery team to arrive, so they still did not do any intense exercise, mainly to warm up their bodies. A group of monks was practicing archery when suddenly the side door of the temple's backyard opened. Dozens of horses galloped in, and the monks who were practicing immediately stopped and looked at the group of people. The older ones were in their 30s, and the younger ones were not even 20. They were dressed in all kinds of short, archery sleeves and rode tall horses of the same color. Although they were young, fat, thin, tall, and short, and the colors of their clothes and horses were different, their movements and mannerisms revealed a kind of dignified and solemn aura. If only one of them appeared on a horse, perhaps people would not be able to guess their identity, but with so many of them appearing at the same time, and their spirits were all the same, Yang Fan immediately understood that these people were the Imperial Guard's archery team that they had been looking forward to for a long time. Chu Kuanga reined in his horse and looked at the group of people. His body suddenly trembled, and he was a little absent-minded. Among those people, there were actually 2 faces that he was familiar with. Those people looked around disdainfully at the group of monks. Their expressions were originally quite disdainful, but they soon noticed Chu Kuanga. Chu Kuanga was tall, and among the group of monks, he was like a crane among a flock of chickens. It was difficult not to notice him. At a glance, 2 of those people were startled. The 2 of them looked at each other and whispered a few words, as if they wanted to confirm Chu Kuanga's identity. Then, they both knocked on their horses' bellies and welcomed him. The 2 of them rode to Chu Kuanga's side and looked him up and down. One of them said with some surprise, "Sir, is your surname Chu?" Chu Kuanga's face was a little red from excitement, and there were already faint tears in his eyes. Hearing the 2 of them ask, he could not help but laugh. "Li De, Wei San, we haven't seen each other for a few years. Don't you recognize me, Chu Kuanga?" Chapter 119. Big Brother. It really is Big Brother Chu. The 2 burly men were surprised and overjoyed. They jumped off their horses, lifted their robes, and knelt in front of Chu Kuanga's horse. One of them, whose face was full of beard, burst into tears. "Big Brother, little brother has finally found you. What are you doing? Quickly get up." Chu Kuanga jumped off the horse and hurriedly went forward to support him. The 2 men, one on the left and one on the right, hugged him tightly. The bearded man hurriedly asked, "Big Brother, where have you been these past few years? I've been looking for you everywhere. I missed you so much." The other man also had tears in his eyes as he choked with sobs. "Big Brother Chu, you made me miss you so much." The 3 of them hugged each other, revealing their true feelings. This attracted a lot of surprised gazes, but no one came forward to ask. Yang Fan also didn't pay attention to this reunion scene. He was looking at a middle-aged man who was surrounded by a group of people. This person was also wearing a set of arrow sleeves. He was already over 100 years old, and his hair was slightly gray. His stature wasn't tall, but he was extremely sturdy. As he sat on the horse, he was as steady as a mountain. His eyebrows were thick and messy, growing like weeds. One look, and one could tell that he was giving off a chilling, killing intent. Yang Fan recognized him. He was Qiu Shinji. That night, although Yang Fan only took a glance at him before running away, the appearance of this great enemy had already been deeply imprinted in Yang Fan's mind. Yang Fan didn't expect that he would personally come with team. Yang Fan's eyes faintly revealed a murderous intent, but when his eyes moved away from Qiu Shinji's ferocious eyebrows and fell on the saber at Qiu Shinji's waist, the murderous intent faded a little. He then noticed that the people around Qiu Shinji were all tall and sturdy, full of vigor. He was afraid that they were not ordinary people, so he became even more vigilant. Qiu Shinji seemed to have sensed that someone was looking at him. His eyes suddenly shot over like lightning and accurately fixed on Yang Fan. Yang Fan's heart shivered. He instantly withdrew his scrutinizing and hateful eyes and replaced them with curiosity and respect. Seeing Qiu Shinji looking at him, Yang Fan shyly smiled at him and dismounted from his horse. He walked in front of Chu Kuanga and said with a smile, "Big brother Chu, are these two brothers your old acquaintances?" Chu Kuanga was chatting with the two of them, looking extremely intimate. When he saw Yang Fan walking over, he quickly pulled him in front of him and introduced him to the two of them. Come, let me introduce you. This is the head of the White Horse Temple, Hong Shichi." Yang Fan forced a smile and said, "Brother Chu, you're making fun of me again." Chu Kuanga laughed and said, "This is my little brother Yang Fan. You can call him Beta Percy I. Erlang, this is my good friend and brother in the army. You can call him Third Brother Wei." Seeing that Chu Kuanga was very intimate with Yang Fan, Wei Yong hurriedly cupped his hands and said to him, "I am Wei Yong, the commander of the left Yulin Guards." The left and right Yulin Guards of the Tang Dynasty was the head of the Northern Imperial Army. At that time, the Imperial Army guarding the capital and the palace was divided into the Southern Imperial Army and the Northern Imperial Army. The Northern Imperial Army was directly controlled and mobilized by the Emperor. Now it was under the direct control of the Empress, while the Southern Imperial Army was under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of War. In terms of nature, the Northern Imperial Army was the Emperor's private army, while the Southern Imperial Army was the national army. Therefore, the Northern Imperial Army was closer to the Emperor. Yang Fan did not expect that there would be a middle-level officer of the Northern Imperial Army among the anti-Jew members sent by the Imperial Army. Looking at this man's thin cheeks, high cheekbones, towering eyebrows and eyes, he looked a little primitive, with a light beard under his chin, full of heroic spirit, and his eyes were like lightning. Yang Fan hurriedly returned a salute to him and said affectionately, "I am Yang Fan. Nice to meet you, Third Brother Wei." Chu Kuanga then pulled the man with a slightly high forehead, a full beard, and a face squeezed in the beard like a big baboon that had not fully evolved, and introduced him to Yang Fan. "This is Li Dayan, also my good brother. You can call him Brother Li." Yang Fan cupped his hands to the man and said with a smile, "Brother Li, I dare not. In front of Brother Chu, I dare not call you brother. I'm just a few years older than you. You can call me Second Brother Li." Li Dayan hurriedly returned the salute and said to Chu Kuanga with a face full of shame, "It was all because of me that you were harmed. In the past few years, I couldn't find your whereabouts everywhere, and my heart is really—" Chu Kuanga waved his hand and said, "Don't mention those old sesame seeds and grains. Are you still addicted to alcohol all these years?" Li Dayan said solemnly, "Since I caused you to be demoted from the army, I have never touched a drop of alcohol." Chu Kuanga said happily, "Good. If you can repent, you are still my good brother." While the two were talking, Xue Huai had already received the report from the reception monk. He strode out of the meditation room and laughed loudly. Old Chiu, you are finally here? Chiu Shinji saw Shui Huai and was also full of smiles. He hurriedly dismounted and threw the horsewhip to a guard. He strode forward and cupped his fists. Master Shui, long time no see. When Master Shui went to the north to attack the Turks, Gugulu fled at the sight of the wind and did not dare to fight. It really showed the power of the Tang dynasty. It is a pity that I cannot celebrate with you due to military duties. I hope you do not blame me. Shui Huai smiled. It's fine. I hate those boring social engagements the most. It is good that you are here today. You can drink with me. Come, please come in. Chiu Shinji turned around and ordered the others, dismount and rest for a while. Everyone dismounted, and the reception monk led them into the meditation room. Li Dayan and Wei Yong were still chatting with Chu Kuanga. Yang Fan used the corner of his eyes to look at Li Dayan's movements until they left. Only then did he turn his attention back to Chu Kuanga and the others. Li Dayan was laughing and crying with Chu Kuanga. From his narration, Yang Fan gradually understood the reason why Chu Kuanga was kicked out of the Imperial Army. It turned out that promotions in the army were also based on seniority. It was much easier for the descendants of the old and meritorious officials to be promoted than ordinary people. A soldier without any background would have to put in 100 times more effort and achieve 100 times more meritorious service than those with status and background. Chu Kuanga and Li Dali were born as commoners. With their martial arts skills, they fought bravely and achieved many meritorious services. That was how they were promoted step by step and gradually became mid-level officers in the Imperial Army. Because they had the same background, they appreciated each other and became very close friends. Li Dayan had a bad habit of drinking as much as his life. Once, when they were on duty in the palace, although Li Dayan did not drink at night, he had a hangover at noon. The effects of the alcohol had not dissipated, and his body still reeked of alcohol. In the end, he was discovered by the patrolling general. This matter should be punished, but it was not a big crime. However, the general wanted to place his trusted aide in the army. But Li Dayan had outstanding meritorious service, and his trusted aide could not be put on the stage, so he had no excuse. Because of this, he made a big fuss over a small matter, so he was dismissed and a series of punishments came. Originally, the matter should have ended here. After all, it was Li Dayan who was at fault first. Although Chu Kuanga regretted that his brother had lost his future because of his addiction to alcohol, it was not good for him to speak up for him. However, after the general's trusted aide took over Li Dayan's position, he saw Li Dayan as a thorn in his side and targeted him at all times, suppressing him. The rules in the army were much stricter than those in the local areas, and the rules were also much stricter. There were many ways to humiliate and oppress someone. Li Dayan was humiliated in every way possible, but he had to swallow his anger. However, Chu Kuanga endured it again and again. He could not stand it any longer and stood up for his brother. He first quarreled with the officer, and then they started fighting. It was also because the kid could not take the beating, and Chu Kuanga was so angry that he used more force. That person was actually crippled by Chu Kuanga's punches and kicks. This time, the matter was blown out of proportion. Although it was not uncommon for private fights to happen in the army, the situation was serious when it was blown out of proportion. Fortunately, Chu Kuanga had saved the life of his immediate superior on the battlefield back then. At this time, he stood up for justice and mediated on his behalf, forcefully suppressing the matter. In the end, Chu Kuanga was spared the punishment of being exiled, but he was still whipped 300 times and chased out of the barracks. Li Dayan was ashamed and ashamed. All these years, whenever he had time, he would search everywhere. However, he really did not expect Chu Kuanga to be hiding in the streets, so he could not find out his whereabouts at all. Today, when he saw Chu Kuanga again, Li Dayan was both happy and guilty. He could not help but cry when he talked about his sadness. Chu Kuanga, Wei Yong, and Yang Fan had to comfort him instead. Li Dayan pulled Chu Kuanga and was asking him about his experiences in the past few years. Chiu Shinji and Shui Huai walked out side by side, followed by the bow-striking experts. Chiu Shinji stood firmly, and his sharp eyes swept across the monks on the bow-striking field. He smiled and said, Master Shui, it is not that I am boasting, but every year my bow-striking team loses to the Tubo people, but this second place is still firmly in our hands. Master Shui is a person with great ability, but in the way of bow-striking, your disciples may not be as good as the military elites like me. Qiu Shinji's cold eyes swept across, and he pointed at Chu Kuanga and said, Perhaps only this burly man can compete with my subordinates. As for the others, Qiu Shinji laughed and shook his head. Shui Huai's chest was open, and he really had the appearance of an unrestrained monk. After hearing Qiu Shinji's words, he laughed and said, Old Qiu, if you really have good eyesight, then no matter what you say, I have nothing to say. Unfortunately, you have misjudged this time. In my class of disciples, the strongest is not 19, but 17. Shui Huai proudly called out, 17, come forward and greet General Qiu. Yang Fan hurriedly went forward and bowed with his palms together, and said, Little monk Hong 17 greets General Qiu. Qiu Shinji's curly beard was like a halberd, and it made his not-too-tall body look incomparably majestic. His tiger-like eyes shone brightly, and he carefully looked up and down at Yang Fan, and said in surprise, Master Shui, this is your number 1 expert? Shui Huai puffed out his chest, and said proudly, That's right, this is my 17th disciple, and he is now the head of the temple. Hee, old Qiu, you can't judge a book by its cover, don't look down on him. This disciple of mine has reached the acme of perfection in the art of bow striking. When Princess Taiping saw him, she also tried every means possible to recruit him. Chapter 120. Oh, Qiu Shinji was moved and said, Princess Taiping's eyes are very good. It seems that this boy has some ability to make the princess think so highly of him. However, Kuju and bow striking are different after all. Your disciple is good at Kuju, but he may not be a bow-striking master. Unconvinced, Shui Huai said, I have requested an edict from the Empress to invite you, the archery masters of the Imperial Army, here. I want to let you experience it. Qiu Shinji smiled and said, Okay, then let's have a match. Qiu Shinji waved his hand, and the high-spirited warriors behind him strode forward. Li Dan and Wei Yong, who were still reluctant to part with Chu Kuanga, also said their goodbyes and ran into the formation. Qiu Shinji said proudly, These 10 people are the bow-striking masters that I have carefully selected from the 16 guards of the North and South offices. This year, they will go to the palace to participate in the competition. Master Shui, I will not be lenient when we fight. Shui Huai was a naturally optimistic person. He did not care about his strength, and always felt that he had the ability to compete with such a strong team. So he said, That's what I want you to do. 17, 19, you guys get ready too? Yang Fan, Chu Kuanga, Hong 1, Hong 6, and other White Horse Temple monks who were good at bow striking also stood up and faced the 10 people. The officers on the other side looked at the group of bald monks with disdain on their faces. However, they couldn't show it because of Shui Huai. Qiu Shinji said, You guys get ready and fight first. Let me see how good Master Shui is at bow striking. His eyes fell on Chu Kuanga, and he said hesitantly, I seem to have seen you before. Chu Kuanga stepped forward. He was wearing a monk's robe, but he gave a military salute and said respectfully, Great General, I am Chu Kuanga. I used to be the right guard cavalry officer. Ah, Qiu Shinji's eyes brightened, and he said, Chu Kuanga, not bad. I remember you. You were the best bow-striking master in our army. Then how did you? Chu Kuanga said sadly, I offended my superior and was kicked out of the Imperial Army. Qiu Shinji shook his head. I see. What a pity. His eyes suddenly brightened as he said, At that time, I was the provincial governor of Di province and was beyond my reach. Now that I have returned to the capital, are you willing to return to the Imperial Army? This general can still make this decision. Before Chu Kuanga could say anything, Shui Huai had already laughed out loud and said, Old Qiu, I didn't expect you to learn from Taiping and come to steal my family's corner. Ha! I was just about to ask you to recall 19 back to the Imperial Army. However, I can't do it now. He is still a member of the White Horse Temple. No matter what, we can talk about it after the Shang Yuan Ju competition. Qiu Shinji smiled and said, "It's best if Teacher Shui is willing to let him go. All right, leave this matter to me." Shui Huai chuckled and said, "I originally wanted to entrust this matter to you, so you won't be able to shirk it even if you want to. It's not just him. I have a few other disciples who can't focus on worshiping Buddha and want to join the army to be warriors. When the time comes, I'll also entrust this matter to you. We'll discuss this matter in detail later. Quickly let them compete. I want to see how their skills are after these days of hard training." The members of the two teams immediately made their preparations. They tightened their leggings, tied their headscarves, fastened their belts, and arranged their saddles. As Chu Kuanga tied his leggings, he said to Yang Fan in a low voice, "I have left the army for a few years, so I don't know how strong the Ju masters in the army are now. However, Lida and Wei San are among them, so they shouldn't be weak. Among us, the only ones who can really fight with them are you and me. When we fight later, we can't be greedy and seek victory. We have to let the others fight with them. It doesn't matter if we lose this time. We can find their weaknesses and continue training." Yang Fan nodded and said, "I also think so. Don't worry, if we really want to win, I'm afraid we will lose miserably. Keep your cool and see how capable they are before making any further plans." Okay. Yang Fan tidied up his clothes and was about to turn around to tie his ponytail when he saw someone walk over and swiftly tie up his ponytail. Seeing that Yang Fan was looking at him, he opened his mouth and smiled at Yang Fan. The person who had come was Ma Qiao. Compared to his usual self, he didn't seem to have changed at all, but Yang Fan could see something in his eyes that hadn't been there before. There was a bit of seriousness, a bit of perseverance, and a bit of clarity. Perhaps, after yesterday's words, he had really thought through something. Yang Fan said, "Your riding skills are not good, so you can't compete today." "I know." Ma Qiao smiled and said, "I'm not made for this, so it's useless to train. I've thought about it. After the Shangyuan Ju competition, I will join the army with you. From tomorrow onwards, you will teach me martial arts, okay?" Yang Fan stared at his eyes for a long time, and the corner of his mouth slowly revealed a smile. "Okay, tomorrow morning, wait for me at the Pagoda Forest." Ma Qiao winked and smiled. "Are you ready to teach me the 18 Falls stained clothes?" Yang Fan glared at him and said unhappily, "When you are 80 years old, I will definitely teach you." Ma Qiao rolled his eyes and said, "When I am 80 years old, what's the point?" Yang Fan gave a flying kick, and Ma Qiao let out a "heh" and jumped away. Yang Fan laughed and put his hand on the saddle. He jumped up and landed firmly on the back of the horse. In high spirits, he shouted "Go!" and galloped towards the field. Unexpectedly, the match ended in a draw. For the Ju masters of the Imperial Army, this competition was not exciting at all. They had always been the strongest team in the Tang dynasty. Their strongest opponents were the Turks and the Tibetans. Within the Tang dynasty, they had always been invincible. As for the motley crew from the White Horse Temple, they did not pay attention at all. Therefore, they were lazy on the field and simply treated this as a friendly competition to deal with their errands. In contrast, the people from the White Horse Temple went all out, especially Chu Kuanga and Yang Fan. Chu Kuanga was the #1 Ju master in the Imperial Army, and Yang Fan could even control the light wrought tan ball with ease. He was even more skilled at playing polo. When the two of them worked together, it could be said that they were a perfect pair. Coupled with the Imperial Army's laziness, they actually managed to tie the game. Later, the people from the Imperial Army found that there were masters among the monks from the White Horse Temple who could compete with them. When they pulled themselves together and wanted to compete with them, the hourglass ran out and the game was over. Shui Huai, who was a super fan and a super bad ball player, could not understand the clues. Seeing that his team, which had been trained for less than half a year, had actually tied with the strongest team in the Tang dynasty, Shui Huai was so happy that he could not close his mouth. Shui Huai could not help but say to Qiu Shinji, "How is it, old Qiu? My team is very good, right?" "Ha ha." Qiu Shinji said with a faint smile, "Oh, not bad. It's really not bad to be able to train to this level in such a short period of time. Are you, the chief monk, willing to join the army? If he is willing, I can also find him a position in the army. Qiushenji's eyes were very sharp. He could see that Yang Fan was indeed very talented in Ju. It was a waste of talent to keep this kind of talent in the White Horse Temple. If he was brought into the army and trained well, he would definitely become one of the best Ju masters in the Imperial Army. In a team that was already very strong, if there was a super master, the overall strength of the team would increase unimaginably. Maybe the Tang dynasty could change the embarrassing situation of always being the second best. Shuai laughed and said, "What? You even like my 17? You guessed it right. He's one of the few people that I want to ask you to arrange." Speaking of this, Shuai scratched his bald head and said, "Damn it, I suddenly feel a little reluctant to part with him." Shuai waved his hand and stopped thinking about this problem. He stretched his neck and shouted, "Reception, reception!" The poor reception monk could not receive the pilgrims in the front hall, so he became the abbot's errand boy. As soon as he heard the shout, he hurriedly ran in front of the abbot and said, "Abbot, what are your orders?" Shuai said, "Go and quickly prepare some good wine and meat. I am very happy today and want to drink to my heart's content with General Chiu." This White Horse Temple was a peaceful place for Buddhism. Ever since Master Huai became the abbot, he had already broken all the precepts except for sex. The reception monk was already used to this. After hearing Shuai's order, he quickly ran out. Shuai's abbot's meditation hall was very large. The banquet was held in the meditation room. Qiushenji and Shuai sat on the meditation bed, while the others sat on cattail hassocks. There were 2 rows of tables on the green brick floor. The 10 monks of the White Horse Temple sat on the left side, while the 10 generals of the Imperial Army sat on the right. Yang Fan was the chief monk of the White Horse Temple. He sat on the chief seat on the left side, and was only 1 step away from Qiushenji. Yang Fan's heart couldn't help but pound. He had to pretend to be calm, even though his enemy was right next to him. As soon as the banquet started, Li Dayan and Wei Yong ran to Chu Kuanga's side and respectfully toasted him. Then Li Dayan simply sat next to Chu Kuanga and squeezed in with him. The other generals and officers were very curious about this monk that even General Chiu recognized. After Wei Yong returned to his seat, he told them about Chu Kuanga's background. Among these people, some of the older ones had never seen Chu Kuanga before, but they had heard of his reputation. When they heard that he was the #1 expert in the Imperial Army, several officers stood up and toasted him. Chu Kuanga didn't dare to be careless, and quickly stood up to return the salute. Immediately after, these people toasted Yang Fan. Yang Fan's polo skills were truly superb. Although these officers were proud of their archery skills, they had to admit that Yang Fan's horsemanship wasn't as good as theirs. His ability to seize opportunities was even slightly inferior to theirs. However, as long as his cane touched the polo ball, his ability to use it freely was much better than theirs. Seeing them toasting back and forth, it was quite lively. Qiushenji laughed loudly and said, "Just now, Teacher Shuim mentioned to me that after the Upper Yuan Ju competition, Chu Kuanga will be allowed to return to the Imperial Army. This little brother that you all admire will also return to secular life and join my army. In the future, you will all be fellow brothers. Who knows, you might even become partners in the archery field. Everyone will soon be a family. Why don't you exchange your names and get to know each other?" When the 10 archery masters heard Qiushenji's words, they immediately became lively and raised their cups to announce their names. When Yang Fan heard this, he was really shocked. It turned out that more than half of these 10 people were the children of prominent officials. Chapter 121. Seated at the seat of honor was a young man of 25 or 26. His hair was dark red, his skin fair, his nose sharp, his eyes light blue, and his facial features handsome. It was obvious at a glance that he was a Hu. Because he had a different appearance from the other generals, Yang Fan had been paying more attention to him from the very start. During the battle on the battlefield, he had been the bravest of the Imperial Army. He was happily gnawing on a piece of lamb when he heard Qiushenji say that they would be exchanging names. Wiping his mouth and hands with a towel, he heartily cupped his fist to the monks and loudly said, Venerable Masters, this one is Ashina Huzeluo. There is a Han called Luokadi. Please advise me. Chio Shinji stroked his beard and said, Huzeluo is the great general of the right guard and protector General Mengshi. He is in charge of the 5 tribes of Nashibai. Haha, in terms of official rank, Huzeluo is above this old man. But this time, we are not leading an army in battle, but competing in martial prowess, so there is no need to compare ranks in the army. This old man has the word old, and General Huzeluo has allowed this old man to sit at the seat of honor, Although Chio Shinji spoke very politely, his expression did not show the proper respect. This was because Huzeluo was the current Khagan of the Western Turks. After the schism of the Turks, the Western Turks had gradually declined in power, while the Eastern Turks had risen once more. Under the pressure of the Eastern Turks, the Western Turks had been forced to rely on the Tang dynasty for protection, and the Tang dynasty needed to support the Western Turks in restraining the Eastern Turks, so it had taken him and his tribe in. Huzeluo was relying on the Tang for protection. No matter what official position the Tang dynasty gave him, it was just an empty title. He could only truly command his own people. Although Chio Shinji's official rank was slightly lower than his, he was a trusted aide of Empress Wu and the great general of the Golden Guards. His authority was far above Huzeluo's, so he naturally did not need to listen to him. Sitting on the second seat after Hisero was a tall and sturdy man in his 30s. This man had thick eyebrows, a wide mouth, and a squarish face. After Hisero finished speaking, he smiled and cupped his fists. He simply and clearly introduced himself. I am Xuena, the current commander of the Right Imperial Guard. The third person was short and stocky. His facial features were rather flat, but his eyes were extremely sharp. He also cupped his fists and said, This one is Li Zhan, currently holding the position of commander of the Northern Gate Guards. The fourth person was tall and sturdy. Even sitting down, he was as majestic as a mountain. His figure was comparable to Chu Kuanga. His nose was high and his eye sockets were deep. It seemed that he also had some Western region's bloodline. Sure enough, he introduced himself and said, I am Yi Huli, the current general of the Left Feathered Forest Guard. The fifth person had a clear and fair complexion. He lacked the fierceness of a martial artist and had more of the elegance of a scholar. However, Yang Fan clearly remembered that this person's fighting style was very fierce on the court. It was completely different from his current elegance. He also smiled and cupped his fists at the monks opposite him, saying, I am Di Guangyin, the current general of the Fengshan Guards. The sixth person looked to be around the same age as Yang Fan. He was also not yet 20 years old. His facial features were regular, his eyes were clear, and he had a very likable and handsome face. He smiled and cupped his fists, saying, I am Wang Tongjiao, the current general of the Left Guard Yi. After these 6 people were Wei Yong, Li Dayan, Lu Yin, and Gao Chu. Among these 4, Wei Yong was a captain, Li Dayan was a general, and Lu Yin and Gao Chu had the lowest ranks. From the looks of it, the seats of these people were arranged according to their ranks. Among these 4 people, Wei Yong and Li Dayan were already familiar with Yang Fan. Lu Yin was a young man of about 26 or 27 years old. His lips were slightly pursed, and his expression was slightly cold. The other captain, Gao Chu, was a few years younger than Lu Yin. He had delicate features and was very handsome. After he introduced himself to the monks opposite him, he winked at Yang Fan and said with a smile, Others don't know the reputation of the head monk, but I have long heard of the head monk's illustrious name. Yang Fan was surprised, saying, When did Brother Gao recognize me? Gao Chu said with a smile, Today is the first time we have met, but I have long heard of the head monk's name from my younger sister. My younger sister is proud and arrogant, and has never been willing to submit to others. However, she sincerely admires the head monk's cupping technique. Yang Fan hesitated, saying, May I know who Brother Gao's younger sister is? Gao Chu said, My younger sister, Gao Ying, is now a female guard in the palace. When the head monk goes to the palace to play cupping, the ball has been broken from under my younger sister's feet more than once. My younger sister was so angry that she kept crying at me when she came back. Why is the head monk pretending not to know her? Yang Fan cried out involuntarily. Ah, I remember now. So that young lady is Brother Gao's younger sister. Haha, your younger sister's cupping technique is also quite brilliant. I am very impressed. Lu Yin joked, listening to what you said. It is indeed a scene of no discord, no concord. Gao Chu, I remember that your younger sister hasn't been betrothed yet. Look at the head monk's appearance and talent. Do you want to acknowledge him as your younger sister's son-in-law? Everyone in the hall laughed when they heard this, and they all started to talk at once. Gao Chu was also a forthright person, so he didn't feel offended. He laughed and said, My younger sister is a military officer in the inner guards. She is more promising than this older brother of mine. If you want to be my younger sister's son-in-law, you should at least be a general. Their banter was originally nothing serious. Although Yang Fan was wearing a kasaya, he had clearly said that after the Lantern Festival, he would renounce asceticism and join the army. However, this was the abbot's meditation hall, and Yang Fan was still a monk wearing a kasaya. Moreover, he was the head monk of the White Horse Temple. Their banter made Taoist Ijua, who was serving wine and meat to the side, unhappy. He stood in the corner, stroked his goatee, shook his head, and sighed. He muttered to himself, Alas, what a mess of foul atmosphere. After everyone laughed and chatted for a while, Shinji took over the conversation and introduced the people who had given their surnames. Originally, when he heard their self-introductions, all of them were generals in the army. Yang Fan didn't think much of it, but now that he heard their backgrounds, he couldn't help but be moved. Huzeluo was the current Kaghan of Jujue. Needless to say, he was the leader of the 5 tribes of New Shibi, a hereditary Turkic noble. The rest of them were all from noble families. Xuena, the son of the famous General Shui Renge of the Tang dynasty. Li Zhan, the son of the former Prime Minister Li Yifu. Yi Huli, the son-in-law of the right Featherwood Guard General Li Duozhua. Di Guanyuan, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works and the son of the Jiangnan Inspector Di Renjia. Wang Tongjiao, a direct descendant of the Wang clan of Taiyuan. Only the remaining 4 people, Wei Yong, Li Dayan, Lu Yin, and Gao Chu, didn't seem to have any illustrious family background, so Shinji didn't deliberately introduce them. After listening to Shinji introduce the family background of these people, Chu Tinga couldn't help but lean closer to Yang Fan. He said in a low voice, These people all have huge families behind them. I can see that they really admire your skills. You might as well make friends with them. This will be very beneficial to your future. Yang Fan smiled and didn't say anything. He just quickly glanced at Shinji, who was sitting cross-legged on the Luohan bed. He thought to himself, I still don't know how long I will stay in the officialdom. Shinji didn't notice Yang Fan's meaningful glance. He put his hands on his knees and said to the Imperial Guards, Just now, I have discussed with Master Shui. You will all stay in the White Horse Temple for the next few days and focus on practicing bow hitting. Occasionally, you will exchange pointers with the people of the White Horse Temple. When the bow hitting competition is over, you will all return to the headquarters. As for General Huzeluo, Shinji looked inquiringly at Luo Kadi. Luo Kadi bowed and said with a smile, Kadi is only a bow-hitting player selected by the Imperial Guards. Everything will follow General Chio's arrangements. Shinji laughed and said, That's good. If General has nothing important to do, you can also stay here. After I leave, General Huzeluo will be in charge of everything here. After a while, you can go back and see if there is anything that has not been explained clearly or if there is anything that needs to be taken. From tomorrow onwards, you will stay in the White Horse Temple until the Lantern Festival. Early in the morning, the trees, grass, and stone towers in the forest were all covered with a layer of pale autumn frost. The morning mist lingered in the forest, and the sky was gray. The morning stars had already disappeared, and the sun had not yet risen. Ma Qiao held a Buddhist commandment blade in his hand. He faced the air in front of him and very seriously slashed with it. Today, he woke up early in the morning. He was full of joy, thinking that Yang Fan was going to teach him some profound martial arts. He was also very worried that he would not be able to comprehend it with his aptitude. He did not expect that what Yang Fan taught him was actually so simple. Yang Fan took a Buddhist commandment blade, stood still, and slashed with it. He then threw the blade to him and told him to practice slashing. This morning, he did not do anything else. He only swung the blade, slashed, sheathed the blade, and swung it again. After he had slashed dozens of times, Yang Fan, who was watching from the side with his arms crossed, walked over. He told him the posture of holding the blade, the angle of the slash, the strength of the blade, and the secrets of breathing when performing this series of actions. After he had memorized it, he still wanted him to continue slashing, and then he went into the forest to practice martial arts. So simple. This is martial arts? With his back bare, he chopped mechanically and impatiently. Ma Qiao gradually became confused. He did not know when, but Yang Fan came back from the morning mist and stood quietly to watch him practice. When Ma Qiao's energy was no longer focused and the slash in his hand became a little sluggish, he suddenly said, "In fact, there is nothing magical about martial arts. Practicing martial arts is also not a very interesting thing. In the final analysis, there are only two things to practice martial arts. One is the body, and the other is the skills. The body needed to train one's strength, making one's strength far surpassing that of an ordinary person. The body needed to train one's reaction speed, making one's sixth senses far sharper than that of an ordinary person. As for techniques, they needed to be refined and refined by generations of predecessors. What I want you to practice now is the strength of your arms, waist, and legs, as well as the cooperation and tacit understanding between them. You must practice each slash according to the method I teach you. That is not only for the body, but also for the skills of wielding the blade and breathing. In the past, I stood on a stake in the middle of a huge wave for 3 years. If you want to stand out, then continue to practice. The more you suffer now, the more blessings you will enjoy in the future. If you can't persevere, then forget it." Ma Qiao took a deep breath, spread his legs, and plunged his feet again. His slash was slower than before, but each slash was very serious. He completely followed Yang Fan's instructions. Whether it was the posture of holding the blade or the movement of drawing the blade, he used all his strength in each slash. One slash, 100 slashes, 100 slashes. His arm was already swollen, and his ligaments seemed to be pulled. If it were not for the pain from his shoulder and arm that stimulated him, he would almost think that the arm that held the blade no longer belonged to him. But he still gritted his teeth and endured. His movements became slower and slower. Sometimes after drawing the blade, he needed to take a few breaths to adjust his whole body strength and strive to make a slash that satisfied him. The sun came out, shining on his body that was covered in sweat. The sunlight reflected off his sweat, making it sparkle. He still gritted his teeth and persevered, seriously slashing out with each slash. The bell rang, the sound of a morning bell echoing throughout Luoyang City. This morning, perhaps in a certain workshop, there was a certain shopkeeper with eye ulcers, yawning like a hippopotamus, trembling as he went to open the door. But that person would definitely not be called Ma Qiao. Chapter 122. Every morning, the monks of White Horse Temple and the Imperial Army would hold a match against each other. In the afternoon, they would train separately. For the monks of the White Horse Temple, competing against such a strong team was definitely a process of rapid improvement. Almost every time a match ended, they could learn something or comprehend something from it. These experiences might not be immediately transformed into substantial improvement, but they would be remembered in your mind and be digested and absorbed. At that time, your strength would be greatly improved. For the Imperial Army experts, such as Xuan Na and Di Guangyuan, the matches against the monks of White Horse Temple were not completely useless. They were carefully selected from the experts of the Imperial Army. In the usual internal confrontations, they were clear about the level of other people. However, they were not familiar with Yang Fan and Chu Kuanga. These two people, one had a rough fighting style, while the other had exquisite techniques. They were the type of people that they were unfamiliar with in the past, so every time they fought, in order to strengthen the confrontation, they would withdraw half of their team members and only send out 5 people. With 5 people against 10, they would fight with all their strength. This way, the strength of both sides could more or less be balanced. These days, Ma Xiao was almost completely ignored. No one noticed where he was. He had never been the focus of other people's attention. Every day, Ma Xiao would practice martial arts in the silent pagoda forest. When Yang Fan and the others came down from the court, they would be covered in dirt and sweat. At this time, Ma Xiao would also come out of the pagoda forest. He was also what as if he had just been fished out of the water. There was a mountain spring behind the White Horse Temple. Even though it was a bit cold in autumn, it was still a bit warm at noon. In addition, their bodies were strong, so they didn't feel cold while bathing naked at the edge of the spring. After a morning of matches, Yang Fan and the others came to the spring in 2s and 3s to bathe. At this time, Ma Xiao also came out of the pagoda forest with tired steps. Yang Fan and Ma Xiao stood in a water hole to bathe. Yang Fan scooped up half a bucket of water and poured it on his head. Then, he picked up a loofah and rubbed his chest. He said to Ma Xiao, "I am relieved that you are so hard-working. However, going too far is just as bad as not going far enough. It's enough to practice in the morning. Don't practice in the afternoon and evening. Later, I'll teach you how to train your waist and legs. Come, help me rub my back." Ma Xiao took the melon pulp. Yang Fan leaned against a rock. Ma Xiao rubbed his back vigorously and said, "Good. After practicing for a few days, I feel that there is indeed something different when I use my saber. I can't explain it clearly. It's not that I've suddenly become much stronger. It's just that I feel. Yeah, in the past, I could only use the strength of my arm when I swung my saber. Now it seemed as though all the strength of my body could be concentrated in my hand. Not only is his attack powerful, but his speed is also extremely fast. The method you taught is indeed brilliant. I think I'll just concentrate on practicing martial arts. After all, the army is a place where ability is the most important. Even Xuan Na, Di Guangyuan, and the others, although they have an amazing father, they also have real ability. Only by training a body full of real ability can they have the opportunity to stand out." Yang Fan smiled and said, "That's right. Later, I'll accompany you back to show and workshop and tell Ani about your plan. Ani will definitely be very happy when she finds out. It will also save her the trouble of always playing with those little things. Auntie is old and her eyesight isn't good. If you want to marry a wife, it's better to rely on your own ability." After Ma Xiao finished rubbing Yang Fan's back, it was Yang Fan's turn to rub his back. Ma Xiao leaned against the rock and half-bent his body as he said, "Yeah, I'll listen to you. You have a body full of good ability. It seems that great General Chiu also appreciates you. In the future, you will definitely have a bright future. Us brothers will join the army together. One day, we will all become great generals, bringing honor to our ancestors and blessing our descendants." Haha, you're right to think that way. Brother Chiao, this is an important opportunity in your life. You must grasp it. What are you talking about? You're laughing so happily. Chu Kuanga walked over the stream and asked with a smile. Without waiting for them to answer, he said, "Li Da and Wei San have not seen me for many years. They want to invite me out for a drink. Lu Yin and Gao Chu also want to come along. How about it? Do you and Brother Chiao want to come along?" Yang Fan asked, "Have you decided on a place to go?" Chu Kuanga said, "The two of them grew up in the army and are not familiar with the restaurants in Luoyang. The places I usually go to are small restaurants. Once we leave the White Horse Temple, we can just look for one." Yang Fan said with a smile, "I know a place. The environment is quiet and the food is good." Chu Kuanga smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll trouble you to lead the way." Yang Fan patted Ma Xiao's buttocks and said with a smile, "Don't pout. If you keep rubbing it, the skin will fall off. Quickly put on your clothes and let's go eat." Yang Fan washed up and put on his clothes. He carried the wooden bucket and washing utensils back to the White Horse Temple. Before he entered the meditation room, Wang Tongjiao rode a white horse and greeted him with a smile. "Xiao Fan, General Luo, Brother Shui, we're going to the Golden Hairpin Drunk to eat. Do you want to go together?" Yang Fan had been in contact with them for a few days. He had already discovered that the 10 Imperial Army archery masters were basically divided into two groups. Luo Kadi, Xuan Di Guangyuan, and the other children of the officials were one group. Li Dayin, Wei Yong, Gao Chu, and Lu Yan were the other group. This group did not mean that the two sides were opposed to each other, but that they would naturally gather together. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Different origins, family backgrounds, and statuses naturally formed a gap between them. Therefore, they formed different social circles. Yang Fan was startled and replied, "Unfortunately, I've already made an appointment with Brother Kwanga and the others to go out for a drink. If there's a chance, I'll drink with Brother Shui and Brother Wang again." Wang Tongjiao was slightly surprised. She laughed and said, "All right, then let's meet up another day. We'll be leaving first." At the temple gate, Luo Kadi, Xuan and the others were already on their horses. It seemed like they were waiting for him. Wang Tongjiao whipped her horse and left. Ma Qiao anxiously said, "You idiot, they invited you with good intentions. Why did you refuse? These people are either the sons of nobles or the disciples of generals and ministers. If you can make friends with them, it will be very beneficial to your future. Why did you?" Yang Fan lightly said, "Since I've already promised to go out with Brother Chu, how can I break the promise? Let's go and get ready. It's time to go out." At this time, Chu Kwanga had already walked out of his residence. He saw the scene of Wang Tongjiao and Yang Fan talking from afar. Immediately after, they spurred their horses and left the White Horse Temple. Chu Kwanga walked over and asked, "What happened to Commandant Wang?" Ma Qiao blurted out, "They invited Xiao Fan to go out for a drink, but that idiot refused." Chu Kwanga was greatly surprised. He looked deeply at Yang Fan and said, "These people are either rich or noble. You really shouldn't have refused. If you could become brothers with them, it would be of great help to your career. We brothers don't need to be outsiders. If you want to drink, won't there be plenty of opportunities?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "Big Brother Chu, are you trying to talk like that? Don't say any more. Look, Brother Li and Brother Wei are already ready. Let's go." In a quiet forest on Guide Lane in the south of Luoyang, the small two-story red building still stood there. The trees in the forest rustled, and the evergreen trees were also dyed with the color of late autumn. The colors darkened, and as a result, the small red building lost some of its beauty, revealing a bit of desolation. Usually, this restaurant had very few customers. Only a few frustrated scholars and low-ranking officials with rough official careers would come here to grieve over the hardships of life, recite poems, and compose prose to vent their bitter feelings. At this time, the number of customers was even fewer. When Yang Fan, Chu Tinga, Wei Yong, Li Dayan, Ma Qiao, and the others rushed over, the small building was empty. There was not a single customer. The old shopkeeper didn't show any surprise at the sudden arrival of 7 guests. It was probably because living in this forest for a long time had made him open-minded and unworldly. He seemed to be indifferent to favors or disgraces. This was exactly what Yang Fan and the others wanted. Because there had always been very few customers, the tavern did not have enough ingredients and did not have any rich dishes. However, the wine here was still quite good. With a few plates and 2 jars of wine, the 7 of them dominated the 2-story building. They drank and talked loudly, very relaxed and happy. "Big brother, this first cup of wine, this little brother will first toast you. This little brother has not touched wine for many years, but today, this little brother must break the rule and drink to my heart's content. This little brother, I—" At this point, Li Dayan's voice suddenly choked up. 2 lines of tears flowed down his hairy face. Chu Kwanga frowned and said unhappily, "Dayan, what are you doing? Don't mention that matter in the future. It is a good thing that we brothers have reunited. If you always talk about this matter, I will feel very uncomfortable." Wei Yong hurriedly raised his cup and said, "Dayan, Big Brother Chu is about to return to the Imperial Army. We brothers are going to be together again. This is a happy occasion. Today, let's congratulate Big Brother and treat it as an early welcome. Don't cry about such a happy occasion. It's so unlucky." Good. Today is Big Brother's happy day. Brother, Brother won't say anything else. Let's toast Big Brother. Li Dayan raised his cup with tears in his smile and drank it in one gulp with trembling lips. Chu Kuanga patted him on the shoulder and also raised his cup to drink. The other three each drank a cup. Wei Yong raised his cup and proposed, "This second cup of wine is for Brother Yang. Brother, after a year, we will be fellow brothers. Master Shui and Commander Chiu think so highly of you. Once you enter the army, your future will be limitless and enviable. You must drink this cup of wine." Yang Fan raised his cup with a smile and said, "Third Brother Wei, among us brothers, I am the youngest and the most inexperienced. How can I deserve a toast from you guys? I should be the one toasting you guys." Speaking of Master Shui and Commander Chiu's high regard, the martial arts in the arena is just a small way to entertain people and is not worth mentioning. But it can't compare to the contributions that you all have made on the battlefield. My brothers are all commoner clans, but to have such a status today, it is all because of your military exploits. This little brother admires you from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 123. Chu Kuanga laughed and said, "How can you not deserve this toast from us? Not to mention anything else, just the fact that you can refuse General Shui's invitation and accompany us here to drink wine. This kind of behavior is something that not many people can do. Frankly speaking, if the person they invited was me, I can't guarantee that I wouldn't refuse the banquet here and go to their appointment." Li Dayan said curiously, "What are you talking about, Big Brother?" Chu Kuanga told him about Yang Fan's refusal to meet with Xuan Na and the others. Li Dayan was surprised and said, "How many people have tried their best to get the approval of this group of people and become one of them? Such a rare opportunity. You actually refused?" Wei Yong also showed a slightly surprised and admiring expression and said, "Xuan Na is the son of our Tang dynasty's famous General Shui. Renga, do you know how many generals in our Tang dynasty army came from General Shui? Li Zhan is the son of the former Prime Minister Li Yifu. Although Li Yifu has passed away, he was a minister of personnel for many years. Who knows how many officials were promoted by him, and he's also a big tree with deep roots in the court. Yi Huli is the son-in-law of the Featherwood Guard General Li Duozhua. Di Guangyuan is the son of Di Renjia. Wang Tongjiao is the direct descendant of the Wang family of Taiyuan. Brother Yang, do you know that if you could be recognized and accepted by them, your future will be limitless?" Yang Fan said helplessly, "We are drinking happily. Why are we talking about this again? Brothers don't have a noble family to rely on, but aren't they still outstanding?" Lu Yin put down her wine cup and sighed. "Brother Yang, you are too naive. Yes, we do have some official positions in the army, but do you know how much more effort we have to put in than others? With the same military achievements, if we had their background, how could we only be a brigade commander now?" These words hit the hearts of these people, and they couldn't help but nod and sigh. Li Dayan said, "Yes, they have a good father, so it is easier for them to get promoted than us. We are all ordinary people. It is not easy to get ahead. If I, Li Dayan, had such a background, I wouldn't have been bullied by my superiors, and I wouldn't have implicated Brother Chu." He paused for a moment and glanced at Wei Yong. Pointing at him, he said with a smile, "However, if you want to talk about their backgrounds, you can't generalize them. We are commoners, but Wei San is not. Wei San is also from a wealthy family, and his family background is not lower than those people. Unfortunately, his family background has become his burden. Otherwise, based on his military service in quelling Jiran by Tiyu's rebellion and his great merit in following General Cheng Wading in counterattacking the Turks, where he led 500 soldiers against 3,000 elite cavalry, he would at least have been promoted to Langjiang." Yang Fan was surprised and asked, "Oh, may I know Third Brother Wei's background?" Wei Yong couldn't stop him in time, and Li Dayan's big mouth had already spoken. Now that he heard Yang Fan's question, he hesitated for a moment, then laughed and said, "I am from Jilu. My ancestor is the Duke of Wei. My name is Zheng." Yang Fan was taken aback and said respectfully, "So Third Brother Wei is the descendant of the Duke of Zheng? My apologies, my apologies. The Duke of Zheng was Wei Zheng, so why was Wei Yong's descendant an obstacle to his promotion?" This was due to the outstanding example of a monarch and minister, Li Shimin and Wei Zheng. Li Shimin and Wei Zheng were the model of a monarch and minister in the history books. But was their relationship as pure as the history books made it out to be? In fact, it was not. Wei Zheng was talented, but Li Shimin had many talented subordinates under him. At the very least, Wei Zheng could not be compared to Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui. After Li Shimin started the coup of Xuanwu Gate, killed his brothers, and seized the throne, why did he try so hard to recruit him? The main reason was political necessity. At that time, the Tang dynasty was not stable both inside and outside the country. Liang Shidu and other separatist forces had not been completely eradicated, and the remnants of Li Jiansheng and Li Yuanji's faction were scattered everywhere. The old Sui officials who had pledged allegiance to the Tang dynasty and various rebel forces were still unsettled, and the Turkic army was eyeing them covetously. At that time, the Tang dynasty could not fall into chaos. He had to win over the support of all forces. What was the biggest force in the Tang dynasty at that time? The aristocrats of Shandong, aristocratic families east of Mount Taiyang. The aristocrats of Shandong were too powerful. Li Shimin had to use them and guard against them at the same time. Who could keep them in check? The heroes of Shandong, of course. The heroes of Shandong were the leaders of the rebel army in Shandong during the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty. After they surrendered to the Tang dynasty, they became the new landlords of Shandong. Wei Zheng was the leader of the rebel army who participated in the Wagong village uprising and was one of the heroes of Shandong. He was the key figure in Li Shimin's subjugation of the heroes of Shandong. Now that he was the head of Li Jianxing's Eastern Palace's strategist, he was the best candidate to contact the various forces. Li Shimin would never kill such a person. However, although Li Shimin had achieved his goal of appeasing the aristocrats of Shandong, winning over the heroes of Shandong, and taking over Li Jianxing's Eastern Palace, he had also caused some obstacles in other aspects. For example, when Li Shimin wanted to take back the 4 commanderies of Liaodong and Han that had been occupied by Goguryeo during the civil strife in the Central Plains, he was vehemently opposed by Wei Zheng. Once a war broke out, Shandong would be the first to bear the brunt of it. The corvée and taxes there would inevitably be increased, affecting the interests of the entire Shandong region. The common people of Shandong hoped that the world would have less corvée and less corvée. Because the fall of the Sui dynasty was closely related to the heavy corvée in Shandong, the Shandong group had suffered greatly and was naturally sensitive to such matters. Li Shimin gave up on attacking Goguryeo. Rather than saying that he had been persuaded by Wei Zheng, it was more because he had seen the strong opposition of the entire Shandong group. Later, when Li Shimin was preparing to ascend Mount Tai to perform the ceremony, Wei Zheng was adamantly against it, saying that it was a waste of manpower and money. Although it was a waste of manpower and money, Wei Zheng's opposition had a deeper political reason. The Shandong group did not want the Guanlong group, represented by the emperor, to take advantage of the ceremony to infiltrate and encroach on Shandong. Li Shimin was well aware of the power behind Wei Zheng. He had just ascended the throne and the country was not yet at peace, so he could not confront this powerful force head-on. Therefore, he had no choice but to go against his will and accept Wei Zheng's direct remonstrations. But while Li Shimin was enduring to achieve enlightenment, the anger in his heart continued to accumulate. On the surface, the two of them continued to put on a political show of a wise ruler and a virtuous minister in front of the world. 10 years after Li Shimin became the emperor, the world gradually stabilized, and his power grew stronger. Wei Zheng was no longer of much use to him, so he was chased away by Li Shimin to revise the history books. At the same time, he began to weaken the Shandong group. After Wei Zheng's death, Li Shimin became in-laws with Li Shimin. This political show, which benefited both Li Shimin and Wei Zheng, could have come to a perfect end. Unexpectedly, 2 incidents happened one after another, both of which were related to Wei Zheng. Li Shimin's suppressed anger finally exploded. First, Du Jingluan and Hou Junji, who were highly recommended by Wei Zheng, met with misfortune one after another. One was demoted, and the other was killed for treason. Li Shimin began to suspect whether Wei Zheng's recommendation of these two people was out of the public interest. Then, to his surprise, he heard another incident that drove him to the limits of his tolerance. It turned out that every time Wei Zheng admonished the emperor, he would make a copy of his memorial and send it to Chu Suiliang, who was personally recommended by him. Li Shimin had killed his brothers and forced his father to abdicate the throne. This had always been a sore point for him. He interfered with the revision of the history books, tampered with the history books, and repeatedly asked the historian what was written in the daily notes. He even demanded to see the daily notes for himself before he could be at ease. This was all because of his sense of moral crisis. Now, he heard that Wei Zheng was doing such a thing. What was Wei Zheng trying to do? Did he want to leave a good name in the annals of history and leave it to me? Ma Zhou was also famous for his straightforward admonitions. Before his death, he ordered his family to destroy all the manuscripts that advised Li Shimin to hide the wrongs of the emperor. This was the complete opposite of Wei Zheng's approach. It was obvious which of the two liked to put on a show. The suppressed anger in Li Shimin's heart finally erupted like a volcano. The furious Li Shimin lifted his hammer and smashed Wei Zheng's tombstone with his own hands. Naturally, the marriage between Wei Zheng and Wei Zheng was ruined. In the 18th year of Jingguan, Li Shimin's first expedition to Gaoli failed. Hence, he rebuilt Wei Zheng's tombstone and consoled Wei Zheng's family. However, it was just another political show to repair his reputation and rebuild his image as a courtier. In the end, the marriage with the Wei family was never mentioned again. In fact, the descendants of the Wei family were still neglected. For thousands of years, the story of Li Shimin and Wei Zheng, a wise ruler and a frank minister, had been widely spread. No one knew that there was also a struggle for fame and fortune behind it. It was a legend of a wise ruler and a good minister. It was a model example of a pair of politicians using each other. There was a type of history called a fairy tale. Unfortunately, the history that we know is often a fairy tale or a myth. Just like Yao Xunyu's abdication of the throne, under the warm and affectionate atmosphere, was a bloody attempt to force the emperor to abdicate, use of military force, and seize power. In the fairy tale, the prince and princess always lived a simple and happy life. Wei Yong sighed as he recounted the joys and sorrows of the past few years. The others listened with sorrow and sorrow. Only Yang Fan raised his cup and said with a smile, "This little brother rejected Commandant Wang's invitation. My brothers felt sorry for this little brother, but after hearing third brother Wei's words, this little brother feels that he did not do anything wrong." He swept his gaze across the crowd and said, "Even the story of a ruler and minister for thousands of years is not so simple, let alone you and me. If we did not have the same ambition or the same path, and only because of my outstanding bout technique, I was favored by General Shui and Di. Even if I pandered to them in every possible way, could I really gain their respect? The noble families also started out ordinary. Thousands of years ago, weren't they also commoner families? I advise you not to belittle yourselves. As long as we are willing to work hard, there may be a chance that we will meet again in the future." Chu Kuanga listened with lofty sentiments. He raised his cup and said, "Xiao Fan's words are reasonable. Let's drink to the future, to our world. Cheers! Cheers! Cheers!" On this autumn, in the forest of Guide Lane, above a small building, 7 people and 7 cups of wine clinked together. Chapter 124. Day after day, Yang Fan and Ma Qiao practiced martial arts in the White Horse Temple. The autumn wind blew and the fallen leaves gradually turned into white snow. On New Year's Day, the Imperial Guards went home to celebrate the new year with their families. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao also asked Shui Huai for leave and rushed back to the Showan workshop to celebrate the new year with Ma Qiao's family. They stayed up on New Year's Eve, ate New Year's Eve dinner, drank pepper wine, ate 5 spicy plates, hung peach talismans, watched the exorcism dance, went to the pass on the seat on the first day of the new year, visited relatives, friends, and neighbors. After 3 lively days, they returned to the White Horse Temple and continued their intense training. After New Year's Eve was the Lantern Festival. In the Tang Dynasty, the Lantern Festival seemed to be more grand than the Spring Festival. This time, even Shui Huai was busy. The Lantern Festival was a grand festival in Luoyang. On that day, there would be a lantern show. Not only would the rich people make colorful lanterns, but even the government would make colorful lanterns to celebrate with the people. How could Shui Huai be willing to fall behind in this kind of limelight? He had already spent a lot of money to hire many skilled craftsmen. Once the Spring Festival was over, these people were immediately invited to the White Horse Temple to use the empty space in the backyard to make a large lantern tree. Shui Huai only had one requirement for the lantern tree. It must be the biggest, brightest, and cover all the colorful lanterns in the entire Luoyang. Most of these skilled craftsmen were the skilled craftsmen that Shui Huai had used to build Bright Hall and Heaven. It wasn't difficult for them to create the largest and most beautiful lamp tree in Luoyang. They quickly came up with a plan and began making it. Because the place where they made the lantern was in the backyard of the White Horse Temple, Yang Fan and the others would watch curiously when they had free time. According to the craftsman, the lantern tree was 10 hugs thick and 100 feet tall. After it was finished, it could light up 9,999 lanterns at the same time. Just the lamp oil to burn for one night would cost a lot. Only a rich monk like Shui Huai could make such a huge lantern tree. However, if such a huge lamp tree were to be produced directly, no one would be able to move it from the White Horse Temple to Ding Ding Street for display. Therefore, when it was produced in the temple, it was divided into 6 feet per layer. Therefore, Yang Fan and the others were unable to see the spectacular sight of it. Time flew by. The White Horse Temple's disciples were training hard and looking forward to the Shangyuan Festival, and the Shangyuan Festival was approaching day by day. Finally, the Lantern Festival arrived. This was a grand festival for all the people of the Tang Dynasty. During the Spring Lantern Festival, the imperial court gave special permission to lift the curfew, which was called the night release. For these 3 days, the streets and alleys, the tea houses and wine shops were all lit up. The gongs and drums sounded, and firecrackers were set off. The lights were lit for hundreds of miles, and everywhere was festive. During the Lantern Festival, there would be many celebrations in the palace. Therefore, there would be no bow-striking competition or other entertainment activities on the first day. With the competition around the corner, everyone needed to relax and reunite with their friends and family. Therefore, the members of the bow-striking team of the Imperial Army had already left to return to their respective homes and reunite with their families. The White Horse Temple was especially prosperous at this time. The problem was that the abbot and the chief monk were fake monks who didn't even know how to read scriptures. They had no interest in these things. Fortunately, they didn't care about these things at all. If those benefactors met Shui Huai and Yang Fan, these 2 monks who didn't even know how to read scriptures, it would be hard to say if they would still be willing to fork out money for the incense. There were all kinds of banquets held in the palace, and Shui Huai also had to enter the palace to celebrate. He originally didn't have the awareness of being a monk, and he also didn't treat Yang Fan as a real monk. Before entering the palace to attend the banquet, he specifically told them to go back and reunite with their families, as long as they didn't forget about tomorrow's competition. Chu Kuanga was forcefully dragged by the great hermit Li to celebrate the Lantern Festival with his group of ruffian brothers. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao took off their monk robes and changed into ordinary clothes before returning to the Showan workshop. It would be indecent for them to be bald, but this was easy to deal with. They just needed to wear a woolen felt hat. In the evening, before the sky was completely dark, many places had already lit up their lanterns. Every workshop's doors were wide open, allowing people to enter and exit freely. Ma Qiao and Yang Fan were burning with impatience. They casually ate some face silkworms and then invited Jiang Suning to go to the streets to watch the lanterns together. Annie Ma and a group of old sisters naturally wanted to watch the lanterns as well. However, they were already old, so they only walked around the workshop and chatted with their old neighbors. They didn't stray too far away, so Ma Qiao could go play on the streets without worry. When the 2 of them arrived at Jiang Suning's house, Jiang Suning had already dressed up. She wore a new set of clothes, her hair was tied up delicately, and her eyebrows were trimmed very fine. Although she didn't put on any makeup, It was clear that her facial features had been carefully made up. At the very least, her bright red lips were definitely smeared with lipstick, and they were pink and cute. As soon as he saw them arrive, he went out into the street with them, beaming with joy. On the main street, there was an endless number of lantern houses and lanterns. Lantern houses, lantern corridors, and lantern sheds were connected for several miles. Regardless of whether it was the common people, the various shops, or the homes of high officials and nobles, they were all decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Even the various ministries and departments had set up tents and lantern houses. On the streets, there was an endless stream of people playing tricks and selling snacks. During the Shangyuan festival, there wasn't a single scholar or woman who didn't go out at night. For these 3 days, they could all put down their statuses. Usually, it was rare to see the daughters of rich and powerful families were also accompanied by their maids and servants to the streets to watch the lanterns. As a result, the entire Luoyang city was filled with carriages and horses, and the crowds were surging. If it was usually this crowded, it was inevitable that some impatient people wouldn't be able to help but curse. However, today was a festival, and this kind of liveliness was needed, so no one felt impatient. Everyone was walking with their feet splayed out, looking around, pointing, and chatting. If there was a family's lantern wheel, lantern tree, or lantern house in front of their door, they would all have new and exquisite designs, attracting many people to stop and look. There were some firecracker peddlers who used donkeys to pull towering bamboo poles along the street to sell their goods. Some families would bring out a brazier and place it in front of their door. They would spend money to buy firecrackers and pile them on top of the brazier and immediately light them up. For a moment, the sound of pi pi pa 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 could be heard without end. On the spacious main street, there were also some workshops that organized young and strong people to play a lead hook game. The so-called lead hook was a tug of war. In the middle, there was a large flag as the boundary. 2 workshops each sent out dozens of strong young men to tug of war with ropes. On the side, countless young women waved their handkerchiefs and shouted a cheer. The most lively place was, of course, Ding Ding Street. In the middle of the street, a huge lantern tree stood there, illuminating the street as if it was daytime. The 3 big characters' White Horse Temple impressively appeared on the lampstand. Under the lantern, there were many people clapping and singing. There were men and women, old and young. Hundreds of men and women held hands and sang and danced around the lantern tree. The tune they sang was very simple. From beginning to end, there were only 2 parts of the song. However, as the saying goes, step tune is boundless. The tune is the same, but the words are different. This was originally a relatively casual celebration game. If you didn't know how to dance, it didn't matter. Just holding hands with others and jumping and moving around the lantern tree rhythmically was enough to match the beat of the piccolo and chandrum. Of course, there were also some young women who danced very well. Following the soul-stirring beat of the chandrum, they drew their shoulders, lowered their chins, covered their arms, swung their backs, loosened their knees, twisted their waists, and bent their hips, forming a 3 bends in chanting posture. Then, a kind of graceful charm was presented just right. It made people intoxicated and their spirits gallop. With a sweet smile, I strive to be gentle and graceful. The indescribable taste of women could be seen clearly in this dance. I'm also going to dance. Ma Chao watched excitedly. He couldn't help but say something to Yang Fan and Pasta, and then excitedly squeezed into the crowd. The people who were dancing happily accepted him. They loosened their tightly held hands and took the opportunity to grab Ma Chiao's hand and let him join in. Oh, a small hand on the left, a small hand on the right, warm and soft, smooth and greasy. They were all the hands of young girls. Ma Chiao really knew how to pick. There were men and women, old and young, dancing. He just happened to find the right time and chose 2 cute and pretty girls who just happened to jump in front of him. Yang Fan shook his head and said with a smile, "Xiao Gu really knows how to pick." Jiang Suning raised her little nose in disdain and snorted coldly. "I think a dog can't stop eating sh*t. I'm going to buy a few oil hammers. Do you want to eat some?" Yang Fan clapped his hands to the beat of the Chong drum and swayed his body left and right along with the people who were dancing and singing. He replied with a smile, "Okay." Jiang Suning took out a handkerchief from his pocket and opened it. There were a dozen or so copper coins inside. Jiang Suning took out a few copper coins and put the handkerchief in his pocket and squeezed his way to a small stall selling oil hammers. At that time, there was no yuan xiao yet. However, this snack, oil hammers, was already similar to fried yuan xiao. It was also a kind of sweet food made from glutinous rice. Jiang Suning was a girl, so naturally she liked to eat it. Jiang Suning bought 7 or 8 oil hammers and carried them in an oiled paper bag before rushing back. The oil hammers had just been fried and were still hot. The two of them ate the oil hammers while watching the dance. At this time, a few handsome young masters were slowly walking along the main street of Ding Ding. They looked around along the way and smiled like flowers. These young masters were all wearing plain, colored robes. Some had round collars, some had cross collars, and some wore soft leggings on their heads. There were also some who wore young master headscarves. All of them were handsome and looked as if they were made of jade. At first glance, these few young masters were quite stunning to the girls. However, after a closer look, they could recognize that they were a group of females disguised with hairpins. This was because they did not deliberately conceal the makeup on their facial features. Their lips were painted red, and their facial features were a little too exquisite. Even though these girls were wearing men's clothing, they were still a group of girls. Girls loved to look beautiful, so they did not wear too much under their robes to prevent their bodies from becoming bloated. As a result, their faces were slightly red from the cold. However, they were clearly in high spirits. Wow, look at that lamp tree. It's too spectacular. I wonder which shaman made this. This is the first time I've seen such a huge lamp tree. Let's go and take a look. The one who spoke was a little beauty with a baby face. Her face was red from the cold, like a cute red apple. She was the female attendant of the First Lady, Lan Yiqing. The few young masters beside her were naturally Xiamuan, Gao Ying, and the others. Chapter 125. Xiao Fan, have you noticed that Ma Xiao seems to be a little different from before? Jiang Suning took small bites of the grease hammer and looked at Ma Xiao, who was dancing the tap dance with a thoughtful look on his face. What's different? Because the street was too noisy, Yang Fan didn't hear it clearly. He moved closer to Jiang Suning and asked loudly. Jiang Suning said loudly, Ma Xiao seems to be a little different from before. Yang Fan said, how was he different? Jiang Suning shook his head and said, I can't say for sure. I grew up with Ma Xiao, so I'm very familiar with him. Although he still looks the same as before, but I just feel a little different. Jiang Suning tilted his head and thought for a moment, then added, that's right. It's the look in his eyes. In the past, when I looked at him, he was like a child who didn't grow up and only had the thought of playing. Now, when I look at him, he seems a little, manly. That's right. He's no longer like a child. He's a little like a man. Yang Fan smiled. He turned his head and looked at Ma Xiao, who was happily dancing. He also felt that Ma Xiao had really changed a lot. His character hadn't changed. He was still a born optimist. When it was time to play and make trouble, he was still carefree and happy. However, his attitude when doing things was different from before. The same thing he had done before and the same thing he was doing now had a completely different flavor. Now, no matter what he did, he would be more serious, more thoughtful, and more persistent towards his goal. There must always be a goal in life, so that he wouldn't be like a ship without a rudder, lost in front of him. Yang Fan looked at Ma Xiao. Ma Xiao was holding the hands of the two girls, one in front of the other in the back, and they were walking to the beat. When he saw Yang Fan looking at him, he even made a face. Brother Xiao is planning to join the Imperial Army with me after the Lantern Festival, Yang Fan said with a smile. Join the Imperial Army? Jiang Suning asked in amazement. Is it that easy to be a member of the Imperial Army? Yang Fan said, Sister Ning, don't you know who our backer is? It's the master of White Horse Temple, Shui Huai. With just a word from him, what's so difficult about joining the Imperial Army? Jiang Suning looked at Ma Xiao in the distance, then looked at Yang Fan, and said in disbelief, "You guys? The two of you are Imperial Guards?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "Can I? The two of us don't have to be workshop attendants for the rest of our lives." Jiang Suning became happy and said, "Of course. However, I'm really surprised that the two of you suddenly have the opportunity to be part of the Imperial Army. Good, this is great. The two of you have finally made a name for yourselves, especially Ma Xiao, that guy." Jiang Suning looked at Ma Xiao in the distance and smiled with relief. Yang Fan glanced at her and said slowly, "Sister Ning has already broken off her marriage with that Liu guy. Have you ever thought about what?" Yang Fan raised his chin at Ma Xiao and smiled. "Have you ever thought about becoming the wife of our future great general? Him?" Jiang Suning habitually rolled her eyes at Ma Xiao in the distance. She looked at him carefully, and her fair cheeks blushed for no reason. She couldn't bring herself to ridicule him out of habit. "Give it to me. Get back to me. You two little asterisk stars." Ma Xiao suddenly shook off the two girls and ran towards Yang Fan and Jiang Suning. The two children ran in front of him, giggling and laughing. They bent their backs and squeezed in between Yang Fan and Jiang Suning. It turned out that although the scene of hundreds of people singing and dancing was spectacular, it was inevitable that some people would drop various things during the dance. Of course, if one took good care of something too expensive, it was unlikely that it would drop. Even if a hairpin did drop, it was usually made of wood and not worth much money. Therefore, there were some children who purposely circled around the dancers. If something dropped, they would pick it up. Ma Xiao wore a goatskin hat on his head. There was not a single hair on his head, and the hat was too smooth to hang on it. He danced and jumped for a while, and the hat fell to the ground and was picked up by the two little guys. The children were small in size, and they were as agile as fish in the crowd. Ma Xiao only chased after them for a few steps before he couldn't find them. He dejectedly returned to Yang Fan and Jiang Suning's side. He touched his bald head and said, "I only sang for a while, and I lost my hat. What bad luck." As he said that, he reached out to grab the oil hammer from Pasta's hand. "Pa!" Jiang Suning slapped his hand away. Picking up the last piece of oil hammer, he snorted and said, "Holding a girl's hand, isn't it very comfortable to dance? You'd better continue dancing. Come, Xiao Fan, open your mouth." "Ah!" Yang Fan played the role of an obedient child and opened his mouth wide. Jiang Suning threw the last piece of oil hammer into his mouth. Among the three people in Yang Fan's group, he was the youngest, but when it came to life experience and the ups and downs of fate, the older Ma Xiao and Jiang Suning could not compare to him. Ma Xiao and Jiang Suning were like a clump of grass on top of an ancient wall in an alleyway in Luoyang. The farthest scenery they could see was no more than the corner of the eaves. Yang Fan, on the other hand, was a clump of water grass floating on the sea. He had experienced a world that was thousands of times wider than theirs, so his knowledge and experience were more mature than the other two. Similarly, among Xie Xiaoman's group, there might be people older than Xiaoman, but when it came to maturity, few could compare to her. Although her expression and movements sometimes looked delicate and childish, most of the time, she was more gentle and quiet than her companions. At this moment, it was the Lantern Festival of the Upper Lantern Festival, and the streets of Ding Ding were bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone was chattering about which lantern was more beautiful, which girl had just walked past with the most gorgeous cape on her shoulders, and where the music that was being played was the most beautiful. However, Bucci was paying attention to the snow in the sky. It was snowing in the sky. The snowflakes were not big, and they gently curled up in spirals. That kind of faint and distant mood, when combined with the red light emitted by the lanterns, was especially fascinating. The fluttering snowflakes, the blurred lights, the noisy crowd, the chant of tug-of-war, the music of singing and dancing, and the crackling of firecrackers formed a beautiful scene of sound and shadow. Walking in this scene, Xie Xiaoman's state of mind was as lonely as the bright moon in the night sky. Girls of her age either pursued beautiful clothes and jewelry, or longed for the husband they were about to marry. A little joy could fill their little hearts. The problem was, Xiaoman's heart had long been filled by one person, and that person's life and fate had become her only concern. The education that Nyonya received was completely different from that of Yang Fan. Under the guidance of the old man who was over 100 years old, Yang Fan never let the hardships of his childhood leave any shadow in his heart. He was positive, optimistic, and looked forward to a better future. He did not forget his responsibilities, nor did he forget to pursue a happy life. Under the guidance of Auntie Xia, Xiaoman was taught to focus and single-mindedness from an early age. Once he had decided on something, he had to complete it. He had to be completely focused. Therefore, her thinking was completely different from that of Yang Fan. She was used to doing things with such a fixed mindset. Therefore, she rarely felt happy. Unless she found her elder brother and ended this wish. She was afraid that she would carry this responsibility for the rest of her life, and would not have the spare energy to pursue her own happiness. Sistering, look at that carp lantern. Lan Yiqing casually pointed, but her fingers suddenly stopped in mid-air. She took a closer look and said in surprise, Sistering, look quickly. Isn't that the bald monk? The bald monk that Lan Yiqing mentioned was Yang Fan. Yang Fan had played football in the palace a few times. Although the overall strength of the team was not as good as the inner palace team, his superb skills had convinced the girls in the palace. Recently, Yang Fan had been practicing football diligently and did not go to the palace. The girls would often think of him and talk about him when they played football. The bald monk was the nickname they gave to Yang Fan. Lan Yiqing put her hands on her waist and said angrily, He is the head monk of the White Horse Temple. He is indeed a monk who does not abide by the rules. Look, he's changed into commoner's clothes, and he's acting sneakily. He's even with a girl. Oh, it's true. The other girls looked in the direction that Lan Yiqing was pointing and immediately started chattering. It's really him. Hey, why do I feel that he is not as beautiful as a bald man wearing a hat? You love-struck fool. What are you looking at, this kind of monk who does not abide by the rules? Hey, you don't say. The girl next to him is quite beautiful. The girls were talking at once. 70 to 80% of them were curious to see what was going on. Although they called him a monk, in fact, they did not dislike Yang Fan. Yang Fan was recognized as a woman's friend in the show when workshop from 8 to 80 years old, young and old. His charm was not just for show. The girls did not take the monk's behavior to heart. Who would have the time to pretend to be a Taoist priest? As long as they were willing, it did not matter. Xia Xiaoman suddenly saw her friends gathered together and chattering. It did not seem like they had seen some strange lanterns. She stopped and asked curiously, what's wrong? Gowing said, Xiaoman, look, isn't that the bald monk? Xia Xiaoman looked up and could not help but be slightly surprised. At this time, Lan Yiqing had already puffed out her small chest and proudly greeted him. Stop! Lan Yiqing slightly raised her delicate pointed chin and glanced at Jiang Suning, as if she had caught him in the act. Master Hong Shiqi, where are you going? Ma Xiao shook his big bald head and came out from behind Yang Fan. He said in surprise, Oh, Miss Lan, why are you here? Lan Yiqing was startled. She looked at the big bald head in front of her and asked in confusion, Who are you? Do you know me? Chapter 126. Ma Xiao was hurt and said, Me, Miss Lan, don't you recognize me? Back then, I even gave you a ball and got beaten up by my brothers. It was no wonder that Miss Lan didn't recognize him. Ma Xiao had only participated in the Kuju competition once. From then on, he didn't even have the right to wave flags and shout battle cries. So Lan Yiqing didn't have any impression of him. So even though he was walking beside Yang Fan, the girls automatically thought of him as a passerby. Lan Yiqing really did think of him when he said that. She immediately felt a little discouraged. She thought that she had something to blackmail about the little bald monk. Since this bald donkey was also here, it was likely that the little bald monk and the young lady might not necessarily be a couple. Jiang Suning saw this pretty girl blocking their way and couldn't help but ask Yang Fan curiously, Xiao Fan, who is this girl? Yang Fan said, This is Miss Lan. She's one of the people inside. He raised his thumb and pointed in the direction of the palace. Then he turned to Jiang Suning and said with a smile, Miss Lan is very good at soccer. Little brother was almost at a disadvantage when I played soccer with her. In fact, although Lan Yiqing played well, she was far from Yang Fan. Since Princess Taiping and Shanghai Wanner weren't there, she and Gowing played the role of the vanguard. Therefore, the number of balls that were intercepted by Yang Fan from her hands was really innumerable. After hearing Yang Fan's words, the girl thought that he was teasing her. She couldn't help but blush and snorted. You don't have to pretend. It's true that I'm not as good as you. But if you want to win, there's no way. We'll definitely win the Kuju competition tomorrow. Yang Fan laughed. Don't be so sure. What if we win? Lan Yiqing immediately became interested and rubbed her palms together. Why? You want to bet something? Sure. Tell me. What do you want to bet? Hearing that they were going to bet, the other girls also became spirited. Life in the palace was 100 times more boring than that of the common people. Every day was the same scenery and the same things. There was only so much space to begin with, and only a few people could be seen every day. The rules and laws were 100 times more strict than that of the common people. Therefore, in addition to the boredom, the people in the palace invented many games. These girls were addicted to gambling, such as fishing, boating, swinging, shuttlecock, and so on. A few girls came over and excitedly said, "Quickly tell us, what kind of prize will we have? We have won the championship every year in this Kuju competition. Do you think your White Horse Temple can do it?" Humph. Although your martial arts are not bad, it's hard to support a lone tree. It's impossible for you to win. This lady will bet with you. When Ma Qiao heard this, he immediately stepped forward and stood in front of Yang Fan, saying loudly, "Can we bet on anything?" The girl said, "Anything is fine, just say it." Ma Qiao said in an imposing manner, "That's fine. If we win, Miss Lan will become my wife." Miss Lan's little face immediately turned red. She shyly scolded, "Bullsh asterisk T. Who want to marry you?" The other girls, on the other hand, all asked at once, "What happens if you lose?" Ma Qiao patted his chest and said, "If we lose, I will give myself to Miss Lan and become my husband." Scram! The girls pouted coquettishly and kicked Ma Qiao aside with their jade-like feet. "All right, stop fooling around. What a scandal on the streets." Xiamuan slightly furrowed her heroic brows and walked over. She looked Yang Fan up and down and smiled lightly. "Tomorrow is the Kuju competition. You still have the mood to parade the streets and watch the lanterns. Are you sure you will win?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "Miss Lan does not dare to accept the challenge. Could it be that Miss Xie wants to accept the bet?" Xiamuan raised her eyebrows and asked, "What bet?" Ma Qiao patted the dust off his body and said, "Naturally, if you lose, you will become my brother's wife. If we lose, my brother will compensate you and become your husband." Xiamuan ignored him and only said to Yang Fan, "In tomorrow's Kuju competition, if it's a free fight, you may have a chance to win." "Unfortunately, it's not." Yang Fan said, "Maybe we will lose, but remember, I will not lose." "What do you mean?" Yang Fan said, "Those of us will not be able to catch up to you in a short period of time. However, if I can defeat all the heroes..." I'm wrong. It should be defeating all the girls. That will be enough for my White Horse Temple to be insufferably arrogant. And I have this ability. Xiamuan smiled and said, "You are too confident. Too much confidence is arrogance, Chief Master." Yang Fan raised his eyebrows and looked straight into her eyes. He said word by word, "Whether it is arrogance or not, you will know tomorrow. Miss Xie, it's not just you. Even the princess and Shangguan Daizhao, who are admired by all of you, will bow at my feet once they are on the court." While the two were arguing, there was already a person standing in the bustling crowd on the side of the road. She was looking at them with interest. This person was a woman dressed in men's clothing. Around her stood 4 women dressed in men's clothing. 4 extremely strong women dressed in men's clothing. The 4 women were like 4 giant pillars. They had thick thighs, thick waists, thick arms, and big faces. If one did not look carefully, one would really think that they were men. However, the woman in men's clothing standing in the middle of them looked very delicate and slender, even though she was tall and well-developed. This woman had a greasy nose, phoenix eyes, and red lips. Although she was dressed in men's clothing, which slightly concealed her beauty, she was still very charming. She was Princess Taiping Li Lingwei. The true joy of admiring the lanterns was not something that could be enjoyed by the rich and powerful standing in their own courtyard, accompanied by a group of servants, admiring the lanterns of their own home. If one wanted to have true joy, he had to walk into the streets, and have fun with the people. Princess Taiping had changed into men's clothing for the purpose of admiring the lanterns in the streets. Princess Taiping had originally brought 8 maids and 2 sons out to admire the lanterns. But the 2 children were still young. One was only 1 year old, and the other was only 4 years old. After playing for a while, they became sleepy. Princess Taiping ordered the 4 maids to take them back to the palace, while she and the other 4 continued admiring the lanterns. Along the way, her depressed mood gradually eased. When Yang Fan and Xie Xiaoman were making a bet on the street, she happened to pass by and saw this scene. As soon as Princess Taiping stopped, her 4 maidservants automatically stood around her, using their broad bodies to surround Princess Taiping tightly. Although there were many tourists on the street, no one could move them in the slightest. These 8 maids were all sumo wrestlers. Every year during the Lantern Festival, the sumo wrestlers in the palace would not only be male sumo wrestlers, but also female sumo wrestlers. If Yang Fan saw these 4 giant pillars, he would know why women could also win. Although they were women, they were more manly than men. Yang Fan raised his eyebrows and said in a powerful voice, "Not only you, even the princess and Shangwan Dai Zhao, who are highly respected by you, once on the court, they also have to bow at my feet." When he said this, Princess Taiping's eyes suddenly flashed, and the corners of her mouth gently hooked up into an interesting smile. At this moment, a man in a short brown shirt and a felt hat walked along the long street with his hands clasped in front of his chest. He smiled amiably and said, "Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Thank you for making way. Please make way." Behind him, there were 7 or 8 human-pulled carts slowly coming. Although the carts were not big, the poles on the carts were piled up like a small mountain. If they were not tied with ropes, they would have long been scattered on the ground. The man in front of them was surnamed Liu, called Liu Mo, and he was a merchant. Last year, during the Upper Yuan dynasty, he was stranded in Lantian County of Chang, and because he was a traveling merchant, he did not have time to rush back to Luoyang. So he spent the whole first month in Lantian County of Chang'an. Although he was in a foreign land, he still had to celebrate the festival. So Liu Mo also asked his family to buy colorful lanterns, poles, and prepared a sumptuous banquet. As a result, when he was burning the exploding rods, he was surprised to find that the exploding rods he bought were far louder than ordinary ones. Moreover, they would emit a beautiful glow and thick smoke as they burned, making it look even more festive. Liu Mo was a merchant, so he was very concerned about this. He quickly grabbed the unburned poles and examined them carefully. It turned out that there was a local man named Li Tian who came up with an ingenious idea. He stuffed saltpeter into the explosive rods. This way, the explosive rods would be more flammable. When they were burning, they would explode with loud noises and beautiful fireworks. The smoke billowed, creating a very festive atmosphere. After Li Tian invented this exploding rod, his exploding rod became the hottest-selling exploding rod in Lantian County. However, this person was not very business-minded. Although his exploding rod was selling well, he had never thought of expanding his business to other places. After Liu Mo figured out the trick, it was as if he had found a treasure. At this time of the year, people would throw some brittle bamboo poles into the brazier. When the fire burned, the bamboo would explode, making crackling sounds to celebrate the festival. Li Tian's invention was obviously more suitable for the festive atmosphere than the traditional poles. After Liu Mo returned to Luoyang, he tried making a batch on New Year's Day, and, as expected, it was very popular. Liu Mo was greatly encouraged and hired a lot of people to work day and night, waiting for the 3 days of the Lantern Festival to make a lot of money. The poles he made were stuffed with saltpeter. Although the price was high, with the purchasing power of Luoyang's people, they could definitely afford it. There were hundreds of thousands of people on this 4-kilometer-long street. Even if only 1% of them were willing to buy his poles, he would still be rich. Lu Mo bowed along the way, beaming with joy as he opened the way. Looking at the bustling crowd, he seemed to have seen a mountain of gold waving at him. As soon as Yang Fan said this, Lan Yiqing angrily rebuked, "Arrogant." She was about to go forward and argue with him, but Xie Muin raised her hand to stop her. She sneered at Yang Fan and said, "All right, then this lady will wait and see. Let's meet at the Jew arena. Goodbye." Since Yang Fan was competing with someone, Ma Qiao obviously had to cheer for his brother. Seeing Lu Mo excitedly rushing over with 7 or 8 carts full of poles, Ma Qiao immediately yelled, "Shopkeeper, stop. We want to buy firecrackers to celebrate our victory in the Jew arena." Chapter 127. Shui Huai never mistreated his own people. Although Ma Qiao's grandmother and uncle didn't like him in the White Horse Temple, he still received quite a lot of pocket money. He immediately stopped Lu Mo and said with a rich and overbearing manner, "Come, unload 3 bundles of explosive sticks for me." Lu Mo smiled and said, "Dear customer, if you want to buy explosive poles, this old man will naturally welcome you. But this old man has to say something first. My family's explosive poles are more expensive than others because my family's explosive poles." Before he could finish explaining the wonders of his family's explosive poles, Ma Qiao said carelessly, "Isn't explosive poles just explosive poles? How expensive can it be? Bring it down, bring it down. You can count how much you should charge." Ma Qiao took out a money bag from his pocket and generously stuffed it into Lu Mo's hand. Then he went to the car to bring the explosive poles. Lan Yiqing saw him like that and couldn't help but feel angry. He pulled Xie Xiaoman, who was about to leave, and shouted, "Sisters, let's buy some explosive poles too. Today is the Lantern Festival. Let's burn some explosive poles to celebrate. At the same time, let's wish that we will win tomorrow's Kuju competition." All the girls responded. Xie Xiaoman wanted to stop them, but then she thought that it was to celebrate the festival. It was rare for her sisters to go out of the palace, so there was no need to spoil their mood. So she smiled and didn't say anything. Ma Qiao carried 3 bundles of explosive poles and threw them on the ground. He turned his head and saw a family with a brazier burning in front of their door. The family's explosive poles had been burned out, but the brazier was still burning. Ma Qiao walked over to the owner and said, "Brother, can I borrow the brazier for a while?" The owner of the house smiled and nodded. Ma Qiao used 2 poles to prop up the brazier and placed it on the street. Then he placed the bundle of explosive poles on it. These explosive rods were filled with saltpeter and had already become flammable and explosive. However, no one had ever suffered from this kind of new product, so how could they have the awareness to guard against it? Even Lu Mo, who knew how explosive his rod was, didn't take it too seriously. Before this, very few people would let go of his rod on the spot. Sometimes they would at most try one. What's more, Lu Mo was happily counting the money in his hands. When he realized that Ma Qiao had piled all the sticks on the brazier, he faintly felt something was wrong. Just as he was about to stop him, the sticks had already exploded. Bang! Pa! Crack! Boom! Sparks flew everywhere, and thick smoke billowed. Ma Qiao's action was originally to anger those girls. Who would have thought that these explosive rods had such power? He was so scared that he screamed and jumped away. The other bundle of explosive rods in his hands also fell down and pressed on top of the burning explosive rods. Lan Yiqing and Gao Ying stood on the shaft of the carriage and just picked up the 2 bundles of explosive rods when the explosive rods on the brazier exploded. That loud noise and the eruption of flames scared the 2 girls so much that they let go of the explosive rods and hurriedly jumped to the side. As the 2 of them jumped and dodged, the mountain-like pile of explosive rods on the carriage shook twice and poured down with a crash, burying the brazier underneath. Boom! At that time, people didn't have a concept of safety, and the craftsmen who made the explosive rods weren't very careful either. The surface of the explosive rods was stained with a lot of saltpeter powder. When it rolled down, many of the explosive rods cracked, and the saltpeter powder seeped out. Once it came into contact with the fire, it immediately made a muffled explosion. Then, a ball of flame accompanied by thick smoke rose into the sky. A huge mushroom cloud soared into the sky, and a loud and muffled explosion shook the ground of Ding Ding Street. Following that, continuous explosions rang out like drum beats amidst the flashes of light. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had never seen such a powerful explosive rod, and they had never heard such concentrated explosions. There were flashes of light and frequent explosions. In just a moment, thick smoke filled a large part of the street. At this moment, someone finally woke up and shouted, "Run!" Then, he covered his head with his sleeves and ran away like a rat. The workers who pulled the carriages were also scared out of their wits. They all abandoned the carriages and ran away. Sparks from the explosions flew everywhere, and soon, the second and third carriages were ignited. The sound of explosions, fire, and smoke interweaved into one, and the street was filled with people running away like wolves. Yang Fan was dumbfounded and said, "F***CK, you can cause trouble just by lighting a firecracker." Ma Qiao said in a panic, How did it become like this? I've been lighting firecrackers since I was young, and I've never seen a F***king firecracker like this. God damn it. Don't go. You compensate me for my explosive rod, and you compensate me for my carriage. Where's the money you compensate me? Lu Mo came out of the billowing smoke. The moment he saw Ma Qiao, he immediately spread out his 10 fingers and pounced at Ma Qiao like a malicious spirit coming out of the smoke. Ma Qiao was shocked. He reached out and grabbed Jiang Suning's little hand, shouting, "Run!" Then he ran away. Not good. The burning speed of the explosive rod was actually far slower than the firecrackers that came later. The problem was that no one had ever seen such a fast-burning explosive rod and such a powerful explosive rod, so they didn't think of dodging it at first. When they realized that the explosive rod was quite lethal, it was already a little too late to avoid it, and this caused a big mess. A pair of little girls in flowery jackets and cotton pants couldn't avoid it in time and fell to the ground. In the running crowd, only 2 small braids and a pair of small arms and legs could be seen. Yang Fan's eyes were sharp, and he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this situation. He was afraid that the flames from the explosive rod would burn them, and he was even more afraid that they would be trampled by the running crowd. So, he leaped up and flew over. At this time, the smoke was lingering, and it was already difficult to see anything. He used the memory of the glimpse he had just now to fly to the place where they fell. Almost at the same time, there was another figure beside Yang Fan. Yang Fan reached out and picked up a girl and put her under his ribs. Just as he was about to reach out to grab the other girl, the figure almost repeated his action, picked up a girl, and reached out to grab him. The two's palms touched slightly, and they were both shocked at the same time. Yang Fan suddenly looked up and saw a flash of fire in the smoke, suddenly illuminating the other's face. It was Xie Xiaoman. Boom! The firecrackers on a car made a loud noise. The two of them simultaneously flicked their sleeves, brushing away the flying sparks and choking smoke, and said in unison, "Go." Then they flew back. "You troublemaker, can't you be a little more obedient for once?" Jiang Suning was pulled by Ma Qiao all the way, and the more he thought about it, the more he found it funny. Ma Qiao was full of grievances, and as he ran, he shouted, "I swear to God, do you think I want to cause trouble? I just want to annoy those girls and fight for my brother's face. How would I know that a bundle of firecrackers would make such a big noise? Have you ever seen firecrackers that catch fire so easily, burn so loudly, and so brittle? It's really King evil." Ma Qiao complained as he ran, and suddenly stopped running and exclaimed, "Oh no." Ma Qiao suddenly remembered that he only cared about pulling Jiang Suning to escape and did not care about Yang Fan, and wondered how he was doing. Of course, Ma Qiao knew that Yang Fan was a martial artist, and his movements were agile, so it was unlikely that he would be injured by the firecrackers. However, what if he was caught by the shopkeeper and asked for compensation? Although the firecrackers were cheap, the price of the big cars was also not cheap, and the car was also burnt. With this thought, Ma Qiao immediately stopped and turned back, and hurriedly said, "No." As soon as the word "no" left his mouth, Jiang Suning, who could not stop in time, bumped into him. She threw herself into his arms, and her lips were pressed against his. Ma Qiao first felt pain on his lips, thinking that he must have hit it hard. Then he felt a pair of soft and thin lips pressing against his own, and for a moment his whole body froze. He was not a virgin, but Jiang Suning. She was his childhood playmate. He did not know if he treated her as a sister or as a brother. In short, it seemed like he had more family ties, and he had never treated Jiang Suning as a woman. But now, her lips were pressed against his. When they hit, his lips touched his teeth, and there was a slight pain. There was a slight fishy taste in his mouth, and Ma Qiao's brain did not have time to process whether his lips were broken. But at this moment, there was only a soft and smooth feeling on his lips, and there seemed to be a little sweet. Ma Qiao subconsciously stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Ah! Jiang Suning suddenly came to her senses and pushed him away. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, and her face was red. If the first contact was a misunderstanding caused by her unsteady footing, but the next moment he actually licked her lips, Jiang Suning began to tremble like a pendulum. It really is sweet. Ma Qiao savored it for a moment, and his misty eyes suddenly fixed on Jiang Suning's face. His eyes suddenly widened. Me? Just kissed her? He? Just kissed me? Ah! The two of them cried out at the same time, turned around, and ran into the crowd, disappearing without a trace. Bang! Pa! The sound of exploding poles continued to rise and fall, and the several carts of exploding poles were not easy to burn down. The billowing smoke was like a black dragon, rising from the carts and permeating the whole street. Everywhere was filled with smoke, and many people were choking and coughing and crying. The parents of the girls thanked them profusely and led their daughter away. Seeing that the scene was in chaos, Xie Xiaoman and the others were also about to leave. Just as they were about to leave, Xie Xiaoman turned around and gave Yang Fan a deep look. She did not speak, but just raised her thumb. Yang Fan could see that this girl had some admiration for his behavior and his playing skills. However, her eyes were full of stubbornness and confidence. She raised her thumb, which was not only a silent praise, but also a challenge. This girl refused to admit defeat. Yang Fan grinned. At this time, Princess Flatboard was in trouble. Chapter 128. Ma Qiao and Lan Yiqing, the two childish people, fought with firecrackers, causing explosions. Princess Taiping, who had been watching from the sidelines, naturally saw it. She couldn't help but laugh at this scene. It seemed that wherever Yang Fan went, trouble would follow. When the firecrackers started to explode, Princess Taiping was also surprised that the firecrackers sold by this merchant were so flammable and could make such a violent explosion, but she didn't think too much about it and didn't rush to escape. As a result, because of this delay, when she wanted to leave, it was already too late. The firecrackers on the carriages crackled, and the fireworks rushed into the night. The people who were walking on the street to watch the lanterns heard the noise and squeezed over. The street was full of people at the same time, and the people at the scene, in order to avoid the explosion, were desperately trying to escape. So, there was a traffic jam. In fact, if Princess Taiping was really in a hurry to escape, she could still escape. As long as she was like those ordinary people, she could rush into the sea of people, break open her arms, and cut through the thorns, until her hat fell off, hairpin was lost, and her clothes were messy. She might be able to escape. But with her status, how could she do such a thing? As a result, Princess Taiping was blocked at the scene. It was only because of her 4 powerful female bodyguards that she was able to stand safely and not be squeezed by the fleeing people. At this time, the sparks from the bamboo poles ignited the colorful canopy on the street. The canopy was connected to the lantern house, so the fire spread to the lantern house. These things were tied up with straw, fine wood, silk, and silk cloth, which caught fire when it came in contact with fire, so the scene became even more lively. Water on fire. Water on fire. In the distance, a group of Marquis Wu hurried over with a cart. The cart was filled with big bags sewn from horse skin and cowhide, and each bag contained 300 to 400 caddies of water. It was inevitable for the lanterns to catch fire. Marquis Wu had been waiting by the roadside for a long time, but they didn't expect the fire to spread so fast. The cart was just pushed on the road when it was blocked by the crowd, and they were so anxious that they jumped up and down. Those who rushed out and those who rushed and converged into a huge whirlpool-like wave. Although the four maids were extremely strong, and all of them were sumo masters, they were still unable to keep up with the unending waves of collisions. They opened their eyes wide and exerted all their strength to resist the crowd from all directions so that they would not bump into the princess. But Princess Taiping's face showed a very amused expression. Ever since she was young, she had never experienced such a scene. Although she was now a wife and a mother, she was only 24 years old. She was still a very young girl, so it was inevitable that she had the mischievous nature of a child. This year's Lantern Festival is really interesting. Princess Taiping looked smilingly at the cars that were still exploding and spewing thick smoke amidst the bursts of flashes and loud noises. She looked at the colored buildings, colored squares, and colored corridors that were burning for the first time. She really wanted to scream, cheer, and run like an ordinary civilian girl, squeezing into the crowd and indulging her nature without concealment. But she couldn't because she was a princess, a noble princess of the Tang dynasty. She had obtained a noble identity and status that ordinary people couldn't obtain, and a good life. Correspondingly, she had to lose her freedom and herself. Li Lingwei enviously looked at those women who were supported by the maids and protected by the strong arms of the men. They were struggling to squeeze out of the crowd. Although they were squeezed to the point that their clothes were disheveled, their hair was disheveled, and their faces were red, but in her eyes, it was a kind of happiness. She would never have the chance to experience this kind of happiness. Another cluster of exploding rods exploded, and a few exploding rods exploded in all directions. One of the exploding rods flew directly in front of Princess Taiping. The four maids were facing away from Princess Taiping with their feet rooted to the ground and their arms wide open. They were trying their best to fight against the crowd, so they didn't see it at all. Princess Taiping saw a burst of sparks flying towards her, and her face couldn't help but change. She anxiously stretched out her hand to block it. There was a gust of wind in front of her, and a big sleeve slapped the burning, exploding rod to the ground. "It's too dangerous here, my dear brother. You should—" Yang Fan stopped halfway through his sentence. He was tongue-tied as he looked at the charming face in front of him. After a while, he said in surprise, "Your Highness?" Boom! Another loud sound rang out. Yang Fan subconsciously shrunk his neck and turned his head to look. He saw a colorful workshop falling down and smashing into the firecracker cart. The fire was even bigger, and the sparks were like billions of fireflies. Boom! They flew all over the sky, and it was a spectacular scene. "Quickly take me to a safe place." Princess Taiping also found that it was not safe here. Her charming eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and she said to Yang Fan. Her identity made her say this sentence with confidence, and she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Yang Fan also didn't feel that there was anything wrong with what Princess Taiping said. He waved his sleeve to brush away the sparks and asked, "There are people everywhere. Where is safe?" Princess Taiping said, "This is something you should think about. I am a woman. How can I have an idea?" These words were a bit coquettish, and Yang Fan didn't notice it in his hurry. He looked around and suddenly saw the huge lamp tree standing on the street. He couldn't help but have an idea and said, "Your Highness, please follow me." He then ran towards the lamp tree. "Your Highness." The four maids tried their best to stop the crowd from rushing towards the princess, and from time to time, they would look back. At first, when they saw her talking to Yang Fan, the four maids weren't anxious, but when they saw that she wanted to leave with Yang Fan, they couldn't help but shout out. Yang Fan said, "Why don't your Highness ask them to come together? If people always follow me, how can I be free? I don't care about them." Princess Taiping said with a smile, and turned back to wave at the four maids. Her face was full of smiles, and her lively appearance had a trace of mischievousness, like a little bird that finally escaped from the fence. "Princess, this way please." The street was full of people running to and fro. Yang Fan raised his left arm to help her block the oncoming crowd and made an inviting gesture with his right hand. Suddenly his palm was warm, and a soft and delicate little hand was placed in his palm. Yang Fan was startled and turned his head to look. He saw Princess Taiping looking in front and said with a smile, "What interesting place are you taking me to? Aren't we looking for a safe place? How did it become an interesting place?" Yang Fan looked at the flower of Luoyang with a puzzled expression. Looking at her eager and excited look, perhaps she didn't care whether it was dangerous or not, but whether it was interesting or not, she was more attracted to it. Although it was somewhat inappropriate to hold the princess's hand in his hand, fortunately, no one knew that this person was the princess, and the princess herself didn't care, so Yang Fan naturally didn't need to be pretentious. He pulled Princess Taiping's little hand and quickly ran to the bottom of the tall flowering tree. Princess Taiping stopped and giggled. "Too fun, too interesting. This year's Lantern Festival is really more interesting than any other year." Because of the explosion in front, it attracted a large number of people, and the tap dance had already ended. Many people ran to the front, and the number of people here was a lot less. More people were running from farther places and also ran to the place where the explosion occurred. Princess Taiping raised her small face that was slightly red from the cold and looked at the huge flowering tree with a smile and said, "So spectacular! I have never seen such a flowering tree in the palace." Yang Fan smiled slightly and said, "This flowering tree was made by Master Shui. Princess, please follow me." Yang Fan walked to the bottom of the flowering tree and fiddled with it, and with a squeak sound, a small door opened. Princess Taiping opened her eyes wide in surprise and happily said, "There is a completely different world here." She looked inside and eagerly asked, "Can I go in?" Yang Fan said with a smile, "This flowering tree is made of iron and wood. When the craftsmen make the flowering tree, they climb up and down and go in and out from here, so naturally we can go in." Princess Taiping was overjoyed and pulled Yang Fan's hand and said, "Let's go, accompany me in to take a look." The four maids saw that the princess was pulled away by a man and quickly chased after them. Seeing the princess being pulled by the man, and with a willing look, they also guessed that the princess must know this man and that he was not some Jianghu bandit. Now that they reached the bottom of the flowering tree, they saw the princess pulling the youth into the lamp tree, and the four maids stood under the lamp and guarded the door. The inside of the lamp tree was very rough, and it was impossible for the craftsmen to carefully polish these places. Everywhere was a mess of wood and iron brackets, thick and thin, long and short. Fortunately, Princess Taiping was not wearing a skirt, and this was where the craftsmen went up and down, so there was no need to worry about any sharp objects like nails. The two of them were like climbing a narrow tower step by step, until they reached the highest point. At the highest point, there was a leaf made of silk cloth dyed green, and in the middle was a stamen. The stamen was spitting out flames. When looking for below, this flower was the same size as an ordinary flower, but when they reached the bottom of the stamen, they discovered that it was huge. Just the height of the stamen alone was more than 1 zhang high. The space between the petals and the leaves was spacious enough for a person to stand or sit down. Princess Taiping stood under the stamen of the flower, raised her head to look at the flame above her head, and then stretched out her head to look down. She could not help but let out a sigh of admiration. The whole flowering tree was decorated with all kinds of lanterns, and all of them were made in the shape of various fruits, emitting bright light. Looking down from above, it was a gorgeous and colorful scene. This flowering tree was more than 100 feet high, and standing here, not only could one have a panoramic view of the entire Ding Ding Street, but also the brightly lit Imperial Palace in the distance, and the colorful lanterns hanging high on the left and right sides of the street. The commotion caused by the firecrackers on Ding Ding Main Street could not be felt from above. This was because the commotion was concentrated in one area. Looking down from above, it would at most make one feel that the area was crowded with the most people. Looking into the distance, one could see that the whole of Luoyang was a sea of lanterns, a sea of people. Princess Taiping looked around, and for a moment, she felt relaxed and happy. After watching for a long time, She held the stamen and sat down on the wooden flower leaf covered with green silk cloth. Her 2 legs were suspended in the air, and she gently kicked them. That leisurely and carefree appearance was like a cute little girl sitting by the stream playing. Chapter 129. Sitting here, it was as if her whole body was integrated into the mysterious night sky. The wind around her made her feel as if she was flying. She could let go of her princess status and be free. She didn't have to remember her husband's tragic death. She didn't have to feel as if she was walking on thin ice. Although there was a thin leaf under her buttocks, could it be more dangerous than the Li Tang royal family? Princess Taiping breathed freely. She looked around happily for a long time. Then she turned her head to look at Yang Fan. She patted her side and said, "Come, sit down." Yang Fan walked to her side and sat down. He said, "Princess, you must be careful. Don't slide down. This place is 100 feet high. If you slide down, you'll be finished." Princess Taiping laughed. Her laughter was a little presumptuous. Perhaps she hadn't laughed so freely for a long time. "That's why I asked you to sit with me. If I slide down, I will pull you down with me," Princess Taiping said with a smile. She pulled back her legs and curled up. She hugged her knees and rested her chin on her knees. She looked at the lights for a while. Then she tilted her head slightly and looked at Yang Fan. "Tell me about you." Yang Fan asked curiously. "About me? What about?" "Everything," Princess Taiping said. "There are too many curious things about you. I want to know all about you." Yang Fan was silent for a while. He smiled and said, "I was originally a beggar." Yang Fan started his story from the Guangzhou prefecture. It seemed that for as long as he could remember, he was already a child beggar who roamed the streets and alleys. He said that he was taken in by Nanyang merchants and returned to Luoyang after he came of age. Although he had already concealed many things in his story, it was already a very fresh story for this high and mighty princess who had never known the affairs of the common people. She listened carefully. Her long eyelashes blinked for a long time. In the starlight and lights, her eyes were bright and resplendent. After Yang Fan finished his story, Princess Taiping nodded slightly. She said thoughtfully, "So you are an orphan?" Yang Fan said sadly, "Yes, an orphan with no one to rely on." Princess Taiping was silent for a while. She smiled and said softly, "Actually, I'm also an orphan." "Your Highness is an orphan?" Yang Fan looked at her in surprise. Princess Taiping was looking at a lantern 3 feet away from her feet in a daze. She said faintly, "That's right. You have been an orphan since you were young. Perhaps you are very pitiful. But after you became sensible, you watched your family leave you one by one until you were all alone. That kind of loneliness was even more unbearable." Yang Fan looked at her and did not speak. Princess Taiping pointed to the endless stream of people on the street and said, "I am very envious of these people. You've grown up, so it's easy for you to blend in, but I can't. You're like water, and I'm like a drop of oil. No matter how hard I try, I can only float on it all by myself." She sighed and hugged her legs even tighter, as if she couldn't stand the cold. "Originally, I was a little angry at you for rejecting my good intentions time and time again. Instead, you went to hug Shui Huai's thigh. Even if you have Shui Huai to protect you, I still have a way to deal with you." She turned her head and looked at Yang Fan. There was a hint of mischief in her eyes. "However, seeing that we are in the same boat, I will spare you." Yang Fan smiled bitterly. He cupped his hands in obeisance and said, "Your Highness is magnanimous. I can't thank you enough." Princess Taiping's pretty face turned serious. She said, "However, I can let this matter go. But tonight, you spouted arrogant words, saying that you want this consort to kneel at your feet. What do you mean by that?" Princess Taiping turned her head and looked at him. Under the light of the tree, the two of them were sitting among the leaves. Under the cover of the stamens and branches, the people below couldn't see them, and the light couldn't directly shine on them. However, their facial features were still very clear, and they looked even more gentle. Her eyebrows were long and delicate. Her phoenix eyes were big. The corners of her eyes were slightly raised, The black and glossy eyes made the black and white of her eyes even more distinct. Her eyes were charming and beautiful, but also as clear as water. There was the fragrance of a young married woman in the charm, and there was the innocence of a young girl in the clarity. Under the hazy light, there was a kind of blurriness that seemed right, but was actually not. People couldn't help but think of a phrase when they saw it. Charming eyes. Princess Taiping's charming eyes were not only charming. Yang Fan felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by this pair of eyes. His face showed a little embarrassment. At that time, I was just arguing with Miss Man, so I casually talked big. So your Highness was there at that time and already heard it. A handsome young man showing such a bashful look in Princess Taiping's eyes. She did not know why, but her heart fluttered. She unexpectedly leaned forward and kissed him on the lips. Yang Fan was stunned. When Princess Taiping moved her pretty face away shyly, there was still a kind of soft feeling on his lips that made people tremble. His first kiss was inexplicably snatched away by Princess Taiping. So, this was the feeling of kissing. He tried hard to recall it, but he couldn't capture that kind of feeling that was both real and illusory. He couldn't experience that kind of ecstasy. His body was on the flower tree in the air, but his soul seemed to have floated in the air. Princess Taiping let go of his lips, and her face became hot. She was so shy that she almost couldn't show her face. She didn't know what kind of medicine she had taken to make such a bold move. This was too slutty, right? So shameful. For a moment, Princess Taiping only felt that her lips and face were as if they were smeared with chili. It was numb and hot. Yang Fan looked at her in a daze. Her smooth and delicate chin was facing the light. It was soft and delicate, beautiful beyond compare. Under the light of the colored lights, one side of her face was bright and the other side was dark. At the border of light and dark, there was some shyness, some panic, some complacency, some overbearing, and some inexplicable joy. There was a kind of indescribable beauty that made Yang Fan have an impulse to kiss her again. Princess Taiping slightly tilted her head. Her fleeting eyes evaded, and evaded again. Yang Fan was still looking at her. Li Lingwei had nowhere to hide, so she suddenly raised her head, widened her almond-shaped eyes, and fiercely said, "Look, what are you looking at? If you dare to say a word about what happened tonight, I will castrate you." Yang Fan was dumbfounded. The royal family was especially busy during the Lantern Festival. The nominal emperor, Li Dan, was also invited to accompany the Empress Dowager to participate in all kinds of celebrations. The day before the Lantern Festival, which was the 14th day of the first month, the emperor held a clan banquet and invited the empress. All the members of the royal family were present. On the day of the Lantern Festival, the emperor and the Empress Dowager summoned all the nobles, local officials, and foreign envoys who came to the capital to congratulate them. It was called the Imperial Banquet. During the banquet, the palace dancers performed large-scale court dances, and musicians played large-scale court music. The emperor and his ministers rejoiced together, symbolizing peace and prosperity. During the banquet, the Empress Dowager and the emperor gave rewards and consolation to the foreign envoys and the nomads who submitted to the Tang dynasty. That night, there was a royal banquet. Just like outside the palace, the royal family also had to hang up colored lights and watch hundreds of plays. The Empress Dowager and the emperor also had to bring the concubines up to the gate of heaven to accept the worship of the common people. During this period, the princes, dukes, ministers, and foreign envoys were all invited to watch. Princess Taiping was also invited. She could not stand that kind of formal celebration, so she used the excuse that her son wanted to have some fun. After reporting to her mother, she took them to Ding Ding Street for a tour. She did not expect that this night in Shangyuan was really a romantic memory. Every time she thought about it, Princess Taiping could not help but feel her eyes and ears redden, unable to control herself because of her impulsiveness and forgetfulness. On the second day of the Lantern Festival, the Empress Dowager and the Emperor had to formally meet the civil and military officials in the capital and accept their worship. Because there were many civil officials in the capital, the Shanghai Wanner would be the host. She would hold a choir and everyone would recite poems to celebrate the prosperity of the Tang dynasty. At the same time, they would invite senior monks to the palace to preach. Shui Huai knew this, and Wu Zetian also knew that he could not be truly proficient in Buddhist scriptures. Therefore, they invited the real senior monks of Buddhism, Lao En and Shinsu. These two monks also solemnly recommended the sixth patriarch of Zen, Master Huining, to the Empress Dowager. As the saying goes, if you want Buddhism to flourish, monks must praise monks. These monks understood this very well. However, Huining knew very well that Empress Wu believed in Buddhism and placed great importance on Buddhism. Using Buddhism to suppress Taoism, which Li Tang believed in, was a great opportunity for the rise of Buddhism. However, if it failed, it could also bring disaster to Buddhism. He was the highest representative of Buddhism in the Tang dynasty. As long as he did not show up, Buddhism would not be too deeply involved in the political struggle. Therefore, if the Wu family failed, there would still be room for negotiation. Therefore, he declined the invitation with the excuse of his weak health. All kinds of grand palace banquets were basically held in the afternoon of the second day of the Lantern Festival. At this time, all kinds of entertainment events, such as kuju, bowing, and sumo wrestling began one after another. The first event held in the afternoon of the second day of the Lantern Festival was sumo wrestling. It was the event that Princess Taiping's residence was best at. Chapter 130. Inside and outside the Jishin Hall, the civil and military officials, as well as the internal and external envoys, gathered together. In front of the hall was a 3-feet-high platform covered with red carpet. This was the place for sumo wrestling. The invited officials who liked to watch sumo scattered around the 3 corridors surrounding the platform to watch. According to the customs of the Tang dynasty, whether it was the concubines of the palace or the women of the common people, they did not avoid meeting guests. Therefore, many of the concubines and maids were also crowded inside. Sumo wrestling was a type of wrestling. It was similar to the wrestling techniques of the grassland tribes, but the rules and specific techniques were different. Therefore, it was difficult for the sumo teams of the Turks and other countries to gain an advantage. In the past 3 years, the sumo championship had been won by Princess Taiping's residence. This year, it seemed that she was still determined to win. In the first match, someone from Princess Taiping's residence appeared. However, their opponent was not from the White Horse Temple, but the sumo wrestlers from Wu Sanxi's residence. Yang Fan watched the match seriously. There were both male and female sumo wrestlers from Princess Taiping's residence. The first one to appear was actually a female sumo wrestler. However, when he saw her cleanly win against the sumo wrestlers from Wu Sanxi's residence, Yang Fan couldn't help but frown. Her skillful martial arts, domineering strength, and vigorous posture were all extraordinary. It wasn't that martial arts were good, sumo wrestlers were good. The only difference between them was physical fitness. If the two were to fight face to face, Yang Fan was confident that he could defeat the female sumo wrestler in 3 moves. However, if they were to fight on the stage according to the requirements of sumo wrestling, it would take a lot of effort. The female sumo wrestler from Princess Taiping's residence was obviously not the best sumo wrestler. Thinking of this, Yang Fan couldn't help but say to Chu Kuanga, no wonder Princess Taiping's residence could win the sumo championship 3 times in a row. Just by looking at the female sumo wrestler who appeared first, you can see how good they are. It's hard to find a match for them in sumo. Chu Kuanga said, that's natural. However, Kuju and sumo wrestle are all teams. The 2 of us are limited by the team's strength, so I'm afraid it will be difficult to win. If we want to win glory from Master Shui, we have to go all out. Even if we can't win the team, we have to win the individual championship. Yang Fan nodded lightly and said, yes, I admit that their sumo wrestling skills are not bad, but they might not be able to beat me. Sumo wrestling is up to you and me. We must take the number 1 spot from Princess Flatboard. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. Yang Fan's first opponent was a Tibetan called Kangong Jebu. This person also made the same mistake as Song Air. As soon as he saw Yang Fan's slender figure, his heart was filled with contempt. As soon as the match started, he went straight for Yang Fan, not holding anything back. He wanted to send Yang Fan out of the arena in one move. In the end, Yang Fan took a step forward, cut off his attack, twisted his wrist, and pushed him to the ground with just one fall. Yang Fan pressed down on his body and tightly gripped his joints, making him unable to get up for a long time. This pounce was called the lifeguard pounce in sumo. Kung Jebel lost miserably. Although he knew that it was because of his carelessness, he couldn't say anything. Chu Kuanga's first opponent was a sumo expert from the Tang Dynasty's Imperial Army. Both of them were tall and strong. Chu Kuanga had the advantage in experience, while that person was young and vigorous. The sumo wrestling between the two was far more interesting than Yang Fan's simple and clear fight. The two of them fought for 7 or 8 rounds. Chu Kuanga used a goose wing fall and knocked his opponent to the ground. Amidst the cheers of the audience, he also obtained the qualification to advance. Sumo wrestling didn't last long. Every match was decided in a very short amount of time. Even sumo wrestlers with similar skills were the same. One mistake, and they would immediately lose. Fighting for 300 rounds was simply unimaginable. As a result, it didn't take long for the contestants to advance to the finals to be determined. Yang Fan and Chu Kuanga were both contestants who advanced to the finals. In addition, there were 6 more spots. The Princess Taiping's residence took 3 spots. The other 3 spots were occupied by the Tibetans, the Turks, and the Minister of Rights, Wu Sansi. However, the sumo wrestler raised by Wu Sansi's residence was a Turk, so he could be considered as external help. The Imperial Army was completely annihilated. Professional soldiers like them couldn't compare to these professional sumo wrestlers who didn't do anything else but immerse themselves in the art of sumo. During the Qilin selection, Empress Wu and many other important officials had been drinking in the hall and had not come out to watch. Only now, on the white marble steps of the main hall of the Immortal Gathering Hall, a yellow silk umbrella finally appeared. The Empress Dowager, the Emperor, the ministers, and the members of the imperial family all came out to watch. When the Empress came out, everyone stopped what they were doing and greeted her. Yang Fan was very curious about Empress Wu. When he greeted her, he took a peek. From afar, he was secretly amazed by Empress Wu's appearance, which clearly didn't match her age. Immediately, he saw Princess Taiping beside Wu Zetian. Princess Taiping looked around as if she was looking for something. When Yang Fan saw her, he quickly lowered his head. When he lowered his head, he felt as if 2 pairs of eyes were staring at him. Yang Fan raised his head slightly and met Princess Taiping's smiling eyes. Yang Fan was caught red-handed by her and felt very embarrassed. He was embarrassed in his heart, but his face revealed such a young man's attitude. When Princess Taiping saw this, her eyes suddenly showed a smile. Wu Zetian sat down on the rope bed, smiled and asked everyone to sit down, and ordered, "You can start." The first pair to go up was Chu Kuanga and a Tibetan player. The Tibetan was a military officer beside a Tibetan envoy in the Tang Dynasty. He was also a first-class wrestler in the country. Sumo wrestling was popular in the Tang Dynasty. After he came to the Tang Dynasty, he was very familiar with the art of sumo wrestling. The 2 wrestling techniques were similar, so he could be considered a master. Last year, in the sumo wrestling competition, he had won 3rd place. Unfortunately, he met Chu Kuanga this year. Chu Kuanga was most proficient in Bao fighting and sumo wrestling. Back then, when he was in the Imperial Army, he was already famous in the 3 armies. In recent years, he had been wandering among the common people and had fewer opportunities to ride a horse. On the contrary, the number of times he fought sumo wrestling had increased. Chu Kuanga had made up his mind to show off his skills in the sumo wrestling competition, so he went all out. The Tibetan player knew the famous sumo wrestlers of the Tang Dynasty like the back of his hand. In his impression, only the sumo wrestlers of Princess Taiping's mansion were his strong opponents, but he did not expect that Chu Kuanga would appear out of nowhere. Chu Kuanga's fighting style was different from the sumo wrestlers of Princess Taiping's mansion. Although he paid attention to techniques, he paid more attention to using his strong physical fitness to fight head-on with his opponent. This was originally the Tibetan's best method of wrestling. The Tibetan was anxious to win, but Chu Kuanga disrupted his attacking rhythm. In the end, he was taken by Chu Kuanga's fall. He lost his footing and knelt on one knee, losing the match. Next was the sumo wrestler of Wu Sanxi's mansion against the sumo wrestler of Princess Taiping's mansion. In the end, the foreign aid that Wu Sanxi invited was lifted by the belt by the female sumo wrestler of Princess Taiping's mansion, who was more majestic than a man, and directly thrown out of the arena. It could be said that he won the most carefree match. The third match was between Yang Fan and the sumo wrestler of Princess Taiping's mansion, Yu Weiniang. Yang Fan had not fought with this Yu Weiniang before, so when he heard the name, he thought that it was a man. But when he walked onto the stage, he found out that it was a woman, a very tall and sturdy woman. Yang Fan vaguely remembered that he had seen this woman last night. At that time, she was one of the 4 strong women who were guarding Princess Taiping. Yang Fan subconsciously glanced at the stance. Princess Taiping was dressed in luxurious makeup, graceful and gorgeous like a peony flower. She was sitting beside Wu Zetian, holding a bright apricot in her hand and gently placing it into her tender and beautiful sandalwood mouth. When she saw Yang Fan looking at her, Princess Taiping's big eyes rippled and her eyebrows slightly raised, revealing a look that said, "I want to see you have a good show." Xue Huai was wearing a purple kasaya, and his seat was originally behind Wu Zetian. At this time, when he saw Yang Fan enter the arena, Xue Huai couldn't help but jump up, waving his fists, and loudly shouted, 17. Get rid of her. Get her back from me. Master, Wu Zetian rebuked him with a glare. After all, this was the imperial palace, and Xue Huai was shouting like this, which was really not proper. Only then did Xue Huai realize that he had forgotten himself, and hurriedly sat down in embarrassment. Wu Zetian smiled and said, "Is this little monk a disciple of Master? I see that his body is much weaker than the female sumo wrestler in Taiping residence. Can he win?" Xue Huai said confidently, "Empress, as the saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover. This poor monk's disciple is proficient in sumo wrestling, and there's nothing he doesn't know. Although it was Princess Taiping's residence that won the championship for 3 years in a row, I'm afraid this time it's our White Horse Temple's turn to show off our might." Princess Taiping listened and smiled without saying a word. Wu Sanxi, Wu Qingxi, and the others took the opportunity to flatter him, one after another. Xue Huai listened with pride, as if the sumo wrestling championship was already in his hands, looking left and right, insufferably arrogant. On the stage, Yang Fan and the female sumo wrestler had already begun to compete. The opposite woman had a round collar, arrow sleeves, and was dressed in a short robe. She cupped her fists in greeting, then stepped forward and grabbed his chest. Yang Fan flashed his palm and knocked her wrist, and the two of them quickly exchanged positions. As soon as they exchanged blows, Yang Fan understood why his opponent was able to become a famous sumo wrestler despite being a woman. This woman's figure was strong and vigorous, and her sumo techniques were superb. Her hands and legs were hard like pillars, and when they were soft, they were like snakes. If one was the slightest bit careless and got entangled by her, they would be thrown to the ground. Yang Fan roused his spirit to fight with her. After fighting for 7 or 8 rounds, Yang Fan deliberately showed an opening, luring her to grab his belt. Seizing the opportunity, he used the superior skill of the 18 staining falls to shake off her palm. It was unknown how many sumo wrestlers this woman had competed with, but she was experienced and skilled. When her palm was shaken off, although she was surprised, she knew something was wrong and quickly retreated. But Yang Fan had been waiting for this moment. Taking advantage of the time when she was pouncing forward to stretch out her palm, he took advantage of the momentum, and the woman staggered and fell down. Although her movements were light and graceful, as she only pressed her palm lightly on the ground before spinning around and standing still, in a sumo match, she had already lost. The woman turned around and cupped her fists towards Yang Fan. Her fierce-looking face unexpectedly revealed a trace of a gentle and admiring smile. Young Lang Jun, good kicks and punches. Chapter 131. The sumo match was held very quickly. Amidst the cheers and comments of the crowd, the outcome was decided very quickly. Princess Taiping, who had won the sumo championship for 3 years in a row, was defeated by Yang Fan and Chu Kuanga. In the end, the two sumo wrestlers from Princess Taiping's residence fought for third place. First and second place were destined to be between Yang Fan and Chu Kuanga. Both of them represented White Horse Temple. No matter who won or lost, first and second place were destined to belong to White Horse Temple. Shui Huai beamed with joy. Wu Sanxi, Wu Qingxi, and the others began to flatter Shui Huai, raising their cups to congratulate him. Shui Huai downed his cup, not declining at all. On the stage, Yang Fan looked at Chu Tinga with a smile and said, "Brother Chu, it's time for you and me to fight next." Chu Tinga smiled and said, "That's right, you and I need to go all out in this fight." Their gazes met, and they both saw a cold fighting spirit in each other's eyes. They couldn't help but smile at each other. Hong Lu stood below the stage and flicked his bald head. He said with a smile, "Master Shui is very happy that we won the sumo championship. 17 and 19 are both on our side, so it doesn't matter who takes first place. This time, we'll just pretend to be on the stage. In a while, we'll take the championship back." The two people on the stage didn't think so. From each other's eyes, they could see a kind of stubbornness, a kind of persistence. Perhaps because the final winner could only be between the two of them, the ranking was no longer that important. However, they still wanted to compete seriously. This was a spar between brothers, and it had nothing to do with victory or defeat. Originally, they thought that the two from White Horse Temple would just play it off, but they soon discovered that they were very serious. They were even more serious than when they were competing with others. The two of them circled around each other 3 times before launching a probing attack. Chu Kuanga was tall and mighty, but it was destined that his lower body was not as stable as Yang Fan's. His figure was also not as flexible, so Yang Fan slightly lowered his shoulders and stared at Chu Kuanga's lower body. As soon as Chu Kuanga saw his movements, he knew what he was planning and immediately increased his vigilance. With his tall figure, his lower body was certainly not as flexible as his upper body, but he was skilled in martial arts, and his leg techniques were also good. If Yang Fan wanted to plot against his lower body, he had to guard against his kicks. The two of them exchanged a few blows, but both of them separated as soon as they touched. This kind of tentative contact was followed by an explosive collision. Sure enough, Chu Kuanga shouted loudly and took the initiative to attack. With a black tiger steel's heart, he slashed towards Yang Fan's chest. Yang Fan leaped and suddenly lowered his body. He swept past Chu Kuanga's ribs and reached out to slap his back. Chu Kuanga's palm missed, but he had already turned around with a tiger spin. His hands reached towards Yang Fan's shoulders and neck, and his feet quickly stretched out to kick Yang Fan's lower body. Yang Fan collided with him, but he lost his footing and retreated 3 steps in a row. Chu Kuanga did not hesitate. He took 3 steps forward, and in one breath he performed 3 techniques: hanging gua fall, rising sun fall, and goose wing fall. Half of Yang Fan's embarrassment was real, but the other half was intentional. He wanted to use this series of dodging and retreating movements to lead Chu Kuanga to attack fiercely and mess up his pace. He didn't think that Chu Kuanga was an experienced wrestler. He was fast, but not messed up, and instead messed up Yang Fan's pace. Yang Fan dashed, wanting to jump out of Chu Kuanga's encirclement. However, he didn't expect Chu Kuanga to suddenly lower his body, like a fierce tiger coming down the mountain. With a gust of wind, he blocked Yang Fan's path. His right hand grabbed Yang Fan's wrist, and his left hand reached into his crotch. He shouted, "Up!" and lifted Yang Fan's entire body into the air. If it was a competition of martial arts, Yang Fan could have chopped the back of his neck with his palm, or when he reached out to grab him, he could have punched out with both fists and directly hit his abdomen. However, this was sumo wrestling, not sanda. Now that he was caught in his hands, Yang Fan could do nothing. At this time, Chu Kuanga only needed to throw him out of the ring with both hands. Chu Kuanga raised his voice and said, "Brother, are you convinced?" Yang Fan cupped his fists in midair and said, "Big brother's wrestling skills are godly. Little brother is convinced." Chu Kuanga laughed and put him down. Off the stage, thunderous cheers. When she saw Yang Fan being lifted high into the air by Chu Kuanga, Princess Taiping laughed. That little guy also has times when he is defeated. This made Her Highness very happy. Mother, I'm going to change my clothes. It's going to be a kuju in a while. Princess Taiping stood up gracefully and said to Wu Zetian. On the other side, one also bowed and said, Empress of Heaven, one and the princess withdraw together. Good. For the past 3 years, Taiping has been the sole champion of sumo wrestling. But this year is different. My master has been quiet all this while, but with a single brilliant feat, he has become the champion of sumo wrestling. Taiping, Wan the two of you have to buck up. Don't lose another round of sumo wrestling. Your daughter will do her best. With that, Princess Taiping bowed gracefully and left with Shangwan Wan. Wu Zetian excitedly patted the armrest, happily stood up and said, Let's go to Anfu Palace. I want to personally watch the match. Wu Zetian moved to Anfu Palace, accompanied by the civil and military officials and the royal family. On the wide field between Anfu Palace and the observation platform, the Kuju field had already been arranged. The referee and other personnel were already in place. On both sides of the field, the members of the White Horse Temple team and the Inner Palace team had already changed their clothes and were warming up their bodies, preparing to enter the field. In previous years, no one could compete with the Inner Palace team in this Kuju competition. Sometimes, no one was willing to participate in this competition. In the end, the Inner Palace team could only be divided into 2 teams and compete with each other for the Empress of Heaven's entertainment. This year, it was rare for someone to take the initiative to challenge. Although everyone was sure that the White Horse Temple would lose, they were still quite interested in watching. Not to mention other things, just the 2 teams competing in this competition. One was a bald monk in a khaki martial suit, and the other was a group of beautiful women in green jackets and green trousers. This scene was enough to make one look at it. Yang Fan and Chu Kuanga had already analyzed the strength of the Inner Palace team. Although the monks of the White Horse Temple had trained hard, it was impossible for them to win against the strongest team of the Tang dynasty. Because the overall level of the entire Kuju team was low, the 2 of them were unable to turn the situation around. Moreover, in this aspect, Chu Kuanga was also not as good as him. At most, he was at the same level as Xie Xiaoman and Gao Ying. The 2 experts that the other side had been advocating for, Princess Taiping and Shangwan Wan, had not yet appeared in the competition. If it were not for their high status, which caused the palace maids to deliberately promote them, their strength was also quite good, and the White Horse Temple would have no hope of winning. Therefore, before the competition, they had decided on the strategy for this Kuju competition. The victory would definitely belong to the Inner Palace team. However, in terms of individual performance, they had to promote Yang Fan. The Inner Palace team won the entire competition. If Yang Fan's outstanding performance could leave an indelible impression on the people, it would be enough to suppress the Inner Palace team's limelight, and Master Shui would not feel that it was a loss of face. The tone of the whole competition was thus set. Yang Fan, Chu Kuanga, and Hong Lu were the main attackers, while the other 7, led by Hong Wan, defended with all their strength. At the same time, they created all opportunities for Yang Fan to score goals. In the end, even if the Inner Palace team won, they were still the ones who scored the most individual goals. It had to be said that their overall strength was not as good as the others, but their idea was still very smart. The Inner Palace team entered the field. Yang Fan keenly discovered that Shangwan Wan stood in the position where Lan Yiqing usually stood, and Xie Xiaoman stood in the position where Gao Ying usually stood. Lan Yiqing and Gao Ying retreated to the back. Xie Xiaoman usually stood in the position where they played, but now she stood in Princess Taiping's position. Princess Taiping now played the role of a free middle position, and she was the key figure of the entire team. Whether it was defense, steals, blocking, or offense, she basically controlled everything. In the case that Princess Taiping and Shangwan Wan did not participate in the competition before, this role was originally played by Xie Xiaoman. Lan Yiqing and Gao Ying originally played the role equivalent to the forward, but now Shangwan Wan and Xie Xiaoman played the role, and they retreated to the position of the forward. At this time, the distribution of the roles and the corresponding functions in the Kuju competition were not very clear, but the roles they played could be roughly estimated from their positions. After seeing the other party's arrangement, Yang Fan, Chu Kuanga, and Hong immediately gathered together and whispered to each other. 17. It seems that they want that little girl Xiaoman and Shangwan Daizhao to be the main attackers, and Princess Taiping to take charge of the overall situation. How should we deal with it? Hong Lu touched his bald head and said, "We have experienced the martial arts of that little girl Xiaoman. Except for you, 17, no one can control her. I think it's up to you to deal with her. 19 will deal with Princess Taiping, and I will deal with Shangwan Daizhao." Chu Kuanga pinched his chin and pondered. 6 senior brother thinks that Shangwan Daizhao is the easiest to deal with. Hong Lu said, looking at her delicate and timid figure, "I don't think she is very powerful." Chu Kuanga shook his head and said, when 17 wrestled, the opponent saw his figure and didn't think much of it. What was the result? Since Shangwan Daizhao dared to stand in this position, her skills must be good. Hong Lu said, so what? Could it be that she is better than that little girl Xiaoman? Chu Kuanga shook his head and said, not necessarily. I think that Miss Xiaoman should be the opponent's #1 expert. Wow. Then let's get 17 to deal with her. No. Our overall strength is weaker than the opponent's. If we can't be like a sharp knife and stab straight into the heart of the enemy, once we're blocked there, our spirit will be lost, and we will definitely lose this battle. We have to use some tricks. Yang Fan's eyes flashed, and he asked as if he had understood something. Brother Chu, you mean, Chu Kuanga said, the inferior 4 against the superior 4. Yang Fan clapped his hands and said with a smile, that's exactly what I want. Hong Lu said blankly, what do you mean by inferior 4 against the superior 4? Yang Fan explained, it means that they know that Miss Xiaoman is the strongest, so they have to trouble 6 senior brother to hold her back. Only if 6 senior brother holds back the strongest one will we have a chance to win back some face from Master Shui. Chu Kuanga sighed and said, no matter how I look at it, there is no one else but you, 6 senior brother, who is worthy of such a great responsibility. Hong Lu was very happy when he heard this. He puffed out his chest and said, that's right. All right, leave Miss Xiaoman to me. See if I don't tie her down. On the opposite side, Lan Yiqing put her hands on her waist impatiently and said in a delicate voice, hey, what are you guys whispering about? Have you discussed it? All right. Hong Lu agreed and waved his hand. The bald monks of White Horse Temple dispersed with a whoosh. The kickboxing competition had officially begun. Chapter 132. At the beginning of the game, Yang Fan felt the sharpness of the opponent's offense. With the addition of Princess Taiping and Shanghai Wanner, the overall strength of the team seemed to have increased to another level, and they played their skills to the fullest. Princess Taiping was more in control of the overall situation than Xie Xiaoman. Under her command, the entire team grasped the rhythm better and played better. Shanghai Wanner was also a big surprise. Her skills in snatching the ball, dribbling the ball, and attacking were also very clever, which complemented Xie Xiaoman on the other side. As long as the ball was under their feet, the two of them would fly up like 2 dragons, advancing by leaps and bounds all the way. Behind them, there was a group of monks who were swayed by them. It was hard to imagine that such a delicate and timid woman could be so vigorous and agile on the court. There were indeed few delicate women in the Tang dynasty, especially her chest. She should have worn a bra, but when she ran, the rise and fall of her chest was still very heavy and textured. Such a slender person should not have such a big chest. This problem greatly affected the performance of Yang Fan's skills. It was really troubling. There was almost no suspense in the game. Without Princess Taiping and Shanghai Wanner, the overall strength of the team was stronger than that of the White Horse Temple. Now, with the addition of these 2 first-class players, it was simply unstoppable. However, from the beginning, the monks of the White Horse Temple had formulated a correct strategy. They did not care about the overall situation, but only created opportunities for Yang Fan. They wanted to create a personal legend that belonged to Yang Fan. They wanted to use one person's brilliant achievements to steal the brilliant achievements of a group of people. Today, 9 out of 10 people in the White Horse Temple team were united, and they only wanted to support one person and create a god on the field of Kuju. All the balls were intercepted for him, and all the balls were passed for him. Hong Yi and Chu Kuanga opened up a path from the left and right, sharing the burden of being chased and intercepted by him from the left and right. Yang Fan went straight to the point, using his superb skills to put on a solo performance, which attracted the attention of the entire audience. Feints to spike the ball, clipping the ball to pass the opponent, bouncing the ball to pass the opponent, back hooks over the top, a variety of gorgeous moves, making it impossible for the eyes to miss them. The more superb the opponent's ball skills, the more agile the movement, and the more ferocious the steals, the more Yang Fan's moves looked. It was a kind of pleasing to the eye sports beauty. Yang Fan successfully captured everyone's attention. Even Empress Wu, who had never been interested in Kuju, could not take her eyes off him. Although she did not understand Kuju, nor did she understand the superb dribbling skills Yang Fan displayed, she naturally knew how to appreciate the perfect combination of strength and beauty. This little husband is really good. Wu Zetian pointed at Yang Fan and couldn't help but praise him. As soon as the score began to pull apart, Shui Huai, who had already pulled a long face, gradually regained his pride because of the constant exclamations and praises of Yang Fan's outstanding performance. At this time, when he heard the Empress Dowager's praise, he couldn't help but become even more happy. Stop him! Shanghai Wana was really angry. Her curved eyebrows were raised, and her clothes fluttered. She rushed over to intercept the ball under Yang Fan's feet. Yang Fan touched the outside of his foot and made a feint to pass the ball. As soon as Shanghai Wana's figure flashed, Yang Fan hooked the inside of his foot, and the ball obediently returned to his feet. Taking advantage of the moment when Shanghai Wana's figure paused, he flew past her. Bastard! Shanghai Wana, who had always been gentle, was so angry that she couldn't help but curse. Xie Xiaoman, Gao Ying, and Lan Yiqing, the 3 masters, surrounded him together. It wasn't that Hong Lu didn't try hard, but he really couldn't keep up with Xie Xiaoman's pace. At first, he was quite close to her, but now that he was running all over the field, he was so tired that he couldn't catch up with Xie Xiaoman. Yang Fan saw that the 3 of them were closing in, so he took advantage of the moment when they were about to close up and dashed past Lan Yiqing. He laughed and said, "I've been fooled again. Ah, what a bastard." Lan Yiqing was about to go crazy with anger. She turned around and saw Yang Fan dribbling the ball straight to their own goal. Their own players rushed up, but Yang Fan used a series of passing moves to get rid of the enemies who were chasing and intercepting him. As soon as he saw Chu Kuanga coming from the sidelines, he immediately passed the ball over. Chu Kuanga dribbled the ball and ran. Seeing that the other side had several players surrounding him, he was on the sidelines and had limited space to turn around. With a lob shot, the ball accurately passed to Yang Fan's feet. At this time, because of their offensive from the left and right, a large number of opposing players were led to the sides, and the center line was already empty. Yang Fan decisively dribbled the ball to the center position. "Brat, that's enough. Do you think I'm nothing?" A figure flashed in front of him, and Princess Taiping was standing in front of him with her almond-shaped eyes. She slightly bent down to block the ball. Wearing a tight outfit, she had a kind of valiant and formidable-looking aura. Yang Fan looked at her bright and charming lips and suddenly smiled. This smile was as bright as the sun, which made Princess Taiping's heart sway. Then, a figure flashed in front of her, and Yang Fan disappeared again. Princess Taiping only felt a slight numbness between her 2 thighs, as if something had quickly rubbed against her. When she turned around to look, she saw that Yang Fan had passed through her crotch, kicked the ball between her legs, and dribbled the ball straight to their goal. The palace maid who was guarding the eye of the wind rushed over, and Yang Fan volleyed the ball into the air. "Brat, you dare to use a honey trap on me." Princess Taiping's face became hot, and she gritted her teeth in her heart. But she also understood that Yang Fan's feint was done in one go, and it was very clever. Even if he did not laugh, she would not be able to stop this ball. The score between the two sides was widening, and the Imperial team naturally had the upper hand, but Yang Fan's personal limelight had also been incisively and vividly displayed. The hourglass was still leaking, and it was getting closer and closer to the end of the match. At this time, there were already 9 red flags on the side of the Inner Palace team, indicating that they had scored 9 goals. On the other hand, there were only 4 red flags on the White Horse Temple team. However, of the 9 goals, Xie Xiaoman had scored 3, Shengwan Wan'er had scored 2, and the remaining 4 goals were scored by Princess Taiping, Lan Yiqing, Gao Ying, and another team member. And the other 4 goals were all scored by Yang Fan alone. At the same time, the defensive players of both sides were strong and weak. Even those who did not understand the game could see that in the later stages, only Chu Kuanga shared the pressure for Yang Fan, and Yang Fan was almost fighting alone. In this situation, he was still able to score 4 goals, and the brilliance on the field was really taken away by him. This was the Palace, the home field of the Imperial team, but the situation on the field had become a one-sided performance of Yang Fan's skills, and everyone was cheering for him. Xie Xiaoman raised her sleeves and wiped the sweat on her forehead. She stared bitterly at the figure of Yang Fan, who was getting more and more energetic as he played, and said, "This treacherous little thief, he actually came up with such a method." Seeing that the hourglass was about to run out, the referee loudly reported the time to them. At this time, the ball was at the feet of Hong Yi. Hong Yi passed the ball to Chu Kuanga, who rushed with the ball and was almost intercepted by Xie Xiaoman, who passed the ball to Yang Fan in time. When Shanghai Wan'er saw this, she gritted her teeth and rushed up. Yang Fan dribbled the ball left and right and made 3 180-degree turns in a row, which destroyed Shanghai Wan'er's full effort to save the ball. After 2 rapid turns, Yang Fan was already facing Shanghai Wan'er with his back to the goal. He tiptoed, and the ball flew up. He stopped with his chest out, and the ball went into the net with an inverted golden hook. Yang Fan did not fall after the inverted golden hook. He swung his calf in the air, turned his body, and stood up steadily with his left hand on the ground. No one thought that he would turn his back to the goal and kick. The people who originally wanted to come up and grab the ball were all too late to stop him. At the last moment, the game ended with a score of 9-5. Yang Fan also added a point of glory to himself with the last magnificent goal. Damn it! The talented woman, Shanghai Wan'er, only said such a sentence and fell to the ground in a very ugly posture. Her movement to intercept Yang Fan was too fast. She followed Yang Fan's 3 rapid turns and constantly corrected her movement, which caused her to lose her center of gravity. When Yang Fan shot the ball with an inverted golden hook, she also lost her balance and fell forward. At this time, Yang Fan just stood up. When he saw this situation, without thinking, he rushed forward, bent his right leg, and held Shanghai Wan'er in his arms. With one hand supporting her shoulder and the other hand supporting her slender waist, he firmly held her in his hands. There was a burst of cheers and applause, but no one knew who they were cheering for. The winner was, of course, the Inner Palace team, but almost everyone felt that the most glorious one was the White Horse Temple and the handsome monk of the White Horse Temple. Shanghai Wan'er thought that she was going to fall miserably and become the laughingstock of others, but she didn't expect that the expected fall didn't come. When her consciousness cleared, she realized that she was lying in a pair of strong arms. In front of her was an outrageously handsome man's face. He smiled at her and said, "Shengwan Daizhao, are you all right?" Shanghai Wan'er had never been hugged by a man in her life. In her memory, even her father, Shengwan Tingji, had never hugged her before. Not long after she was born, her grandfather, Shengwan Yi, was executed because he had offended Empress Wu. Her father, Shengwan Tingji, was also killed. At that time, her mother, Madame Zheng, was banished to the palace where the concubines below Jiyu lived as a slave. She grew up there. When she was 14 years old, she was put in an important position by Empress Wu because she was intelligent and good at writing. She was put in charge of the imperial court, and from then on, her status skyrocketed. For so many years, she grew up in the palace and lived in the palace. Even when she was in charge of culture, The people she came into contact with were famous poets and scholars of the court. They were all old men. She had never come into contact with a man, let alone being hugged by a man like this. Warner was 25 years old this year, but in terms of feelings, she was more innocent than a 12 or 13-year-old girl. She was like a blank piece of paper. When she realized that she was being hugged by a man, Shangwan Daizhao was so embarrassed that her whole body went limp. Yang Fan asked again, "Is Shangwan waiting for the imperial edict safe and sound?" I'm fine." Shanghai Warner finally came to her senses, and 2 blushes climbed up her cheeks. Princess Taiping walked over and said with a straight face, "Presumptuous. Monk, you are so rude. Let go of Shangwan Daizhao." Yang Fan then realized that he was still holding Shanghai Warner. Shanghai Warner straightened her back and stood up from his arms. Her face was red, and she stammered, "He did it to save me. There is no need to blame him." Ha ha! Suddenly, a burst of wild laughter rang in their ears, startling the 3 of them who had their own thoughts. Yang Fan turned his head and saw Shui Huai running in front of him, laughing wildly. 17, you're really good. I'm going to hold a celebratory feast for you and celebrate without restraint. Ha ha! Chapter 133. That night, the pagoda forest of White Horse Temple was ablaze with flames, causing the pagodas to flicker with red light. It was a spectacular sight. The original abbot of White Horse Temple, Master Sanshan, gazed in the direction of the pagoda forest from afar. He put his palms together and said with a pained expression, "Ba, these people have desecrated the place where the ancestors and eminent monks of our temple reside. They have committed grave sins, grave sins." There was a huge fire in the pagoda forest. The logs that had been cut nearby were piled on top, crackling as they burned. There were mats made of cattail grass in the surroundings, and there were soft cushions on the mats. A group of bald monks sat on them, shouting and yelling in high spirits. Beside the huge fire in the middle, there were a few pits dug. There were also fires burning in the pits, but they were not made of firewood. Instead, they were made of high-quality, smokeless beast charcoal. Lamb and dog meat were roasted on top of the charcoal. They were all slaughtered, washed, and put on the rack. As they roasted, they were smeared with all sorts of condiments. A strong fragrance wafted from afar. Priest Ijua grabbed a dog leg and chanted, Ba. He took a bite of the dog meat and said, "Supreme Heavenly Lord of Tai." He drank a mouthful of alcohol. He ate and drank meat several times faster than the others. Shui Huai sat at the head of the table. It was a snowy season, but there was a huge fire in front of him. The hot air blew into his face and made him feel hot, so he still took off his monk robe and revealed his chest. This guy was probably a bit of an exhibitionist. He liked to show off his muscles when he had nothing better to do. The light from the fire dyed his bald head and chest red. He could not hide the joy on his face. Come, let's have another drink. Today, White Horse Temple has shown its face in front of the Empress, the foreign envoys, and all the civil and military officials. The sumo wrestling competition has been won by Princess Taiping's residents for 3 years in a row, but this year it belongs to me, Shui Huai said proudly. Although we lost the sumo wrestling competition, White Horse Temple has never participated in the past. This is our first time participating. How about it? 17th Lang threw 5 balls in a row and suppressed all the girls. Even the Empress was full of praise. He stole all the glory of the girls. This is called losing with honor. Yes, it's a glorious defeat. Shui Huai blurted out an idiom, feeling even happier in his heart. All the monks immediately began to flatter him, saying things like Master Shui's discerning eyes and his wisdom and martial prowess. Shui Huai was happy to hear this and drank a large cup of wine. He said with satisfaction, "I've led troops and fought in battles. I've even beaten Gu Dalu to the point where he had to flee at the sight of the wind. When it came to leading an army, one had to be particular about strict execution of orders and prohibitions. And when it came to a commander, one had to be particular about rewards and punishments. Now, our White Horse Temple has gained the favor of the Empress of Heaven. I am very happy in my heart. Those who have performed meritorious deeds should be rewarded. When everyone heard this, the clamor immediately stopped. Everyone stared at Shui Huai. Shui Huai had always been generous. Now that he was so happy, this reward would definitely be extremely generous. He heard Shui Huai say, "In sumo wrestling, 19 took first place and 17 took second place. In Kuju, although we lost, no one could compare to us in the limelight. Although we lost, it was a glorious defeat. In this round, it was 17 who won glory for us. So 17-19, Yang Fan and Chu Kuanga looked at each other and cupped their fists together. Abbot, Shui Huai said, I have a few mansions in the capital that are usually left empty. Occasionally, they are rented out to officials or businessmen who come to the capital for business. I don't care about earning a little bit of money. Now that the two of you have helped me gain face, and I have received the Empress reward, I can't mistreat the two of you. The two of you one house each." As soon as he finished speaking, the young novice monk, Ji Xing, handed over 2 house deeds. Yang Fan and Chu Kuanga were shocked. "Abbot, this gift is too heavy." Shui Huai waved his hand and said, "Hee, I want to reward you, but the gift is too light. With my status, how can I take it out? You could just accept it. Also, everyone else." Ong Lu hurriedly said, "Abbot, as you can see, that Xie Xiao man is like a dragon on the court. She's not easy to deal with. I had to use all my strength to keep her busy. Otherwise, Brother 17 wouldn't have been able to score 5 goals in a row so easily." Shui Huai glared at him and scolded jokingly. "I have eyes, so of course I can see. I don't need you to show off. The rest of you, 100,000 coins each. Hong Lu, Hong Yi, 150,000 coins each, huh?" Taoist Iju gulped and asked embarrassedly, "Abbot, what about the money?" Shui Huai glared and said, "How can I move so much money? Tomorrow morning, go see Sanshan monk and pay from the temple's incense money." In the distance, Master Sanshan, who was gazing at the firelight in the pagoda forest and smelling the fragrance of meat, suddenly sneezed. A young monk beside him said in a hurry, "Master, it's cold outside. You should go back and rest." Sanshan monk sighed and walked back to the meditation room dejectedly. In the pagoda forest, Yang Fan took a bite of the steaming, charred, tender dog meat and said to Shui Huai, "Abbot, we came out on top in today's fight. Kuju's strategy was right, and we also stole the limelight. However, tomorrow's fight may not be as we wish. The Imperial Army's Kuju is the strongest team in the Tang Dynasty, but they still lost to the Tufan in previous competitions. As for us, we're already at a disadvantage against the Imperial Army." Shui Huai waved his hand. "You don't need to say anything, I understand. There are 3 competitions in total, and I've already won 2 of them. That's enough. Haha, tomorrow's victory will most likely be from the Tufan people again. Others won't be able to do anything. Don't worry, go ahead and fight tomorrow. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. That's why I'm holding this celebration feast today." Hearing this, Yang Fan and Chu Tinga secretly heaved a sigh of relief, secretly happy. If Shui Huai forced them to steal the limelight one day, it would be too much for them. If Shui Huai used this reason to forbid them from entering the Imperial Army, Chu Kuanga's lifelong dream would be hard to realize, and it would be extremely difficult for Yang Fan to get close to Qiushenji. Everyone let go of their worries and drank to their heart's content. Because tomorrow's outcome was no longer a concern, no one restricted their drinking capacity. Chu Kuanga, in particular, drank to his heart's content after his dream of several years had been fulfilled. Only Yang Fan lowered his head and drank, thinking to himself, after tomorrow's matter, entering the Imperial Army is already a done deal. It won't be difficult to get close to Qiushenji. However, I still need Shanghai to find out Miaoshinka's whereabouts. How can I get Miaoshinka's whereabouts from her? Recently, although I've been entering the palace frequently, it's difficult to get in touch with her. With her status, it's really difficult to get in touch with her alone. Once I enter the Imperial Army, I won't have a chance to enter the palace anymore. I have to find an opportunity to make my move as soon as possible. On the 3rd day of the Upper Prime Era, The emperor and empress dowager arrived at the Longwu army's camp with their palace concubines, servants, foreign envoys, and civil and military officials to watch the bow fencing competition. The Longwu army was the only all-cavalry unit in the imperial army, and bow fencing required high horsemanship. Therefore, the Longwu army had the most soldiers who were good at bow fencing, and they also had the largest bow fencing field in Luoyang. However, the bow fencing members of the imperial army were selected from the best of the best, and most of them were not from the Longwu army. Those who served as generals in other imperial army units naturally had as many opportunities to ride horses as those in the Longwu army. Moreover, they had more free time to do bow fencing, so their bow fencing skills were better than most people in the Longwu army. On the field, there was a goal at each end. The goal was made of wooden frames and was 5 feet apart. It was much smaller than the modern goal, so there was no need for anyone to guard the goal. The competition was divided into 6 periods, and each period used an incense stick. It lasted about 10 minutes, and the field had to be changed after each period. Because of the intensity of the competition, 1 or 2 horses had to support the entire competition. Towards the end, it was inevitable that the horses would be exhausted and affect the contestants' performance. Therefore, horses had to be changed for each competition. The high platform used by the Imperial Army commander to inspect the 3 armies naturally became a stage for the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, as well as the various officials, nobles, and concubines. The high platform had long since been covered with a red carpet and surrounded on 3 sides, leaving only the side facing the bow fencing field open. The Emperor and Wu Zetian sat in the middle. However, everyone was only looking at Wu Zetian. Li Dan was just a decoration. Everyone knew that even if Empress Wu didn't remove Li Tang's orders and continued to wield power as the Empress Dowager, he would still be a decoration. No one paid any attention to him. The emperor of the Tang dynasty was also very conscious of this. Perhaps the fact that his 2 brothers and many members of Li Tang's imperial family had been killed had frightened him. He was unbelievably humble and docile. He was constantly paying attention to his mother's expression. He didn't dare to sit until Wu Zetian sat, and he didn't dare to speak until Wu Zetian spoke. His cautious demeanor was even more casual than the eunuchs by Wu Zetian's side. This kind of mother and son could be considered as a weirdo. Although it was said that the royal family had no family ties, they still had to put up a front in front of their subjects. However, in front of this mother and son, they didn't even bother to put up a front. The officials who were loyal to Li Tang saw the emperor's appearance and couldn't help but feel even more depressed. In the past 2 years, only 3 teams were qualified to participate in the bow fencing competition: the Tibetan team, the Uyghur team, and the Imperial Army of the Tang dynasty. Due to the tense relationship between the Turks and the Tang dynasty in recent years, they hadn't come to pay homage for a long time, let alone participate in the bow fencing competition. The White Horse Temple's participation in the tournament was not a bad thing. They would draw lots to select their opponents, and there was a 2/3 chance that they would be matched against either the Tubo or the Uyghurs. This way, they would be able to fight on behalf of the Tang Imperial Army and deplete their opponent's strength. If they drew the Imperial Army of the Tang dynasty, the competition would not be too tragic. Every year, there would be many people who were injured and fell to the ground. The results of the drawing were out. The first match, White Horse Temple versus Uyghur. Chapter 134. Yang Fan and the others were preparing seriously. Even though they did not care about winning or losing, they still hoped to show their strength to the best of their ability. This was to prevent the Uyghurs from looking down on the Tangs and to fight for a better chance for the Imperial Army. Even though they had not spent many months with the Imperial Army and were close to each other, once outsiders were involved, they would still feel a sense of common enemy. The first requirement for polo was the horse. If a horse did not listen to one's commands, did not have enough horsepower, and was not agile enough, the rider would still be limited by the horse. If they were up against a weak team, they could still show off their prowess like Yang Fan did at the Luo River. However, if they were up against the best team in the world, it would be impossible. Secondly, it also required excellent horse control skills. The ball was sometimes left and sometimes right, sometimes front and sometimes back on the field. Without good horse control skills, You could only chase after the ball and run around the field. No matter how good your horse was, it was useless. Next was the mastery of the ball and teamwork. This sport was passed down from the Tubo Empire. It was originally invented by the cavalry when they were bored. Therefore, it became a sport to test and train the cavalry's ability to cooperate with each other. Therefore, the overall strength of the team was equally important as the individual's ability to control the ball. The Uyghurs were a horse-riding people. Their riding and archery skills were not inferior to the Tubo Empire. Seeing that the other side was also preparing, Chu Kuanga tightened his horse's belly and whispered to Yang Fan, "Be careful later. Some movements are very dangerous when hitting the ball. Be careful not to get hurt." Yang Fan nodded. Woo woo woo. Dozens of bugles were raised high and sounded at the same time. The sound of war drums rumbled, and as the sound of the bugles entered everyone's ears, the surrounding generals and soldiers immediately cheered. The game began. The announcer threw the red polo ball high up. All the riders on both sides squeezed their horses' bellies, shouted, and rushed at the ball at the same time. After all, the Uyghurs were people who rode horses. Even though the difference between speed and slowness was not that obvious in such a short distance, it was very obvious from the high platform that the Uyghurs were charging forward at a speed that was faster than the White Horse Temple's troops. On the White Horse Temple side, Chu Kuanga's speed was not any slower than that of the Uyghurs. In fact, he was even faster for a moment. However, the two opposing players arrived at the same time. One of them swung his cane to hit the ball, while the other also swung his cane to hit the ball. However, the cane and Chu Kuanga's cane collided in midair. The moment the two sticks collided, the other Uyghur picked up the red ball with his stick and rushed towards the White Horse Temple team's goal. Yang Fan rushed forward with his horse. He was half a body's length slower than Chu Kuanga. At this time, when he saw the opposing player rushing towards his side with his horse, he immediately pulled the reins. His horse slightly leaned to the side, and he raised the stick in his hand to grab the ball. Pah! A crisp sound rang out as the two staffs collided. Yang Fan's palm went numb. Even though his palm was wrapped in sackcloth, he still had a feeling that he couldn't hold it. Yang Fan couldn't help but be startled. This person had such great strength. The man on the other side felt even more uncomfortable than he did. When the two staffs collided, the speed of his charge was immediately stopped. The ball was no longer under his control, and it rolled away. Hongi rushed up and snatched the ball. "Haha, it's mine." Hongi perked up and was just about to dribble the ball forward when several opposing players followed up and intercepted the ball. At this time, Chu Kuanga rushed back on his horse and fought with Yang Fan, who was rushing forward. In the beginning, relying on Chu Kuanga and Yang Fan's excellent skills, coupled with the spirit of Hong 1 and Hong 6, they were able to compete with the other side. The two sides fought back and forth, and the red ball only lingered in the middle of the line. No one could do anything to the other. However, this situation only lasted for half an hour. The other side's men and horses were completely spread out, and the red ball spread out to a larger and larger area. Yang Fan and Chu Kuanga found it difficult to fight alone. With just the two of them, it was inevitable that they would be in a difficult situation. The overall strength of the other side was far greater than the monks of the White Horse Temple. The other monks could only follow behind the other side and eat dirt. The score began to pull apart. 1-0, 2-0, 3-0. In the fourth quarter of the game, Yang Fan intercepted a sharp attack from the opponent and immediately passed it to Chu Kuanga, who was riding back to support. Chu Kuanga immediately turned his horse around and attacked the opponent's goal. Yang Fan also immediately rushed forward to support him. Several defenders of the Uyghurs rushed up to intercept. Chu Kuanga broke through two lines of defense in a row. When he felt that he could not continue, he quickly glanced and saw that Yang Fan had already plugged in from the sidelines. He wanted to pass the ball to him. As soon as he moved, the opposing players noticed his intentions. Two Tubo players suddenly stabbed in from the side. Their horses were extremely fast, and by the time they arrived in front of Chu Kuanga, they seemed to be unable to stop the charge of the war horses. The three war horses neighed and collided heavily with each other. At the same time, The elbows of the two Uyghurs were like two large hammers, slamming heavily into Chu Kuanga's ribs. Chu Kuanga was experienced after all. As soon as the two of them approached, he felt that something was wrong. He took a deep breath, and the muscles in his chest and abdomen immediately contracted, becoming as taut as iron. With two muffled sounds, Chu Kuanga's body swayed twice, but he did not fall off the horse. The two Uyghurs straightened up on their horses, and a trace of surprise flashed in their eyes. If it were an ordinary person, both sides of his ribs would have been broken by the collision, but the big Tang man in front of them seemed to be fine. Although this small action was concealed by the galloping horses and their robes fluttered when they collided, it could not be hidden from the other people on the field. Although the skills of Hong Yi and Hong Lu were inferior to these Uyghurs, they were not completely powerless to fight back. Chu Kuanga dribbled the ball forward, and Yang Fan supported him from the sidelines. When the Uyghurs all returned to defend, they had already rushed to Chu Kuanga's side. The small actions of the two Uyghurs were seen by them, and the two immediately flew into a rage. Hong Yi cursed, "Mother asterisk her, you guys are playing dirty." The group of hooligans immediately shouted and cursed. The two sides were cursing endlessly, and the game was forced to end. However, the other side insisted that it was a galloping horse that could not stop and crashed into it. At this time, there were not too many strict rules in the bow-throwing competition, so there was really no way to deal with the other side. In the end, they could only nullify this section of the game and replace it with incense. Yang Fan asked with concern, "Brother Chu, how are you?" Chu Kuanga took a deep breath, and his ribs were aching. He shook his head and said, "It's not a big deal, I can still play." Yang Fan said, "Good. Brothers, get on the horses." Hong Yi waved to the group of bald monks behind him, and his eyes revealed a fierce light. The group of ruffian monks understood tacitly, and each of them tightened their face and got on their horses with a murderous look. The Uyghurs saw their expressions and were not afraid at all. Some of them even spat heavily to show their disdain. After the game resumed, a fierce scuffle began. Hong Lu clenched his teeth, raised his horse, and charged forward. When he was still 6 feet away from the vermilion ball, he raised the staff in his hand high up, concentrated his energy into his dantian, and shouted, "Bang!" Whoosh! Suddenly, Hong Lu pretended to go straight for the red ball, and the staff in his hand swung down hard. A Uyghur man who had just turned around on his horse hurriedly dodged and hid in the stirrup. The staff whistled past, and the man's hat was blown away. A piece of skin on the top of his head was scratched, and blood splashed all over his face. "Mother asterisk her, don't you have eyes?" A few of the Uyghurs cursed. Hong Lu shouted back, "Mother asterisk her, I was hitting a ball. Who knew that blind donkey would hit my staff?" As soon as the fight started, the other side also became angry. Hong Yi had just rushed in front of the red ball when one of the opposing players hit him with his staff. The staff drew an arc and did not hit the red ball, but hit Hong Yi's calf bone instead, and the staff broke with a crack. Hong Yi screamed and fell off his horse, holding his calf and wailing. The doctor rushed over, and after a brief examination, announced that Hong Yi's calf was fractured and hurriedly ordered 2 soldiers to carry him away. As soon as the fight started, the audience also started to make a ruckus. At first, knowing that the Empress and the Emperor were present, the soldiers still knew to restrain themselves. But when they saw the fight on the field, they couldn't care less. Many of them covered their mouths and cursed loudly. "Bastards! How despicable! Ghosts that are worse than dogs and pigs. Uyghur slaves that eat dog intestines." This was the territory of the Tang dynasty, and more than 90% of the audience were soldiers of the Tang dynasty. Needless to say, it was the soldiers of the Tang dynasty cursing the Uyghurs. For a moment, the people of the Tang dynasty were cursing the Uyghurs. Emperor Li Dan glanced at Wu Zetian uneasily. Wu Zetian sat calmly on the rope bed, her expression unchanged. She looked at the field with a peaceful smile on her face. In the third row, a few Uyghur envoys twisted their fat bodies uncomfortably, pretending that they didn't hear the tide-like curses. After Hong Lu was carried off the field, Ma Qiao, who was sitting on the bench, was the first to stand up and shouted, I'll go." Yang Fan looked at him deeply, smiled, and said, "Okay, you go." Ma Qiao was wild with joy. He immediately led a war horse over, flipped over, and jumped on its back. He pulled the reins a few times, grasped the staff that was handed to him, and rode into the field. Yang Fan warned, "Be careful, don't get hurt." Ma Qiao nodded heavily. He knew that his skills were limited, but he would definitely play seriously today, use all his strength, and perform to the best of his ability. Yang Fan raised his hand to appease the angry brothers who had gathered around, and said in a deep voice, "Don't quarrel. If he wants to play dirty, then we'll play dirty with him. However, we can't let others gossip about us, understand?" "Understood." The monks nodded with all their might. Their faces were ferocious, and their eyes were fierce. Many of them regretted not bringing a few bricks and a few bags of lime to the field. Shanghai Wanner turned her body slightly and covered her mouth with her sleeve. She smiled at Princess Taiping and said, "Lingwei, this year's bow fencing competition in Shangyuan is going to be interesting.